in addition to proletarians, of peasants producing on a small scale and of lower middle-class citizens, it will be indirect. For the two last named categories are only now beginning to become proletarians, and their political interests are becoming more and more dependent on those of the proletariat, so that soon they must adapt themselves to the demands of the proletariat. Perhaps this will entail a second fight, but it will result inevitably in the victory of the proletariat. 21. Unfortunately, the documents of this period offer no further elaboration on the character of this adaptation or the nature of the possible second fight. But one will also look in vain for any call to alter the democratic constitution or impose a dictatorship, to disfranchise certain elements of the population or overrepresent the cities, to outlaw dissident parties or impose a forced collectivization of agriculture. Perhaps, indeed, the experiences of the 20th century have left us overly suspicious, and Engels only meant that most lower middle-class people would be drawn to the proletariat of their own accord as they came to perceive the advantages of communism and as industrial development transformed them more and more into proletarians themselves. Some interesting new evidence for this supposition, from 1874, will be reviewed in Chapter 9. To sum up, in all the contemporaneous documents except the Manifesto we find the expectation of a protracted process of societal development, probably extending over 2 decades altogether, and involving 3 rather than 2 distinct phases of political evolution from bourgeois domination to the rule of the majority classes to the rule of the proletariat alone before the final classless and stateless society. One may call this process a permanent revolution only in the drawn-out sense Engels employed when he later recalled their 1848 expectation of a struggle fought out in a single, long, and vicissitudinous period of Revolution 22. Or in another recollection. To us, February and March could have had the significance of a real revolution only if they had not been the conclusion but, on the contrary, the starting point of a long revolutionary movement in which, the people would have developed further through its own struggles and the parties become more and more sharply differentiated until they had coincided entirely with the great classes, bourgeoisie, petty bourgeoisie, and proletariat, and in which the separate positions would have been one after another by the proletariat in a series of revolutionary Fournies/Tajan. 23. Such a special drawn-out version of permanent revolution would not necessitate minority revolution or minority dictatorship, indeed, it expressly presupposes that the masses would develop themselves through their own long and vicissitudinous struggles. And this corresponds to the actual policy pursued by Marx and Engels during their stay on German soil. As we will see, they never attempted to call forth a literal immediately following proletarian revolution. The Manifesto stands alone in suggesting such a sequence of events. Surely that invites suspicion and begs us to ask why. The answer almost certainly lies in the tension between artisans and intellectuals introduced in the preceding chapter. As explained there, artisan impatience to find some escape from their doomed world expressed itself positively as the desire for immediate communism and negatively in an implacable hostility toward the bourgeoisie and all its works. After rejecting Blanquism, the artisan leaders of the League of the Just had embraced a seemingly more patient strategy of democratic revolution, but no scholar seems to have noticed that they did not thereby embrace 2 other essentials of the Marxist recipe for communism: a prior bourgeois revolution and a high level of industrial development. These prerequisites did not appear at all, for example, in the 1845 London discussions with W. Eatling, where only lack of enlightenment was cited as having prevented the introduction of communism to date. And in all the subsequent writings of League artisans down to 1848 that have been reproduced in the massive document, there is not a solitary mention of any necessary industrial base or a word of support for any bourgeois revolution. 24. Surprisingly, perhaps, one does not find hostility toward the industrial revolution per se, just indifference. If Eatlingism and Proudhonism, not to mention true socialism, indeed represented the most complete expression of artisan desires, as Engels once opined in a moment of discouragement, then it is most significant that these doctrines did not accept the Marxist prerequisites either, which helps explain why the Brussels Circle had to mount such a formidable polemical offensive against them. 25. The artisan spokesman of the League, then, anticipated no telescoping of revolutions in Germany because they foresaw only one impending upheaval, a democratic revolution to establish a democratic state, which would then begin immediately to introduce the community of goods. 26. Under the obvious influence of Brussels, the Central Committee once in November 1846 raised the question of a possible alliance with the petty bourgeois Pale Republicans, but not with much enthusiasm. 27. And nowhere is there any artisan suggestion of support for the cause of the high bourgeoisie. Not even as late as the September 1847 Kommunistische Zeitschrift, where Marx and Engels' tutelage is otherwise very apparent. To understand how the notion of an immediately following proletarian revolution then suddenly appeared, when neither artisans nor intellectuals had espoused it hitherto, it is necessary to review the circumstances surrounding the birth of the Communist Manifesto. The London artisan leaders had long perceived the need for a confession of faith, and after the virtual ostracism of their old literary spokesman, Wilhelm Weitling, they began their 1846 overtures to Brussels, where the requisite intellectual and literary talent seemed available. It is noteworthy, however, that they first thought to hold a League Congress on the Confession of Faith without inviting Marx and Engels. Evidently the artisans wanted to reach some agreement among themselves before calling in the outside intellectuals. 29. But then they relented, and in February 1847 sent Moll with his historic invitation for Marx and Engels to present their views before the projected Congress. Only Engels actually attended. No transcript has come down to us, but we know that the June Congress occupied itself extensively with the Confession of Faith. Unable to reach any final agreement, the body produced a preliminary draft to be submitted to the local branches for discussion and revision before the final disposition of the matter at a second Congress to be held in November. 30. A copy of this June draft has recently been discovered, as noted earlier, written in Engels' hand. In it one finds the older language of justice and rights mingled awkwardly with Engels' hard-boiled scientific analysis. The fourth question, for instance, asks on what the community of goods will be based. Firstly, on the mass of productive powers and means of existence generated by the development of industry, agriculture, trade, and colonization, and on the possibility to increase them infinitely by machinery, chemical and other means. Secondly, on the fact that in the consciousness or feeling of every human being there exist certain tenets as indisputable principles. For instance, each human being is in search of happiness. The happiness of the individual is inseparably linked to the happiness of all, etc. 31. In June, artisan conceptions were still much in evidence. During the subsequent local discussions in the Paris branch, Engels remained dissatisfied with this document, as well as with the counter-draft advanced by Moses Hess. He began afresh and produced his October version, Principles of Communism, which undoubtedly reflected Marxist thinking most precisely, and which the two men apparently introduced and defended at the Second Congress. 32. Again, in the absence of a transcript, we know only that the November Congress spent 10 days debating the various proposals and amendments that had come from local branches. Whatever programmatic agreement may have been reached, the various materials were turned over to Marx and Engels with the famous commission to draft, abfassen, a final version. 33. But Marx and Engels' later recollections are surely exaggerated in their implication that the two men had received carte blanche to write whatever they pleased. 34. The artisans had proceeded painstakingly up to this point and are not likely to have abandoned all their previous exertions so casually, or to have turned over the materials of debate without some reason, or to have agreed to publish the final document in the name of the League. Marx and Engels did not appear as authors in the original edition, without some kind of instruction to the drafters. 35. It seems far more probable that the two men were commissioned to give final polished expression to principles that had been hammered out. In 10 days of hard work, or at least to include such principles in their final version. As implied in another seemingly more accurate Engels' recollection that the manifesto was an amalgamation, Verschmelzung, of theoretical and working-class communism. 36 While the artisans probably cared little what the two men said on historical and general philosophical issues, it is not likely that they were so obliging on the specific listed demands or on the expectations for Germany about which disagreement had hitherto prevailed. On these points the final version was patently a compromise, a Verschmelzung. Such an interpretation is fortified by other surviving bits of information. In late January 1848 the Artisan Central Committee dispatched an impatient letter to Marx demanding immediate delivery of the final manuscript, or else return of the lent documents, all in a peremptory tone that scarcely betokened abject subservience to the Brussels intellectuals. 37 And although the final version was not subjected to Central Committee approval, perhaps because of the pressure of time, Schapper himself read over the proofs before publication. 38 In any event, only 1,000 copies were printed in the first edition and appear to have been distributed for internal purposes only, suggesting the possibility of subsequent revision. 39 Any such plans were interrupted, of course, by the news that France had become a republic. With this factual background, if we now inspect the points at issue in the three successive versions of the manifesto that have come down to us, we will discover a near-perfect triad of dialectical development thesis. The June draft foresaw only one revolution in Germany, which would establish a democratic state constitution and proceed directly to such restriction of private property that prepares its gradual conversion into communal property. To be sure, Engels' above-quoted insistence on an industrial base was included, but there is no mention of any bourgeois revolution whatsoever. 40. Antithesis, Engels' October draft, by contrast, gave particular prominence to the need for a bourgeois revolution, reiterating its benefits and calling upon the communists to rally to the support of the liberal bourgeois party. The struggle against that party could begin thereafter, as speedily as possible, but in backward Germany the development of communism would assume its slowest pace and the most difficult of achievement. Two further stages were specifically mentioned, as we have seen the rule of the majority classes, and the rule of the proletariat alone before the classless society would finally emerge. 41 Here was Marx and Engels' vision in its purity, before adulteration. Synthesis, the final published version blended the two earlier ones in a unique alloy. The artisans allowed Marx and Engels the bourgeois revolution they seemed to desire so fervently, but in exchange the latter consented to speed up the overall process. The three stages were reduced to two and linked by the phrase immediately following, to satisfy artisan impatience. Marx and Engels might think to themselves that, in a document surveying the entire span of human history, immediately following could mean anything from a few days to many years. And they could entertain another mental reservation that the ensuing proletarian revolution would not be exclusively proletarian in its first stage. 42 No doubt the artisans could have private thoughts of their own about how actively they would fight on the side of the bourgeoisie. Thus the idea of a permanent revolution, which appeared here in the Communist Manifesto for the first time, was neither fish nor fowl, not the real desire of either artisans or intellectuals, but an effort to compromise two rather different conceptions of future development. Whatever conclusions later Marxists were to draw from this unfortunate Verschmelzung, there is no evidence at all that the masters themselves envisaged a minority revolution or minority dictatorship. Implementation of the class alliance strategy. We may put this interpretation to a revealing further test by examining Marx and Engels' actual behavior during the only period of their lives when they were, in some sense, practicing revolutionaries. Even before the 1848 revolution, their organizational commitments reveal the strategic priorities described above. In Britain, where real proletarian revolution was on the agenda, Marx and Engels cultivated their contacts with the working class Chartist movement but saw no need to draw the petty bourgeois radicals into any alliance. In France, however, the two men made special efforts to forge an alliance with the social democratic circle centered on the newspaper reform, which they believed to speak for the progressive elements among the lower middle classes. To effect a parallel alignment in Belgium, Marx even joined and became vice president of the Democratic Association, the Brussels organization of Pale Democrats, which played a leading part in the peaceful but energetic agitation that almost toppled the Belgian oligarchy in February 1848. Though predominantly Belgian in membership, the Democratic Association was officially international and thus one of Marx and Engels' many commitments to help link up national groupings of socialists and Democrats. They supported the 1845 Festival of Nations sponsored by Harney in London, as well as the permanent organization, the Fraternal Democrats, which grew out of it. Both men spoke at the latter group's 1847 commemoration of the Polish Revolt of 1830. On the eve of the February Revolution itself, Marx and Engels were active in preparations for an international congress of Pale and Red Democrats. 43 Thus, even as they were entering the Communist League, the two men were also busy forging the organizational links of what they hoped would be the alliance of the majority classes. In fact, when the revolution came, these links proved more important among their political priorities than the Communist League itself. After the failure of the aforementioned efforts to expand the League and create a nationwide workers' party, Marx and Engels undertook something of an agonizing reappraisal of the German situation. Political consciousness was obviously less advanced than the March Revolution at first suggested, and this called for a certain reshuffling of organizational commitments. On the one hand, they were unwilling to expend further energies on the minuscule League, to preach communism in a little provincial sheet and to found a tiny sect instead of a great party of action, as Engels later put it. 44 But the other obvious choice, the Cologne Workers' Society, was precluded because its leader, Andreas Gottschalk, strenuously opposed any united front with non-working class groups and urged a boycott of the impending National Assembly elections. 45 The upshot was, as we saw earlier in a different context, that Marx cavalierly scuttled the Communist League, passed over the Workers' Society, and joined instead the Cologne Democratic Society, which spoke for the local petty bourgeois Democrats. He supported the candidates put up by this group in the May elections. 46 But Marx did not ignore the Workers' Society utterly, as some hostile scholars have delighted in asserting. By June he had become the leading figure in a joint committee set up to link the political activities of the Democratic Society, the Workers' Society, and a third smaller artisan group. By August this committee had been commissioned by a regional congress to perform the same functions for the entire Rhineland. 47 Through his subsequent service on this Rhenish District Committee of Democrats, Marx himself personified the exact socio-political alliance he was striving to consolidate. From its first appearance in June, the Neue Rhenisch-Zeitung also spoke, not for exclusively communist or working-class causes, but for the great party of action, the alliance of the majority classes, and carried on its masthead organ of democracy, to symbolize the common goal shared by Pale and Red Democrats alike. None of these activities suggests anticipation of any immediately following and exclusively proletarian revolution. In fact, Marx and Engels' spring reappraisal included another highly significant ingredient. They had come back to Germany in the conviction that absolutism was smashed and the bourgeoisie firmly in the saddle. The next step, as indicated by the 17 demands, was to begin putting together the alliance of the majority classes for the campaign against bourgeois rule. But it did not take long to discover that the bourgeois revolution was in fact incomplete and stalled, while the 17 demands could not even be exposed, much less implemented. If a single copy of our 17 points were distributed here, Engels reported to Marx during his April visit to Barmen, as far as we are concerned all would be lost. 48 Instead of campaigning against the bourgeoisie, therefore, it was still necessary to support it and spur it on to complete the political tasks of its own revolution, namely, the establishment of genuine parliamentary control in the various princely states and the creation of some kind of national government to unify the fatherland. As a consequence of the revolutionary disturbances in March, most of the German rulers, including most importantly the King of Prussia and the Austrian Emperor, had appointed new liberal ministries and permitted the election of constituent assemblies to draw up constitutions for their respective states. A parallel National Assembly was simultaneously elected to meet in Frankfurt and draft a constitution that was to unite all these separate states into a new federal structure. But as the smoke of March cleared, it became apparent that the thrones, the princely armies and bureaucracies, the entire executive apparatus of the old regime remained very much intact, stunned rather than destroyed by the forces of revolution. 49 In this ambiguous situation it was not clear, either legally or in terms of real power, whether sovereignty rested still with the various princes, with the separate state assemblies, or with the National Assembly in Frankfurt. The very first number of the Neue Rheinische Zeitung attempted to bolster the courage of the hesitant Frankfurt liberals on the point at issue. The German people won its sovereign status by fighting in the streets of almost all towns in the country, large and small, and especially on the barricades of Vienna and Berlin. It exercised this sovereignty in the elections to the National Assembly. The bold and public proclamation of the sovereignty of the German people should have been the first act of the National Assembly. Its second act should have been the drafting of a German constitution based on the sovereignty of the people and the elimination from the conditions actually existing in Germany of everything that conflicts with this principle. 0. Far from calling for the overthrow of the bourgeois National Assembly, Marx and Engels repeatedly urged it to exercise its sovereign power in a practical way. Does not the mere existence of a constituent National Assembly prove that there is no longer any constitution? But if there is no constitution, then there is no government either. And if there is no government, the National Assembly must govern. 51. In particular, the National Assembly should take vigorous measures against the restorative efforts of the old regimes, evidenced in the increasingly menacing attempts by reactionary civil and military officials at the local level to disarm the people, curtail the newly won rights of free assembly and free speech, and reimpose the rule of the bayonet. A constituent National Assembly must above all be an active, revolutionarily active assembly. The assembly at Frankfurt is engaged in parliamentary school exercises and leaves it to the governments to act. Assuming that this learned gathering succeeds, a.f. mature consideration, in framing the best of agendas and the best of constitutions, of what use is the best agenda and the best constitution if the governments meanwhile have placed bayonets on the agenda? The assembly only had to oppose authoritatively all reactionary encroachments by obsolete governments in order to win such strength of public opinion as would make all bayonets and rifle butts ineffective against it. Instead, Mainz, almost within sight of the assembly, is abandoned to the arbitrary actions of the army, and German citizens from other parts of the country are exposed to the chicanery of the Philistines in Frankfurt. The assembly bores the German people instead of inspiring it or being inspired by it. 52. Marx and Engels constantly chided both Frankfurt and the separate state assemblies for their short-sighted timidity and drew examples from English and French history to demonstrate how real parliaments controlled the executive branch of government. 53. Not only did Marx and Engels counsel the Frankfurt liberals on how to inspire popular confidence by defending revolutionary gains, but they counseled the new liberal ministers in Berlin on how to gain peasant support by abolishing all the old despised monoreal obligations without compensation. But the bourgeois ministers were hesitant to tamper with property rights, even those of feudal property, and came forth with a meek legislative proposal that prompted Marx to exclaim that the German Revolution of 1848 is merely a parody of the French Revolution of 1789. The French bourgeoisie of 1789 never left its allies, the peasants, in the lurch. It knew that the abolition of feudalism in the countryside and the creation of a free, landowning peasant class was the basis of its rule. The German bourgeoisie of 1848 unhesitatingly betrays the peasants, who are its natural allies, flesh of its own flesh, and without whom it cannot stand up to the aristocracy. Instead of Marx's trying immediately to win the peasants away from the bourgeoisie, he impatiently explained to the liberal ministers what history required of them. This policy of critical support for the bourgeois revolution, spurring it to completion, had as its corollary the soft peddling of more radical demands that were not yet historically appropriate and would only further frighten the liberals into the arms of the old regime. Down to the time of the November counter-revolution, Marx and Engels never called for the overthrow of the liberal ministries in Berlin and Vienna or of the Frankfurt Assembly. They never called for the establishment of a republic and in fact cautioned against raising such an issue prematurely. We do not make the utopian demand that at the outset a unitary indivisible German republic should be proclaimed, but we do ask the so-called Radical Democratic Party not to confuse the starting point of the struggle and of the revolutionary movement with the goal. The final act of constitution cannot be decreed, it coincides with the movement we have to put through. It is therefore not a question of putting into practice this or that view, this or that political idea, but of understanding the course of development. The National Assembly has to take only such steps as are practicable in the first instance. 55. A certain patience was required, and Marx and Engels repeatedly warned their readers, as we will see presently, against rioting and provocative actions. If conditions were not yet ripe for a republic, it goes without saying that the working class could not expect much immediate relief from its special sufferings. The Neue Renachszeitung was almost embarrassingly silent on specifically proletarian demands and carried scarcely any news stories of proletarian organizations and activities. While the newspaper took sides boldly in the French class war that erupted in June, its pages leave no impression, prior to the counter-revolution, of any irreconcilable class conflicts between the workers and the bourgeoisie in Germany. 56. It never mentioned the Communist Manifesto or the 17 demands, nor did Marx and Engels make any effort, after their agonizing reappraisal, to have the manifesto reprinted and circulated in their native land. Indeed, when it was subjected to verbal attack on one occasion in front of Marx, the fiery revolutionary swallowed his tongue, remaining silent about his authorship. 57. One can imagine that Schapper and Moll, who had accompanied Marx to Cologne and loyally supported his policy of united front with the Pale Democrats, grew increasingly restive with all this restraint. They had found their natural sphere of activity in the Cologne Workers' Society, where they encountered the hungry faces of real laborers, while Marx hobnobbed with the well-fed educated bourgeois who led the Democratic Society. We will see later how the artisans eventually broke loose and resuscitated the Communist League on their own initiative. As the revolutionary year unfolded, Marx and Engels' policy of critical support for the liberal bourgeoisie in the completion of its revolution became more and more critical, less and less supportive. The two men saw growing evidence that the German bourgeoisie would welcome back the old regime, sell out its birthright, and abandon its historically assigned tasks. If this happened, they made ready to move on to the next stage of their strategy, as we will see in the following chapter, without the firsts ever having been completed. Even as they contemplated this prospect, however, they did not in their gloom conjure up the manifestos immediately following proletarian revolution. Rather they looked for signs of some fresh wave of revolutionary enthusiasm that would engulf the people at large and sweep into power the alliance of the majority classes: peasants, petty bourgeois, and workers. Nowhere is this expectation so pointedly revealed as in a rarely cited speech given by Marx to the Cologne Democratic Society on August 4, 1848. 2 weeks earlier the group had been harangued by Wilhelm W. Eitling, who had just returned from America with his familiar call for immediate communist dictatorship. Doubtless feeling compromised by his fellow communist, Marx requested equal time. His words were reported in the Society's newspaper. The dictatorship proposed by W. Eitling as the most desirable form of government Marx held to be impractical and entirely impossible, since power cannot be organized by a single class. The desire to put the system of a single brain into execution by means of dictatorship deserves to be called nonsense. On the contrary, the future government must be composed, like the provisional government in Paris, out of the most heterogeneous elements, which must then reach accord through the exchange of ideas on the most expedient mode of administration. 58. Even the most comprehensive and scholarly communist collections have discreetly omitted or mangled this remarkable document, in which Marx not only repudiated the dictatorship of a single individual but also that of a class, in cases where the proletariat as in Germany was not yet sufficiently developed to form the majority class. 59 Thus Marx seemingly remained steadfast in his commitment to democratic principles, even in the cauldron of revolution itself, when the temptation to justify a minority coup d'état must have been strong. Both he and Engels certainly expected that the people would develop further through its own struggles, but neither tried to implement, literally, the manifesto's immediate proletarian revolution. Revolutionary terror and restraint. If Marx and Engels' policy was patient, in this sense, it is not to be denied that their language grew more and more violent during the course of the revolutionary year. The Neue Reneszeitung contains a number of passages invoking Red Terror that have been quoted again and again, whether approvingly or in horror, by those who interpret classical Marxism in a totalitarian way. Bertram Wolfe, for example, has alleged that Marx's study of the Great French Revolution led him to fall in love with terror as an engine of progress, and that this infatuation reached its apogee in the years 184–50–60. Let us examine the major terror passages written by Marx and Engels during their year as practicing revolutionaries, and then set them against their actual use of political violence during the same period. We may begin with the passage that occurs in Engels' treatment of the bloody June days in Paris, the first major setback for the forces of revolution. Most modern historians would probably agree with Marx and Engels' contention that the Parisian workers were deliberately provoked to a showdown by the government's dramatic closing of the national workshops in the capital city. With this action, Engels wrote, the bourgeoisie had itself forcibly driven the workers to insurrection, to a revolution of despair, from which they could scarcely hope to emerge victorious. The result was a cruel massacre in which 3,000 insurgents were killed, mostly helpless prisoners, and 15,000 more were imprisoned and eventually deported to penal colonies. The proletarian cause in France had received a staggering defeat. As the battle in the streets neared its grim conclusion, Engels defended the insurgents, with clear consciousness the bourgeoisie is leading a war of extermination against them. The workers will exact a fearful revenge. After such a struggle as these 3 June days, only terrorism is possible, whether it be exercised by one side or the other. 61. A second invocation of Red Terror, the most famous one of all, came from Marx's pen during the triumph of the counter-revolution in Austria. Reactionary circles there had found one advantage in the polyglot character of their empire: against the rebellion of one nationality they were able to use troops of another, hostile nationality. But when in October 1848 the Imperial War Minister, Count Theodor von Latour, ordered German troops from Vienna to march against the Hungarian Revolution, the Viennese radicals rose up in violent protests that culminated in the lynching of Latour himself by an enraged mob. Using this act as his justification, Emperor Ferdinand I besieged his own capital city with loyal Croatian troops, which eventually subdued die-hard resistance with unspeakable barbarity, restoring the emperor to feudal power on his own proper throne. Responding to this dread news, Marx bitterly assailed the reactionaries and promised revenge after the ultimate victory of the people. We shall then remember this June and October, and we too shall exclaim, Vi Victus! The purposeless massacres perpetrated since the June and October events, the tedious offering of sacrifices since February and March, the very cannibalism of the counter-revolution will convince the nations that there is only one way in which the murderous death agonies of the old society and the bloody birth throes of the new society can be shortened, simplified, and concentrated, and that way is revolutionary terror. 62. 2 months later came the fall of Budapest and the apparent demise of the Hungarian Revolution, as the emperor's loyal Slavic armies moved eastward. This ruthless subjugation of the last major outpost of the 1848 revolution evoked what is undoubtedly the bitterest and most vicious article Engels ever wrote. First, he praised the Hungarian resistance by reference to the Jacobins. For the first time in the 1848 revolutionary movement, for the first time since 1793, a nation surrounded by superior counter-revolutionary power, has dared to oppose the cowardly counter-revolutionary passion, to oppose the Terror Blanche by the Terror Rouge. In Hungary, armed, organized and inspired by Kossuth, we find again the mass uprising, the national production of weapons, the assignats, the summary trials of Ale who blocked the revolutionary movement, revolution in permanence, in short, all the main features of the glorious year of 1793. Engels then turned his wrath upon the executioners, the smaller Slavic peoples of the Austrian Empire who, as soldiers, had provided the brute force of the counter-revolution both in Vienna and Budapest. Among all the nations and petty ethnic groups of Austria there are only three which have been carriers of progress, which have played an active role in history and which still retain their vitality: the Germans, the Poles, and the Magyars. For this reason they are now revolutionary. The chief mission of all other races and peoples large and small is to perish in the revolutionary holocaust. Therefore they are counter-revolutionary. He proceeded to assert that this ethnic trash always becomes and remains until its complete extermination or denationalization, the most fanatic carrier of counter-revolution. And in concluding he predicted a general war in which these petty, bull-headed nations will be destroyed so that nothing is left of them but their names. 63. A second article on the subject ended even more ominously, urging that if the peoples in question betray the broader revolution for their own ethnic advantage, then there should be a battle of annihilation and ruthless terrorism, not in the interests of Germany, but of the revolution. 64. This is not the place to introduce Marx and Engels' complex opinions on the question of nationality, but it should at least be noted that, both before and after these articles, we can find writings by Engels which allow for and encourage a future national existence for the smaller Slavic peoples. 65. Thus, while there is no excusing this revolting genocidal outburst, still it was clearly a temporary aberration, born in the anguished helplessness of defeat. Even at the time, Engels seemed ashamed at the violence of his own language, for he added, almost apologetically, and yet these reproaches would be superfluous and unjust if the Slavs had anywhere taken a serious part in the movement of 1848, if they had hastened to enter the ranks of the revolutionary peoples. 66. The fourth well-known passage comes from the final red-inked number of the Neue Rheinische Zeitung on May 19, 1849, when the reactionary Prussian authorities finally succeeded in suppressing the paper, thus silencing Marx's Venere.1's criticism for the second time in a decade. Defiantly, the Promethean editor challenged the allegations made by the authorities, concluding, "Why then your hypocritical phrases, your attempt to find an impossible pretext? We have no compassion and we ask no compassion from you. When our turn comes, we shall not make excuses for the terror. But the royal terrorists, the terrorists by the grace of God and the law, are in practice brutal, disdainful, and mean, in theory cowardly, secretive, and deceitful, and in both respects disreputable." 67. One or another of these four passages predicting Red Terror can be found in virtually every Cold War treatment of Marx and Engels' political ideas, generally presented without any historical context as the eternally valid precepts of godless Marxism. 68. If one does look at the historical context, certain common elements stand out immediately. All these invocations of terror came in moments of crushing defeat for Marx and Engels. There are no parallel passages during the forward-moving period prior to the June days or during moments of optimism thereafter. 69. In 1849 Marx would declare bitterly that the February and March revolutions had been too humane, but he never said such a thing in February or March. 70. While the initiative was on their side, both men called for more thoroughgoing institutional change, but not for more brutality or terror. Furthermore, 3 of the 4 outbursts quoted above were responses to deliberate and massive physical violence employed by the conservative side. Interestingly, the bloodless November counter-revolution in Prussia, though it affected the two men more directly, brought no terroristic language in reaction. 71. In each of the 4 cases, Red Terror is promised in retaliation for the White Terror just perpetrated, with an implicit invocation of the Lex Talionis. On one occasion, in April 1849, Engels made the threat quite personal. After the reactionary Prussian government had extradited a seriously ill political refugee to face the Austrian gallows, Engels promised the Herren Manteuffel, Brandenburg, and associates that their own extradition had already been arranged. Following the next revolution, to face the vengeful German people. 72. All this calls to mind the maxim Engels had quoted with approval in 1845, "The oppressed has the right to use all means against his oppressor that the oppressor employs against him." 73. If not a very sophisticated ethical principle, neither was the one appealed to by the counter-revolution. Gegen Demokraten helfen nur Soldaten, against Democrats only soldiers help. Quite legitimately Engels pointed out as early as September 1848 that, from Paris to Prague and from Lombardy to Posen, the conservative armed forces had shed more blood in 4 months than 1793 and 1794 combined. 74. Finally, all the passages predict Red Terror by a victorious populace at some time in the future but call for no terroristic acts in the present. It is highly significant that the same final number of the Neue Reichszeitung which contained the red-inked promise of terror without excuses also contained a red-inked caution against violence in the here and now. Finally, we warn you workers against any putsch in Cologne. 711. As we will see in a moment, this was no isolated appeal for restraint. In their proper context, then, the terror passages reveal themselves as what they really were: impotent cries of rage against the brutal repression of the counter-revolution, threats and visions of retributive justice in the hereafter, curses such as the weak and helpless have always uttered against the unjust acts of the mighty. Even as visions of revenge they seem fairly pale next to their historical analogues, which like the revelation of St. John the Divine generally tend to linger sadistically over the physical details of retribution. While the terror passages may offer some insight into Marx and Engels' psychological capability to withstand defeats, they give a seriously misleading picture of their actual policies in Cologne. These policies would appear to be drawn far more from Engels' other 1845 maxim, that the duty of communists is to reduce revolutionary violence to the unavoidable minimum. 76. As against the 4 invocations of future terror, Marx and Engels issued during the same year no fewer than 9 warnings against putschism in the here and now. Already on June 11, when rumors of a Blanquist-style insurrection during the approaching Whitsuntide prompted the reinforcement of the Cologne garrison, Engels feared the military authorities would impose martial law and disarm the entire citizenry, as they had already done in Mainz and Trier. He wrote, "We warn the Cologne workers earnestly against this reactionary plan. We ask them urgently not to give the slightest pretext to the old Prussian party to place Cologne under the despotism of martial law. We ask them to let the Whitsuntide pass with especially complete tranquility and thereby foil the entire plan of the reactionaries." 77. If Engels had private knowledge of insurrectionary plans, he could scarcely have chosen a more effective argument to combat them. A second warning against putschism came on July 4 when local authorities arrested the popular Dr. Gottschalk for having publicly urged the introduction of a republic. 78. The most serious crisis came in September, when the appointment of a new, more conservative ministry in Berlin coincided with an uprising in Frankfurt. The tension in Cologne produced arrests on one side, barricade building on the other, and finally the proclamation of martial law with further arrests, prohibitions, and the temporary suppression of the Neue Reichszeitung. On the critical day, September 25, Marx moved from meeting to meeting, urging his listeners not to be provoked to violence. 79. In the wake of his resistance to the November counter-revolution, Marx himself was arrested, yet he signed another appeal in the Neue Reichszeitung to avoid violence. A fifth warning came on March 14, 1849, during what Marx judged to be deliberate provocations by the government. 81. The last major stroke by the counter-revolution began early in May, when the Prussian king dramatically refused the imperial crown offered him by the Frankfurt Assembly and at the same time dissolved the freshly elected legislature in Berlin. In various parts of Germany protests led to a last round of extended fighting. The lack of any serious violence in Cologne at this time may not be entirely unconnected to the 3 separate warnings Engels printed on May 4, 6, and 8 against such hopeless uprisings. 82. We have already noted the final red-inked admonishment of May 19 when the Neue Reichszeitung itself was suppressed. It would seem Marx and Engels were not easily provoked. Thus, whatever the violence of their dreams of future retribution, when real lives were at stake in Cologne, the two men showed a restraint and tactical cautiousness that would surely scandalize some of their present-day admirers. Indeed, between the excess of revolutionary talk and the paucity of revolutionary deeds, one might be tempted to conclude that Marx and Engels were merely radical windbags with no stomach for the real thing. But this would be a mistaken conclusion too, for on one notable occasion Marx did not call for restraint. The occasion was the November counter-revolution of 1848. Marx's behavior in the counter-evolution. Marx will appear alone in this section because his partner was temporarily hors de combat. During the September crisis, when martial law was imposed in Cologne, Engels found himself obliged to flee to avoid arrest. He journeyed through eastern France to Switzerland, where he hibernated until it seemed safe to return to the city, in January 1849. The September crisis itself marked the beginning of conservative recovery in Berlin, and at first Marx thought the moment of the counter-revolution might be at hand. The crisis began as a conflict between the liberal ministry of David Hansemann and the pale democratic majority of the Prussian Assembly. The Assembly had censured the cabinet for its failure to curb repeated and violent assaults by units of the regular army on various local citizens' militias. In September, the Hansemann cabinet resigned in protest, giving the monarch the opportunity to make a fresh appointment of ministers. As Marx read the situation, the bankruptcy of hesitant liberalism left Frederick William two alternatives: either he could give in to the Assembly majority by appointing a cabinet led by pale Democrats, or he could defy the Assembly with a reactionary cabinet of his own favorites. Either a Waldeck government, recognition of the authority of the German National Assembly in Frankfurt and recognition of popular sovereignty, or a Radauitzwand government, dissolution of the Berlin Assembly, abolition of the revolutionary gains, a sham constitutionalism, or even the United Provincial Diet. Marx urged the Assembly to insist on its sovereign power, but at all costs not to let itself be dissolved. Even the official theory allowed that the king and the Assembly shared constituent authority, that they were equal partners. If the Assembly and the Crown have equal rights, then the Crown has no right to dissolve the Assembly. Otherwise, to be consistent, the Assembly would also have the right to depose the king. The dissolution of the Assembly would therefore be a coup d'état. And how people reply to a coup d'état was demonstrated on July 29, 1830, and February 24, 1848. If the Assembly wins and succeeds in setting up a left ministry, then the power of the Crown existing alongside the Assembly is broken, then the king is merely a paid servant of the people, and we return again to the morning of March 19. 83. What is interesting in this important September article is that Marx still did not go essentially beyond the bourgeois revolution. While promising popular insurrection as the necessary response to any attempted royal coup, he was still quite willing to countenance a peace. Full forward movement that did not go beyond parliamentary control of a monarchical government, one in which the king would be merely a paid servant of the people. He did not call for the overthrow or defiance of the liberal Frankfurt Assembly, but on the contrary expected a Waldeck ministry to recognize its authority and thus help in the creation of an effective government at the national level. As events unfolded, Frederick William put off the showdown by appointing a dark horse prime minister, a conservative but conciliatory general, and the counter-revolution was delayed for another 6 weeks. Finally, taking courage from the example of his brother despot in Austria, the Prussian monarch marched his loyal troops back into the capital city without resistance, appointed a thoroughly reactionary cabinet under Count Friedrich Wilhelm von Brandenburg, prorogued the Prussian Assembly at bayonet point, proclaimed martial law in Berlin, dissolved the citizens' militia, closed all political clubs, reimposed censorship, etc. In early November the counter-revolution descended unambiguously over Prussian soil. Marx's response was instantaneous. He helped organize a general campaign of tax refusal and immediate preparations for a popular insurrection to overthrow the new government. No sooner had the king appointed the new cabinet and prorogued the assembly than the Neue Reichszeitung declared these acts to constitute an illegal coup d'état and called for the new government to be starved into surrender. And how can one starve it into surrender? By refusing to pay taxes. No taxes are due to a government that commits high treason. 84. 3 days later, on November 15, the Berlin Assembly met in open defiance of its prorogation and voted the same response, giving legal sanction if one still recognized the authority of the Assembly to the tax refusal campaign. For the next month the Neue Reinigungszeitung carried the exhortation Kannst du earn mehr. No more taxes, in huge letters on its masthead, while Marx played a key role in organizing both the local and regional, Rhine province, tax refusal campaigns. At first he even tried to involve the bourgeois liberals, but when this failed he continued to make special efforts to reach rural areas and enlist the peasant support that would be crucial to success. 85. Marx did not, however, contemplate a merely passive resistance. He fully expected that government efforts to collect taxes would lead to bloody clashes and then general insurrection. Even his initial call for tax refusal included the following additional appeal: "It is the duty of the Rhineland to hasten to the assistance of the Berlin National Assembly with men and weapons." 86. Then, on November 18, the Rhenish District Committee of Democrats, of which Marx was a leading member, issued an appeal for all democratic associations to have 3 immediate measures taken in every locality. 1. Since the Prussian National Assembly itself has ruled that taxes are not to be paid, their forcible collection must be resisted everywhere and in every way. 2. In order to repulse the enemy the local militia Landsturm must be organized everywhere, and 3. Government officials who refuse to acknowledge the authority of the Assembly should be watched over by committees of public safety, and similarly recalcitrant local councils should be replaced through universal popular elections. 87. Marx himself took part in the Cologne Committee set up in accordance with the third measure and called for the ouster of the city council when it refused to endorse tax refusal. His own demands would have gone even further. Appointed government officials who refused allegiance to the Assembly should not merely be watched over but ousted and declared traitors, their duties to be assumed by the provisional committees of public safety, whose orders alone are to be regarded as legally binding. H.S. That Marx understood all this as an open call for revolution is evident from the letter he sent Engels a few days later. "Our paper is agitating constantly with the call for insurrection emute but circumnavigates the penal code in spite of all subpoenas. It is presently very much in vogue. We also put out placards every day." La Revolution, March 89. The placards had to do with Marx's efforts to help organize the local militia and win over the regular garrison soldiers. Through placards and other means, the regulars were invited to fraternize with the militiamen and not allow themselves to be used against the populace. This effort did not have much success, nor could arms be obtained for the irregular forces, which left the garrison commander firmly in control of the city throughout the crisis. 90. Despite Marx's confident letter to Engels, the revolution did not march. In fact, it did not materialize at all. Because of his signature on the November 18 appeal, Marx was himself arrested on November 20 and eventually tried by jury in February 1849 on the charge of incitement to rebellion. In his long and brilliantly conceived defense speech, Marx did not deny the charge but boldly cried, "Tu quoque, I do not understand how he the public prosecutor dares to invoke against us laws which the Crown itself has trampled in the dirt. If the Crown makes a counter-revolution, the people has the right to reply with a revolution. This was our right and our duty." 91. The attempted resistance of November 1848 proved to be the only insurrection Marx ever personally tried to call forth during his entire life, and his action would appear to fall safely within the limits accepted in the democratic tradition. At least the Cologne jury thought so. Not only did it find Marx innocent, but it gave him a special vote of thanks for his informative remarks. 92. It should be emphasized that Marx had tried to evoke the widest possible popular resistance rather than terrorist violence by a disciplined minority. The appeal of November 18 had called for the replacement of local councils by popular election, not by any self-appointed radical dictators. Marx even acted to restrain the more impetuous elements in the Cologne/Yorkers society, insisting on the need for combined action with the Democrats. 93 And when the tax refusal campaign failed to catch hold, and armed revolution failed to materialize, Marx did not attempt any measures of violent despair but went grimly back to his editorial desk at the Neue Rheinischen, exchanging the sword once more for the pen. After the successive victories of the counter-revolution, Marx wrote on November 30, nothing remained for Democrats but to retreat as honorably as possible and to defend foot by foot, in the press, in public meetings, and in parliaments, the terrain that can no longer be held. 94 Even in this crushing defeat, Marx did not attempt a policy of minority terrorism. Whatever dreams he may have had of popular vengeance in the future, he did not claim any right to take revenge himself in the present. Initially Marx had seen signs that the counter-revolution would drive the bourgeoisie once more into the arms of the revolution, into the arms of the people. 95 A last ember of hope for the classic bourgeois revolution in Germany. But that ember soon died. With a few mild protests the bourgeois liberals quickly settled down to accept the royal coup, many seemingly grateful that the authorities would now deal with the threat of anarchy from the left. The liberal majority of the Frankfurt National Assembly even went so far as to declare null and void the tax refusal decree of its sister assembly in Berlin. More than anything else, this act snapped Marx's critical support of the bourgeois revolution. Stormily he announced that this declaration actually has nullified the Frankfurt Parliament. We therefore declare that the German Parliament is guilty of high treason. Nay, we do it too much honor, we impute to it a political importance which it has long since lost. The severest judgment has already been passed upon it, disregard of its rulings and total oblivion. 96. 2 weeks later Marx summed up the entire development in Germany since the March Revolution in his noted article, The Bourgeoisie and the Counter-Revolution, and drew some crucially important conclusions from the failure of the bourgeois revolution. The German bourgeoisie developed so sluggishly, timidly, and slowly that at the moment when it menacingly confronted feudalism and absolutism, it saw menacingly pitted against itself the proletariat and all sections of the middle class whose interests and ideas were related to those of the proletariat. From the first it was inclined to betray the people and to compromise with the crowned representatives of the old society. The French bourgeoisie began by emancipating the peasants. Together with the peasants it conquered Europe. The Prussian bourgeoisie was so preoccupied with its most narrow, immediate interests that it foolishly lost even this ally and turned it into a tool of the feudal counter-revolutionaries. The history of the Prussian middle class, and that of the German middle class in general between March and December shows that a purely middle-class revolution and the establishment of bourgeois rule in the form of a constitutional monarchy is impossible in Germany, and that the only alternatives are either a feudal absolutist counter-revolution or a social republican revolution. 91. With this final abandonment of the bourgeois revolution, with this first open and direct call for a social republic, Marx inaugurated a new, more radical phase in his strategy for revolution in Germany. Up until now, if his words were sometimes violent, his actual policies showed considerable restraint, with no inclination to call forth the immediate minority revolution of the proletariat that seems implicit in the concluding paragraphs of the Communist Manifesto. Whether in the bitterness of defeat he would now pull out all the stops is the question that must occupy us in the following chapter. In the period between December 1848 and August 1850, the policies of Marx and Engels became more extreme than ever before or after, and the two men appeared unambiguously to have embraced at least temporarily the central doctrines of totalitarian democracy. While still in Germany, in the period after the counter-revolution, their political strategy began from the premise that the bourgeois revolution had failed. The bourgeoisie itself now stood on the side of reaction and was no longer politically progressive. In effect, the two men moved to the second phase of their class alliance strategy without the first phases ever having been completed. In itself this constituted a radical innovation which logically implied the possibility of leaping over an entire period of historical development. Then in April 1849, Marx and Engels dramatically broke with the Pale Democrats, attacking their old allies more and more stridently and emphasizing the need for independent proletarian organization. Skipping stages seemed to require a conscious minority revolution, with all its consequences. After being driven into exile again in the summer of 1849, Marx and Engels pushed this strategy to even further extremes and apparently applied it to France as well. They began for the first time to use the phrase permanent revolution. They called more specifically than ever before for a policy of terrorism. They undertook a united front with the French Blanquists in a super-secret society, and they began also for the first time to demand a dictatorship of the proletariat. It would appear that defeat and exile had warped their perspective in a way no one has analyzed more succinctly than Marx himself in an 1875 recollection. The violent suppression of a revolution leaves a powerful imprint upon the minds of those involved, especially if they are torn away from their homes and cast into exile. So that even people with steady personalities may lose their heads for a longer or shorter period. They can no longer keep pace with the march of events. They refuse to admit that history has changed direction. Hence the playing around with conspiracies and revolutions which compromises the cause they are serving no less than themselves. 1. Of course Marx did not think he was describing himself, but many later scholars have drawn such a conclusion. 2. Postponing the question of proletarian dictatorship until Chapter 9, let us examine the other issues as they arise chronologically. German strategy in 1849. The roots of Marx and Engels' new German strategy extend back to June 1848. Up until that time, as we have seen, the two men anticipated a period of bourgeois rule in Germany that would last at least several years. The development of communism would assume its slowest pace there because of the country's backwardness. In early June they had even warned against the temptation to confuse the starting point of the struggle and of the revolutionary movement with the goal 3, but the apparent inability of the German bourgeoisie to push its half-revolution of March through to a conclusion, combined with the bloody June setback of the general European revolution in Paris and Prague, led Marx and Engels to contemplate an acceleration of their strategic timetable. 4. They began looking about for signs and instrumentalities of radicalization, hoping that a fresh revolutionary wave might save Germany from an otherwise inevitable relapse into despotism. With the model of the Great French Revolution never far from their consciousness, the two men first thought they had discovered an answer in external conflict. In 1792 to 1794, war against the conservative monarchies of Europe had driven revolutionary France progressively to the left, partly because reactionary elements at home tended to side with the invading enemies, making defeat tantamount to counter-revolution, and thus faint-heartedness tantamount to treason. More and more extreme measures seemed to be called for in an effort to mobilize the nation's utmost war potential and save both the country and the revolution. And so in 1848, a war against the remaining bastion of reaction, Tsarist Russia, might have a parallel radicalizing effect on Western Europe, especially on Germany. From the beginning of the revolution, Marx and Engels anticipated what actually transpired in 1849, that Russia would intervene militarily against the revolutionaries on her western flank. Increasingly after the June days, the two men saw such an intervention as a positive opportunity. If the Russians rush in from the east to aid the Prussian dynasty, the French will rush in from the west to aid the German people. The Germans will ally themselves with the French and, united with them, wage a war of the West against the East, of civilization against barbarism, of republic against autocracy. Here was the first veiled suggestion that war might produce a republic in Germany. By mid-July the two men had grown absolutely rhapsodic about the energizing effects of a war against Tsarism, whose byproducts would naturally include the liberation of Poland. Only war with Russia is a war of revolutionary Germany, a war which can wash away the sins of the past, in which Germany can gain its manhood, in which it can defeat its own autocrats, and as befits a people shaking off the chains of a long ignoble slavery promote the cause of civilization by the sacrifice of its sons, and free itself at home by liberating abroad. 6. In such an ennobling conflict, one that was deemed inevitable in any event, Marx and Engels did not appear at all fussy about which side fired the first shot. Certainly they exhibited a degree of bellicosity during this period that cannot be found in their other writings, either before or after. 7. While the call for a 1793 style war against Russia continued throughout the next several months, by September 1848 a second possible radicalizing agency had turned up the prospect of a new revolution in France. A little later we will examine Marx and Engels' perceptions of the French scene in some detail, for now suffice it to say that the June violence was followed by progressive infringements on basic civil rights that ultimately left the Republic, in their eyes, little more than a hollow shell, particularly as far as the workers were concerned. The entrenched bourgeois government seemed prepared to jettison even universal suffrage, and thus was not likely to let itself be voted out of power. Its increasing unpopularity raised the likelihood, however, of a new upheaval in which the alliance of majority classes could start afresh, making good the errors of February by combining democratic political structures with an effective program of social reform and controls over the capitalist system. Essentially it was the intermediate revolution in a second, improved edition, with its political goal now labeled a democratic social republic to distinguish it from the existing martial law republic of the bourgeoisie. Such a popular resurgence in France would have a catalytic effect on the rest of Europe, or so it seemed to Engels. Before reaction can be destroyed in Italy and Germany, it must be rooted in France. A democratic social republic must first be proclaimed in France, and the French proletariat must first subjugate its bourgeoisie, before a lasting democratic victory is conceivable in Italy, Germany, Poland, Hungary, and other countries. 8. Thus, by the time the November counter-revolution had snuffed out Marx and Engels' last hopes for a successful bourgeois revolution in Germany, the two men were ready with an alternative strategy for a more radical revolution, sparked by one either war with Russia or a new French rising, or both. So it was that Marx's above-quoted article, The Bourgeoisie and the Counter-Revolution, ended with the appeal for a social republican revolution. And the Neue Renaissance greeted the new year with the stinging declaration, the Table of Coney. Tense for 1849 reads, Revolutionary Rising of the French Working Class, World War IX. The shrillness of this greeting should not obscure the basic socio-political assumptions of the new strategy for Germany. In essence, Marx and Engels moved back, or forward, to the 17 demands, which had assumed the bourgeois revolution to be over. Politically, it will be remembered, this program called upon the majority classes, the peasants, urban petty bourgeois, and workers to create a democratic republic, and what the Neue Renaissance now openly reiterated after November was exactly the same demand for a jointly created democratic republic. 10. Nowhere in its pages can one find any call for independent proletarian revolution or dictatorship. On the contrary, united action with the Pale Democrats acquired even greater relevance, as Marx and Engels made clear by their support of the candidates put up by the Cologne Democratic Society in the Prussian elections of January 1849. Special exertions were required to counter the inclination of Gottschalk's followers within the Cologne Workers' Society to put up their own independent candidate. Marx urged them to realize that such a move would only divide the opposition vote and allow our common enemy, the absolute monarchy, to triumph. For the moment it was not necessary to advance working-class candidates, plain Democrats, even liberals, would be sufficient if they opposed the present regime. 11. This argument succeeded in winning the Society's endorsement of the Democratic candidates, while on the other side Marx went so far as to publish an article openly asking for the support of the bourgeois liberals. 1. The tactic seemed vindicated when the candidates made a clean sweep in Cologne, and democratic forces emerged with greater electoral strength all across the country. Jubilantly Marx proclaimed that the petty bourgeoisie, peasants, and proletarians have emancipated themselves from the big bourgeoisie, the high nobility, and the high bureaucracy. Can the petty bourgeois and peasants, and especially the proletarians, find a better form of government to represent their interests than the democratic republic? Are not these classes precisely the most radical, the most democratic, in the entire society? 13. It would seem obvious that Marx and Engels' abandonment of the bourgeois revolution did not involve an abandonment of democratic demands or democratic values. Before the election results were known, Marx had published some unusually revealing thoughts on the subject of universal suffrage, as he criticized a rival newspaper for its naive belief in such a thing as the will of the entire people. For the National Zeitung there exists one will of the entire people, which is not the sum of contradictory wills but a united and fixed will. How is that? That is the will of the majority. And what is the will of the majority? It is the will which emerges out of the interests, life situation, and conditions of existence of the majority. In order to have one and the same will, the members of the majority must therefore have the same interests, the same life situation, the same conditions of existence, or must be temporarily linked together in their interests, their life situation, their conditions of existence. In plain words, the will of the people, the will of the majority, is not the will of separate estates and classes but of one single class, and of those classes and fragments of classes that are socially i.e., industrially and commercially subordinated to this ruling class. What should we say to that? Is the will of the entire people the will of the ruling class? Exactly, and universal suffrage is precisely the compass needle which, perhaps after various deviations, finally points to the class that is called to rule. He concluded with the confident prediction, "Wait just a little while and the people will rise up and fell." The counter-revolution with one mighty blow. 14. Within the lingering Hegelian structures of his thought, Marx conceived that each successive class was called to rule and to emancipate mankind in some degree. During each period of emancipation, history awarded majority support, as it were, to this ruling class, because the masses would perceive the leadership of the chosen group genuinely to advance the interests of the whole society. So it had been in proper bourgeois revolutions, when the masses had provided the muscle for the bourgeoisie in its struggle to break out from the fetters of feudalism. So it would be again when the proletariat was called upon to play its ultimate emancipatory role, but not, perhaps, before the compass needle of universal suffrage registered various deviations. Among these, Marx must have had freshly in mind the discouraging peasant landslide of a few weeks before that had swept Louis Napoleon Bonaparte into power as President of France. And he also seemed to anticipate that the successful creation of a republic in Germany would dissolve the tripartite class alliance, leaving the more radical proletarian minority at first in opposition to a pale democratic government representing the petty bourgeois and peasant majority. He implied as much when differentiating himself politically from one of the leading petty bourgeois Democrats. Friedrich Hecker might be a good tricolor Republican. The real opposition of the Neue Rheinische will first begin in the tricolor Republic. Hi. What is important is Marx's confidence that, despite any preliminary deviations, the lower middle classes or whatever fragments thereof might still exist would eventually swing to support the proletarian cause. Here one can still perceive that fundamental and decidedly unblanquist faith in universal suffrage, a faith in the capacity of the masses to learn from their own mistaken deviations, that was so visible in Marx and Engels' writings during the innocent days before 1848. Bypassing the bourgeois revolution meant essentially that the alliance of the majority classes would have to carry out the central political tasks left undone by the weak and fearful German bourgeoisie. The destruction of absolutism and the remnants of feudalism, and the creation of a modern unified nation-state. Marx and Engels did not imagine that capitalism itself as an economic system could be bypassed. It would now develop, to be sure, under certain popular restraints and controls as suggested in the 17 Demands, but nothing they wrote in this period hints at any immediate introduction of communism. On the contrary, Marx's election appeal of January 1849 warned in the following noteworthy terms against the program of guild revival that was the siren song of the counter-revolution. We are certainly the last people to desire the rule of the bourgeoisie. But we say to the workers and the petty bourgeois, it is better to suffer in the contemporary bourgeois society, whose industry creates the means for the foundation of a new society that will liberate you all, than to revert to a bygone society, which, on the pretext of saving your classes, thrusts the entire nation back into medieval barbarism. 10. Thus Marx contemplated skipping historical stages only in the limited sense that others would accomplish the political tasks of the bourgeois revolution. In the more profound sense, there could be no skipping the period of bourgeois-sponsored industrial development that was required to lay the necessary material and social foundation for the communist society. To the threatened artisans, Marx seemed to be saying, the purgatory of modernization must be endured. There is no emergency exit. Patience. This was not welcome counsel. Gottschalk probably articulated the sentiments of many radicalized artisans when he lashed out at Marx's appeal. We do not know what will become of our revolution. For us there are, apart from the possibility presented by you as necessary, the rule of the bourgeoisie, still other possibilities, for example, a new revolution, a permanent revolution. For us, the party of the revolutionary proletariat who know no middle ground, there is no fear least of all of a throwback into medieval barbarism. For you such a fear exists. Naturally. You have never been serious about the emancipation of the repressed. The misery of the worker, the hunger of the poor has for you only a scientific, a doctrinaire interest. You do not believe in the revolt of the working people, whose rising flood begins already to prepare the destruction of capital. You do not believe in the permanence of the revolution, you do not even believe in the capacity for revolution. How odd to find Marx in his most radical period accused of not believing in the permanent revolution. And yet if the phrase is used in Gottschalk's sense to mean a continuous revolution aimed at the more or less immediate introduction of communism, then the accusation is warranted. The artisans for whom Gottschalk spoke did not seem tempted by the siren song of medievalism, but neither did they propose to suffer in the contemporary bourgeois society. They wanted communism now, and the slogan permanent revolution came to express that impatient desire, as we will see presently. We may turn next to the apparent rupture of the United Front in April 1849. From the January election campaign down through March there had been close collaboration between Red and Pale Democrats in Cologne, 18, but on April 14 Marx and three other radicals dramatically published their resignation from the Rhenish District Committee of Democrats, asserting that it was too heterogeneous in composition and that henceforth they would devote their energies to a closer union of the workers' societies. 19. Most scholars have concluded from this action that Marx no longer desired a united front, that he now sought independent organization and action by the proletariat alone. 20. Such a policy would seem to imply minority revolution and dictatorship, but let us see. It is certainly true that Marx became more and more involved in working-class activities as the revolutionary year progressed. We saw that with the dissolution of the Communist League, he initially chose to join the petty bourgeois Cologne Democratic Society, ignoring the Cologne Workers' Society dominated by his rival, Gottschalk. The latter group became linked to the Pale Democrats, however, through participation in the Rhenish District Committee of Democrats, of which Marx was a leading member. While Marx maintained these organizational commitments, the two artisan veterans of the League, Schapper and Moll, chose to join the Workers' Society, where they gradually won support for Marx's views. When Gottschalk was imprisoned in July, Moll was elected to take his place as temporary president. And when Moll was obliged to flee in the wake of the September crisis, Marx himself was elected to the post, which he agreed to accept only provisionally until the release of Dr. Gottschalk, because of the burden of his newspaper work. 21. Even this newspaper work took on a more proletarian cast as Marx began, after the counter-revolution, to distinguish working-class interests from those of the bourgeoisie, most notably in his April series, Wage Labor and Capital. 22. Marx's progressively rising commitment to the workers' cause, independent of the United Front, culminated in the April resignation decision, which may also have reflected pressure from rank-and-file members of the Workers' Society, where the United Front had become less and less popular. 3. But the immediate and express reason for the decision was the prospect of creating a mass workers' party at the national level. This project, begun earlier in the revolutionary year by Stefan Born with only partial success, was given fresh impetus in January at a Heidelberg Congress of Workers' Societies, where a rival group decided to link up with Born's organization. This resulted in the call for an all-German Congress of Workers' Societies to be held at Leipzig in the spring for the purpose of launching, in effect, a nationwide workers' party. 24. Needless to say, Marx welcomed these developments and wanted the Cologne Workers' Society to participate in the projected Congress and affiliate with the new organization. Hitherto, the Cologne group had supralocal ties only to the regional and national organizations of the Pale Democrats, since no socialist or working-class organization had existed at these higher levels. The first step was obviously to dissolve the old links to the regional and national democratic organizations, which the Cologne Workers' Society did on April 16, following Marx's example 2 days earlier. 25. The second step was to create a regional organization of workers' societies for Rhineland-Westphalia. To this end the Cologne group invited all workers' societies in the 2 provinces which adhere resolutely to the principles of a social democracy to send delegates to a regional congress in Cologne on May 6, as a preliminary to the National Leipzig Congress. 26. The Cologne gathering was held just as the last act of the revolutionary year began and, with the complete repression that followed, no national congress could be attempted. Marx's April resignation really indicated a move to strengthen the Red Democrats' position within the United Front, not to rupture the front itself. Until then, proletarian weakness had made it necessary, in his opinion, for local workers' societies to affiliate at the regional and national levels in the organization of their more powerful alliance partner. Now they were strong enough to maintain their own independent organization, a nationwide workers' party. But there was nothing to prevent such a party from collaborating, as before, in united front actions with the Pale Democrats. 7. The subsequent policy of the Cologne Workers' Society showed no abrupt change in this respect. 2 weeks after its alleged rupture, the society passed a resolution censuring its former president, Gottschalk, for having among other things slandered the Democratic Society candidate, Franz Ravos, during the recent electoral campaign, and for having identified Marx unjustly with Ravos's political views when Marx was in fact only recommending that Red and Pale Democrats had to unite together against the howlers of the right. 28. Neither did the rupture prevent the Neue Rheinische from continuing to publish Wilhelm Wolff's long series of articles which analyzed agrarian injustices in a major effort to attract peasant supporters. 29. But the most convincing evidence that Marx and Engels had not abandoned the United Front policy can be found in their behavior during the final spasm of revolutionary violence in Germany. In April 1849, the Frankfurt Assembly at long last completed work on the national constitution and presented it to the Prussian monarch, Frederick William IV, with the invitation to become German emperor, ceremonial head of the new national government. After his famous arrogant refusal to accept a crown from the gutter, the more resolute Democrats attempted to force him and the other German princes, by means of parliamentary pressure, popular demonstrations, and the ultimate threat of violence, to accept the constitution anyway. The princes, led by Frederick William, responded by closing down assemblies, imposing martial law, and generally crushing the remnant forces of revolution in an exercise of overwhelming military force from May through July 1849. Marx and Engels could not enthusiastically encourage this foredoomed and highly paradoxical quasi-revolutionary campaign, undertaken mainly by principled Republicans but aimed at forcing a Prussian monarch, whom all cordially detested, to accept an imperial crown that he did not even want. The two men would give advice to the insurgents, Engels would even fight, but they remained nonetheless somehow aloof and emotionally disengaged. If such an effort were to be made, it should be for more worthy aims. The National Assembly, Engels wrote on May 2, should proclaim civil UAR and if it comes to a decision, a unitary and indivisible German Republic. But he despaired that the Frankfurters would muster such courage. And as violence broke out in the Rhineland during the following days, Engels repeatedly warned the Cologne workers against putsches and provocations. 30. He still believed the Pale Democrats were only playing at revolution. An insurrection in Elberfeld on May 10 finally convinced Engels that developments might turn serious, and he hurried off to the town where he had once attended school. His own ideas on the tactics of insurrection can be found classically expressed in his 1852 resume of these events. Now, insurrection is an art quite as much as war or any other, and subject to certain rules of proceeding, which, when neglected, will produce the ruin of the party neglecting them. Firstly, never play with insurrection unless you are fully prepared to face the consequences of your play. Insurrection is a calculus with very indefinite magnitudes, the value of which may change every day. The forces opposed to you have all the advantage of organization, discipline, and habitual authority. Unless you bring strong odds against them, you are defeated and ruined. Secondly, the insurrectionary career once entered upon, act with the greatest determination, and on the offensive. The defensive is the death of every armed rising, it is lost before it measures itself with its enemies. Surprise your antagonists while their forces are scattering, prepare new successes, however small, but daily, keep up the moral ascendancy which the first successful rising has given to you, rally those vacillating claimants to your side which always follow the strongest impulse, and which always look out for the safer side, force your enemies to a retreat before they can collect their strength against you. In the words of Danton, the greatest master of revolutionary policy yet known, de l'audace, encore de l'audace /31. Engels arrived in Elberfeld to find the insurrection in the hands of a committee of public safety dominated by pale Democrats. Against the committee's inclination merely to defend the town against the inevitable Prussian attack, Engels vainly urged that the insurrectionary career had been entered upon and the only defense was to expand the rising to neighboring areas, to follow Danton's injunction. 32. At the same time he reassured the suspicious committee about his own intentions, declaring that in Elberfeld he wished to occupy himself purely with military matters, and to stand entirely apart from the political character of the movement at hand, since at this time only a black gold movement was possible, and any step against the Reich Constitution must be avoided. 33. Although Engels did occupy himself with purely military matters, he never quelled the anxiety of the committee that he might forgetfully proclaim a Red Republic, and on May 14 it formally requested him to leave the town, in full recognition of his efforts, but because his presence might give rise to misunderstandings as to the character of the movement. 34. Meekly, Engels returned to Cologne, demonstrating thereby a clear desire not to impair relations with the Pale Democrats and not to push the insurrection farther to the left than it would go. With Marx's expulsion from Prussia a few days later and the simultaneous suppression of the Neue Rheinische on May 19, the two men journeyed southward to Frankfurt, where they vainly urged acquaintances in the National Assembly to organize a serious revolutionary offensive by calling upon the sympathetic Badenesse and Palatine armies to march to Frankfurt in support of the Constitution. The whole effort could be saved from disaster only by seizing the military initiative. The Assembly, however, was disposed to remain nonviolent in its pressure. Marx and Engels continued their journey south, offering the same advice to the insurrectionists in Baden and the Palatinate, but the latter were disinclined to think beyond the defense of their own territories. Marx also urged the provisional governments here to abolish outright all remaining manorial burdens on the peasantry as the only way to secure active rural support, but again without success. 35. In all these situations, Marx and Engels pursued the same recognizable policy. They made no attempt whatsoever to call forth independent working-class insurrections aimed directly at achieving communism. They did not try to undermine the Pale Democratic campaign or push it to the left in a political sense, rather they implored all Democrats who would listen to seize the military initiative and press forward, lest the insurrection be doomed, as they feared, by the timidity and defense-mindedness of its own leaders. Finally convinced that the South Germans were in fact doomed, Marx went off to await more promising developments in Paris, while Engels stayed behind in South Germany, not wanting to miss the chance for a bit of military education, and mainly because the Neue Rheinische had to be represented, honoris causa, in the army of Baden and the Palatinate. 36. He served for several weeks as adjutant to August von Willich, commander of one of the more disciplined and formidable volunteer corps, and survived 4 engagements with the Prussian army before his unit was forced across the Swiss frontier. From his experience in this campaign for the Reich Constitution, Engels seems to have drawn 2 principal conclusions. Firstly, he acquired what would be a lifelong respect for real military power, combined with a parallel disdain for barricade romanticism and the kind of disorganized military amateurism he saw around him in the spring of 1849. 37. Secondly, he became convinced that the pale Democrats who had led the campaign, the urban petty bourgeoisie in general, were at least as cowardly and unreliable in a revolution as the liberals of the high bourgeoisie had been. They could not be counted on for much help in the fresh revolutionary struggles that lay just ahead. He summed up these sentiments in his memoir of the campaign. The history of all political movements since 1830 in Germany, as well as in France and England, reveals to us this class, always boastful, full of high affirmations, sometimes even extreme in its phrases as long as no danger is visible, fearful, grudging, holding back as soon as the slightest threat looms up, astounded, apprehensive, vacillating as soon as the movement it has begun is picked up and taken seriously by other classes, betraying the whole movement for the sake of its petty bourgeois existence as soon as there. Thus Engels' confidence in the pale Democrats of the petty bourgeoisie sank to nearly zero as a result of the campaign for the Reich Constitution. As it happened, Marx had a somewhat parallel experience with their French counterparts during these same weeks presently to be reviewed, and both men would consequently exhibit for the next year or so a special distrust of and hostility toward the petty bourgeois Democrats that will help to explain the last, most radical refinements of their class alliance strategy, made during their London exile in the period 1849 to 1850. Revolutionary Illusions of 1850. In August 1849, Marx had been in Paris only 3 months when another governmental expulsion order drove him to London, the city where he was destined to spend the rest of his life. Engels joined him there in November, and the two men busied themselves with refugee relief work, together with the creation of a new monthly, the Neue Rheinische Review. There were several signs that they now took a still more extreme political stand. They rejoined the Communist League and established formal ties with the vanguard of French Blanquists, and they called for permanent revolution, for a dictatorship of the proletariat, and for a policy of deliberate terrorism. Although this ultra-radical period lasted less than a year, until September 1850, it must be scrutinized in some detail because all four apparently totalitarian democratic complications now appear simultaneously together. In hindsight, it is easy to see that the revolutionary wave of 1848 had passed, but in the bitterness of defeat and exile, Marx and Engels could accept this only by positing the existence of a second revolutionary wave directly behind the first. Desperately they grasped at straws, signs that an international war, a new rising in France, an English economic crisis, or some combination of these developments might rekindle the fires of revolution. Scanning the news for their new monthly. In January 1850, Marx and Engels saw hope that Russia might provoke a war with Turkey because of the Porte's refusal to turn over fugitive Hungarian revolutionaries. In their far-fetched scenario, such a conflict would necessarily expand into a European war, with Russia sending troops into Germany to add an energetic coup de grace to the counter-revolution, and thence on to Paris, the ultimate center of the revolution. Britain could scarcely stand aloof at this point, and her economic power would make it possible to strangle the Tsarist regime within 6 months. Once again the two men conjured up the prospect of progressive Western Europe fighting off reactionary Tsarism and revolutionizing itself in the process. 39. With much greater tenacity, they clung to the illusion that a new economic depression stood just around the corner and would catapult first Britain, and then all Europe into new revolutionary storms, just as the depression of 1847 had precipitated the whirlwind of 1848. They predicted confidently that Britain's colossal forces of production would quickly outstrip available world markets, perhaps by spring, at the latest in July or August 1850. Such an economic crisis, Engels asserted 2 months later, would make a revolution in Britain inevitable and would speedily lead to the political and social ascendancy of the proletarians. 41. All wishful thinking, no doubt, but those authorities who would make Blanquists out of Marx and Engels in 1850 have not troubled to look any further into the specifically English dimension of this revolutionary illusion. It shows no trace of conspiracies, vanguards, or dictatorships. Having taken up residence in London, Marx, and especially Engels re-established old ties with Julian Harney, who was just then in the process of displacing the half-reactionary Fergus O'Connor as principal spokesman of the Chartist movement. 42 Although with hindsight we know that Chartism was actually dying, Marx and Engels did not, and they demonstrated by their encouragement of Harney a readiness even in 1850 to support an open mass movement where such was legally possible. Further, when in February the Court of the Exchequer effectively nullified the 10 Hours Act of 1847, Engels argued most interestingly that the workers' efforts to secure this legislation had still not been in vain. The working classes, in this agitation, found a mighty means to get acquainted with each other, to come to a knowledge of their social position and interests, to organize themselves and to know their strength. The working man, who has passed through such an agitation, is no longer the same he was before sick, and the whole working class, after passing through it, is 100 times stronger, more enlightened, and better organized than it was at the outset. It is an agglomeration of mere units, without any knowledge of each other, without any common tie, and now it is a powerful body, conscious of its strength, recognized as the fourth estate, and which will soon be the first. Secondly, the working classes will have learned by experience that no lasting benefit ever can be obtained for them by others, but that they must obtain it themselves by conquering, first of all, political power. They must see now that under no circumstances have they any guarantee for bettering their social position unless by universal suffrage, which would enable them to seat a majority of working men in the House of Commons. 4. 1. In a parallel article for his German readers, Engels spelled out his conclusion even more plainly: the re-establishment of this bill would make sense only under the rule of universal suffrage, and universal suffrage in England, where 2/3 of the inhabitants are industrial proletarians, means the exclusive political rule of the working class, with all the revolutionary changes in social condition that are inseparable from it. 44. The self-education of the masses through their own struggles, a popular revolution that would establish immediate democratic rule by the proletarian majority, full confidence in universal suffrage. This utterly un-Blanquist prescription for revolution in Britain had not changed one iota since Engels first espoused it in 1842. And yet it must be borne in mind as we proceed that these lines were written at exactly the moment when Marx and Engels were establishing their united front with the Blanquists. The final illusion to which Marx and Engels clung in the first months of their exile was more closely related to that united front, their expectation of imminent revolution in France. We have already observed how, ever since September 1848, the two men had counted on a new French rising to reinvigorate the flagging European left. In June 1849, while Engels remained in Germany to represent the Neue Rheinische honoris causa, in the campaign for the Reich Constitution, Marx moved to Paris. He had high hopes for a planned showdown on June 13, in which the French left decided to challenge the constitutionality of Napoleon's use of French troops to suppress Mazzini's Republic in Rome and to back up their parliamentary assault with massive street demonstrations. 45. The showdown turned into something of a fiasco, which Marx did not hesitate to blame on the pusillanimity of the petty bourgeois Democrats who had organized it, echoing Engels' sentiments concerning their South German counterparts. But neither this disappointment nor his subsequent expulsion from France could shake Marx's confidence that a major revolution was due there. He developed his analysis of the French situation at length in the masterful Class Struggles in France, written during 1850 for serial publication in the Neue Rheinische Review. 46. In Class Struggles, Marx depicted the history of France since June 1848 as a series of defeats, a kind of permanent counter-revolution, in which real political power wound up in the hands of the same high financial bourgeoisie that had ruled under the July monarchy with its land-downing allies. 47. Despite its outwardly republican form, the regime had become increasingly authoritarian, Its repeated curtailments of the right of association culminated in the complete prohibition of political clubs in March 1849, its growing infringements on the freedom of the press similarly climaxed in the crippling press law of May 1850, and a president with the ominous name Napoleon was granted special state of siege, martial law, powers that permitted outright physical force to be used almost without check. 48 Even universal suffrage itself, capstone of the Republican Constitution, survived only so long as it produced safe conservative majorities. After the threatening leftist victories in the March 1850 by-elections, it too was thrown aside as the government reverted to property qualifications and undisguised class rule. By this action the bourgeoisie openly confessed, according to Marx, "Our dictatorship has hitherto existed by the will of the people, it must now be consolidated against the will of the people." 49. A government which thus obliterated the most elementary political rights obviously could not be voted out of power, it had to be overthrown. In class struggles, needless to say, the proletariat moved to center stage as the principal agent of this impending overthrow, the most resolute enemy of Napoleon's sham republic. Recovering from the disastrous defeat of June 1848, the radical workers had put forth François Vincent Raspail as their presidential candidate in December. Although his vote was insignificant in the Napoleonic landslide, this electoral effort represented for Marx the first act by which the proletariat, as an independent political party, declared its separation from the Democratic Party. It compared with Marx's roughly parallel separation in Cologne in April 1849. The widening political repression, however, forced the workers' underground into secret societies, which grew in extent and intensity in the same degree that the public clubs became impossible. And the secret societies were generally Blanquist in inspiration, led by his lieutenants to be sure, since Ellenfirm himself was again languishing in solitary confinement. Thus Marx concluded: the proletariat rallies more and more round revolutionary socialism, round communism, for which the bourgeoisie has itself invented the name of blanking. This socialism is the declaration of the permanence of the revolution, the class dictatorship of the proletariat as the necessary transit point to the abolition of class distinctions generally. 50. The movement of the most militant French workers into Blanquist secret societies in 1849 to 1850 goes a long way to explain Marx's desire for a united front, as it does his very first use here of the term dictatorship of the proletariat, to be examined in detail in Chapter 9. Marx had established contacts with these societies during his 3-month stay in Paris in 1849 and developed even closer contacts thereafter with exiled Blanquist leaders in London, as we will see shortly. For now, we need only observe that Marx's desire to work with the Blanquists did not lead him to endorse their prescription for minority revolution and educational dictatorship in France. Class struggles declared that at the outset of the February Revolution the relatively small French proletariat was still incapable of accomplishing its own revolution. Provoked to violence in the June days, its premature struggle was doomed, its immediate, avowed needs did not drive it to engage in a fight for the forcible overthrow of the bourgeoisie, nor was it equal to this task. The following spring, the proletariat was not yet enabled through the development of the remaining classes to seize the revolutionary dictatorship, and thus it would have been folly for the workers to have attempted an independent rising during the June 13 challenge to Napoleon, to repeat uselessly the June days of 1848. In diametric opposition to Blanquy's ideas, Marx observed that the French proletariat, at the moment of a revolution, possesses in Paris actual power and influence which spur it on to a drive beyond its means, italics added. 52. By contrast, he re-emphasized the need to await the political maturation of the majority classes, to find provincial support for the leadership of radical Paris. The French workers could not take a step forward, could not touch a hair of the bourgeois order, until the course of the revolution had aroused the mass of the nation, peasants and petty bourgeois, standing between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie, against this order, against the rule of capital, and had forced it to attach itself to the proletarians as their protagonists. 53. The French peasants, who comprised 2/3 of the population by Marx's own reckoning, and the urban petty bourgeois had both supported the initial February Revolution of 1848. Then, needlessly alienated by the provisional government's imposition of new taxes, they had voted for relatively conservative candidates in the April 1848 National Assembly elections, giving the first impulse to the permanent counter-revolution. The political immaturity, not to say gullibility, of these same classes produced the overwhelming vote for Louis Napoleon in the December presidential election, and then for a preponderance of royalist deputies in the May 1849 Assembly elections. 54 But Marx's response to these repeated evidences of mass immaturity was not to call for educational dictatorship by an enlightened elite, rather he pointed to the pressure of circumstances through which he expected the masses to educate themselves. This pressure of circumstances included not only the increasingly heavy political repression which deprived the masses of their hard-won rights, but also the short-sighted economic policies of a callous bourgeois government. Shopkeepers and other urban petty bourgeois were seriously affected when the moratorium on debt and rent collection, in force since the February Revolution, was lifted. Peasants were especially antagonized by the restoration of the wine tax. Moreover, the natural processes of capitalist development drove these classes more and more to the wall, as was particularly visible in the case of the peasant majority, whose recurrently subdivided plots were falling ever more hopelessly into debt, mortgaged in the banks owned by the bourgeoisie. Thus, Marx concluded, the individual capitalists exploit the individual peasants through mortgages and usury, the capitalist class exploits the peasant class through state taxes. The peasant's title to property is the talisman by which capital held him hitherto under its spell, the pretext under which it set him against the industrial proletariat. Only the fall of capital can raise the peasant, only an anti-capitalist, a proletarian government can break his economic misery, his social degradation. The constitutional republic is the dictatorship of his united exploiters, the social democratic, the Red Republic, is the dictatorship of his allies. And the scale rises or falls, according to the votes that the peasant casts into the ballot box. He himself has to decide his fate. Most understandable was the language of the actual experience that the peasant class had gained from the use of the suffrage, were the disillusionments overwhelming him, blow upon blow, with revolutionary speed. Revolutions are the locomotives of history. 55. This radicalization of the lower middle classes, their self-education as Marx would see it, had already manifested itself in the assembly elections of May 1849, which despite their monarchist majority also produced a substantially larger left opposition than the 1848 elections. Since then a December by-election had returned A.M. Montagnard from the traditionally reactionary rural déperoutement du card, and most significantly, Social Democratic candidates swept several by-elections in March 1850. 56 The latter election had evoked the liquidation of universal suffrage. Thus, notwithstanding the imposing might of the counter-revolution, class struggles remained optimistic. Little by little we have seen peasants, petty bourgeois, the middle classes in general, stepping alongside the proletariat, driven into open antagonism to the official republic and treated by it as antagonists. Revolt against bourgeois dictatorship, need of a change of society, adherence to democratic republican institutions as organs of their movement, grouping round the proletariat as the decisive revolutionary these are the common characteristics of the so-called Party of Social Democracy, the Party of the Red Republic. 51. From all this it is evident that despite his new ties to the Blanquists and his rhetoric of permanent revolution and dictatorship, Marx's strategy for revolution in France really had not changed very much. He nowhere talked of any conspiratorial seizure of power or postponement of elections. He simply updated the same old vision of popular revolution by the alliance of majority classes aimed at the creation of a democratic republic, now dubbed Social Democratic or Red to distinguish it from the martial law Republic of Napoleon. He stressed that the popular movement adhered to democratic republican institutions and sought to restore freedom of the press, right of association, etc. 58. How such a democratically structured rule of the masses could be conceived a dictatorship must remain a mystery for the time being. Labels aside, the strategy sounds much the same as the one Marx applied to France before the original February Revolution, much the same as the one he applied to Germany after the November 1848 defeat of the bourgeois revolution. The only difference of substance, again parallel to German policy after April 1849, is Marx's emphasis that this time round the proletariat should not fall under the shadow of the pale democrats, providing muscle without real direction. This time the proletariat should be organized as an independent force, the militant core around which the declining classes would rally. This time the proletariat would be at the head of the Revolutionary League 59. There is abundant evidence that Marx and Engels upfound in this period from the endemic disorder of exiled revolutic on delusions of new upheavals erupting everywhere, brought on, as they saw it, either by international war, economic depression, or a precipitant French tremor. There is no convincing evidence, however, that the two men now embraced a specifically totalitarian democratic recipe for revolution in Britain or France. But what of their homeland, what of Germany? Revival of the League and the March Circular. Virtually all authorities have derived Marx and Engels' German policy in 1850 from the most accessible source, the March 1850 address of the Central Committee to the Communist League, more commonly known as the March Circular. Drawn up by the two men on behalf of the Central Committee, into whose narrow circle they had been readmitted, the circular took the form of a secret instruction to the local branches of the League and is undoubtedly the most extreme pronouncement in the entire corpus of Marx and Engels' writings. Anticipating the next round of political upheaval, it called upon the proletariat to make the revolution permanent by seizing power after the momentary rule of the bourgeois democracy, in a coup that if understood literally could only be the work of a minority. It further called for the maintenance of secret organization, for attempts to establish dual institutions of government during the first phase, including a separate workers' paramilitary force, for the deliberate promotion of terrorism, for the most determined centralization of power, and so forth. 60 non-communist writers have generally followed Edward Bernstein's lead in reporting the strong odor of Blanquism hovering about this document. The circular of March 1850, bears upon it the stamp of the conspirative tradition of Blanqui, Bertram Wolfe has written. It is doubtful if there is any other document from the hands of Marx in which Lenin, Stalin, Khrushchev, and Mao Zedong could find so much evidence for their claim to be the faithful heirs and so large a heritage to claim. 6.1 Neither these writers nor the communist luminaries mentioned by Wolfe seem to have inquired whether the circular expressed Marx and Engels' real views. It is surely strange that the two most widely quoted and widely reprinted Marx-Engels documents of the 1848 period, the Manifesto and the Circular, were both issued unsigned, as official pronouncements of an organization, and yet are accepted uncritically by almost everyone as representing the personal views of the masters. It may be worthwhile to introduce once again the technique employed above in analyzing the final paragraphs of the Manifesto. Assuming temporarily that there may be something suspect about the circular, let us begin by reconstructing Marx and Engels' views from other contemporaneous sources. Unfortunately, this task is not so easy as it was in the earlier case, because the two men had little to say about Germany, publicly or privately. During 1850 their attention seemed to gravitate toward the prior developments they expected in France and Britain. In fact, the only completely unimpeachable source that touches on the subject at hand is the closing section of Engels' memoir, Die Deutsche Reichsverfassungskampagne, written in February. Focusing on Baden, Engels drew out the implications of the campaign for the future. Furthermore, the campaign for the Reich Constitution contributed importantly to the evolution of class antagonisms in those German states where they were not yet sharply developed. Notably in Baden. As soon as the insurrection had broken out, class differences emerged sharply, and the petty bourgeois separated themselves from the workers and peasants. In their representative, Lawrence Brentano, they the petty bourgeois disgraced themselves for all eternity. They have now been driven to such despair by the rule of the Prussian saber that they will prefer any regime, even that of the workers, to their present oppression, they will take a much more active part in the next movement than in any previous one, but happily they will never again be able to have an independent, dominating role as under the dictatorship of Brentano. The workers and peasants, who suffer every bit as much as the petty bourgeois under the present rule of the sabre, have not gone through the last insurrection in vain. They, who in any event have their fallen and murdered brothers to avenge, will see to it that in the next insurrection they, and not the petty bourgeois, will take the reins in their hands. And although insurrectionary experiences cannot be a substitute for the development of classes, which is only achieved through the working of big industry over many years ihnen lang geirigen Betrieb der großen Industrie, nonetheless Baden, by its last insurrection and the consequences thereof, has joined the ranks of those German provinces that will occupy the most important positions in the approaching revolution. 62. From this isolated source certain important conclusions can nevertheless be drawn. The approaching German Revolution was not seen as an exclusively proletarian undertaking, any more than in France, but as the joint effort of the same old alliance of the majority classes. Or not quite the same old alliance, for, as in France, Engels expected that this time the workers would play an independent and leading role in the class coalition. Together with the peasants they would prevent a repetition of the fiasco into which they had been drawn by the treacherous leadership of the petty bourgeoisie in 1849. As in class struggles, there is now more stress on the peasants and little confidence in the petty bourgeois, but no suggestion of anything but majority rule. Further, there follows the very interesting declaration that no amount of insurrectionary experience can replace the extended process of industrialization which alone can produce the development of classes, that is, a politically mature proletarian majority, that will be the necessary foundation for a purely proletarian government and the full implementation of communism. With such a perspective reaching out over many years, Engels added that after the defeat of 1849, the only victor can be a somewhat constitutionalized feudal bureaucratic monarchy, or a real revolution. And a revolution in Germany can never again be terminated except with the complete rule of the proletariat. 63. Here was a conception of permanent revolution in the special, extended sense we have encountered before. A single, long, and vicissitudinous period of revolution. 64. Such an interpretation receives added weight from the only other piece of contemporaneous evidence, unfortunately a second-hand report rather than the source itself. The 1854 testimony of P.G. Roser, cited before in connection with the June dissolution of the Communist League, also includes his recollection of receiving a letter from Marx in July 1850, asserting that in Germany communism could be introduced only after a series of years Wiederherstellung, that it must pass through several phases, and that it could be introduced at all only by way of education and gradual development. 6. Here again one can speak of permanent revolution only in a very protracted sense. The most impressive evidence of all, however, is precisely what Marx and Engels did not say. The phrase permanent revolution is expressly endorsed by them only in official organizational pronouncements. None of their personal writings of this period employs the phrase to refer to their own policy. 66. This fact alone should raise healthy suspicions. To make any real sense of the March Circular, we must go back to the history of the Communist League, and especially to the tension between radical artisans and renegade intellectuals that was stressed in connection with the manifesto. This tension began to rise again after June 1848 and would ultimately lead to an irrevocable split by September 1850. It would appear that the artisans had been in fact only half convinced by the example of Chartism and Marx's arguments in favor of a mass movement. With the succession of defeats that followed the glorious spring of 1848, a portion of the artisan element fell back into the older Blanquist patterns of thought. The first crisis came when Marx dissolved the League by fiat in June 1848, over the strenuous objections of Schapper and Moll, who were not prepared to abandon the principle of secrecy or the organization to which they had given 12 years of their lives. Thereafter, as we have seen, the Marx circle took on the burdens of a daily newspaper, cultivated relations with the bourgeois intellectuals who led the democratic society, but more or less ignored working-class organizations and interests until after the counter-revolution. By contrast, the artisans entered the workers' societies that had sprung up in Cologne and elsewhere, often gaining positions of leadership within them. They must have found it increasingly difficult to counter the arguments of the most radical workers, who opposed any united front policy, demanded immediate action on specifically working-class grievances, and regarded Marx and the group around the Neue Renachszeitung as little better than pale Democrats. 67 During the September repression in Cologne, Moll was obliged to flee the country and decided the time had come to revive a secret organization. Back in London, he found considerable sympathy among old League members, who were discouraged by the third failure of the Chartists to secure Parliament-wide acceptance of the six-point petition. By the end of the year, the League had been reconstituted in London with a new statute and an exclusively artisan central committee composed of Moll, Bauer, and the tailor George Ecarius, all without any prior consultation with or approval by Marx and Engels. 6s. Not that the artisans as yet desired a break. Moll returned to Cologne early in 1849 and, with Schapper's assistance, endeavored to re-establish a branch there that would include Marx and his circle. At the meeting of old League members called to revive the branch, Marx opposed the idea. He argued, according to Roser's recollection, that under existing conditions, with freedom of speech and of the press, the League was superfluous, and that the remodeled statute moreover tended toward the conspiratorial. This was the period when Marx anticipated the imminent creation of a nationwide legal workers' party that would work hand in hand with the petty bourgeois Democrats against the counter-revolution. The meeting ended in a vote that divided the group basically along class lines. The bulk of the artisans present sided with Schapper and Moll, while all the intellectuals sided with Marx and narrowly carried the majority. 69 In spite of this rebuff, Moll continued on to other localities, re-establishing branches wherever he could. Meanwhile, the efforts to create a nationwide legal party fell victim to the counter-revolution, as did the Neue Renachszeitung a short time later. Seemingly, Marx and Engels had been wrong, and when the weary exiles regathered in London in the fall of 1849, the two men were once more admitted to the League's Central Committee, but not without being obliged to eat a large portion of humble pie, as we will see in the March circular. From the artisans' perspective, it had been a mistake to collaborate with the Pale Democrats, to abandon secret organization, to suppose that moderation would pay off in the step-by-step forward development of the revolution. Their dependence on Marx and Engels further declined when they found a new spokesman, August von Willich, a former Prussian officer turned revolutionary whose adjutant Engels had been in the campaign for the Reich Constitution. Under Willich's influence, the schemes of the exiled artisans became at once more military, more conspiratorial, and more ruthless, as they reverted to an essentially Blanquist vision of imposing communism by force through the action of a determined minority. Marx and Engels, on the other hand, were now ready to acknowledge the need for a secret organization, but still conceived of the League as a revolutionary propaganda party, not one that would take responsibility for revolutionary action, let alone hatch dark conspiracies. 70 Similarly, the two men now acknowledged the need for an independent workers' organization that would not fall under the shadow of the Pale Democrats, but however distasteful it might be, they remained convinced that some sort of collaboration with the Democrats would be needed in the immediate future, and that the introduction of communism under a purely proletarian government was still a long way off. The only contemporaneous characterization of this intra-league tension has survived in Roser's recollection of the letter Marx sent him in July 1850, a fragment of which was quoted above, and which may now be appreciated in its full context. Roser remembered Marx's letter, in which he expressed his anger at Willich and co., and regretted very much that Schapper had linked himself up with this clique. He said that during the winter of 1849-50, in the London Workers' Society, he had given talks on the manifesto in which he had shown that communism could be introduced only after a series of years, that it must pass through several phases, and that it could be introduced at all only by way of education and gradual development. But Willich and his trash, so Marx called them, had opposed him strongly and had said that it must be introduced in the next revolution, even if it required the power of the guillotine, that the enmity between them was already so great that he feared it would cause a split in the League, since the General Willich had taken it into his head to introduce communism in the next revolution by brute force with the help of his brave Palatines and against the will of all Germany if need be. 71. What separated the two factions is here beautifully set forth as the difference between a democratic conception of communist revolution and a quasi-Blanquist one. And the scornful denunciation of the latter conception appears in a letter Marx wrote during the very months when he is alleged to have embraced Blanquism. Alas, there is no independent way to verify Roser's remembrance of the letter, but the surrounding circumstances all testify to its general accuracy. The tension between the Marx and the Willich-Schapper factions clearly did not pop up suddenly in August or September 1850, when the English depression failed to materialize, but wear it back to the June dissolution and the subsequent attempts of the artisans to revive the League, with or without Marx's help. It undoubtedly became more abrasive with the emergence of Willich, who rubbed Marx the wrong way with his purely military notion of revolution and his potential as a rival leader. 72. At the deepest level, however, it was the same tension we have encountered from the outset, the tension between radicalized artisans seeking some immediate escape from the doom of their class and the vision of Marx, which conceived man's ultimate emancipation to lie on the far side of a capitalist purgatory of modernization. It is eminently plausible that this tension, reported by Roser in debates during the winter of 1849-50, would find some expression in the March circular issued by an internally divided Central Committee toward the end of that winter. Unfortunately, we know even less about how the circular was drawn up than in the case of the manifesto. Stylistic analysis would seem to confirm Marx and Engels' authorship, as would Marx's twice-repeated reference to the document composed verfast by Engels and myself. But Engels spoke of the document as edited or revised redigiert by Marx and Michel Pound, 73, which may be more accurate in view of the fact that the circular was not issued over Marx and Engels' signatures but as the official pronouncement of a central committee which also included Willich as well as Bauer and Ecarius, artisans who had helped revive the League in 1849 against Marx's opposition. Moll had been killed in battle during the campaign for the Reich Constitution, and Schapper had not yet returned from German imprisonment. Whatever the process of formulation, any serious analysis of the circular's final content, with all its ambiguities and contradictions, leaves no doubt that it was the work of a committee, an attempt to reconcile or patch over deep fissures within that committee. 74. The opening passages reviewed the League's activity during the 1848 revolution, neatly circumventing with ambiguous language the touchy issue of whether the organization was really dissolved. But there is nothing ambiguous about the chastisement meted out to those comrades who believed the time for secret societies to have gone by and public activities alone sufficient, who allowed the movement to come under the domination and leadership of the petty bourgeois Democrats, and who allowed themselves to be seduced into putting up joint candidates with Democrats in the various elections. 75. Here most sharply Marx and Engels were obliged to eat humble pie, repudiating before the party public their own vigorously defended policies of 1848-1849. Here is the first convincing evidence of radical artisan participation in the formulation of the circular. The crucial issue dividing the group was the radicals' desire for an immediate communist revolution versus Marx's insistence on a process extending over many years. The obvious compromise was an exact rerun of the manifesto's Verschmelzung, except that the treacherous role which the German liberal bourgeois played in 1848 against the people, will in the impending revolution be taken over by the democratic petty bourgeois, who at present occupy the same position in the opposition as the liberal bourgeois before 1848. The radicals allowed what was distasteful to them an initial collaboration with these pale Democrats, not within a common organization, to be sure, but in the struggle against a common adversary where no special union is required. They even allowed that after this collaboration had brought down the old regime, the petty bourgeois democracy will for a moment für einen Augenblick obtain predominating influence in Germany. 76. But emphasis then turned to the means by which this inevitable momentary Augenblick-like rule of the bourgeois democracy could be made as short and shaky as possible, the workers were advised to arm themselves independently as a proletarian guard, alongside of the new official governments. They must establish simultaneously their own revolutionary workers' governments in the form of municipal committees or workers' societies, and they must harass the petty bourgeois regime continually, undercutting every proposal for reform by advancing a more radical counter-proposal. 77. On the other hand, the influence of Marx and Engels was recognizable in the instructions given to marshal the strength of the masses before any direct assumption of power. League members were urged to help create workers' societies in every locality, to combine with the rural proletariat, and to convene a Congress of the League on German soil as soon as possible to help link up the workers' societies in a single nationwide organization. Elections were anticipated for a new National Assembly in Germany, and the workers were called upon to participate, putting up their own independent candidates even where there was no chance of success. The circular declared that at the beginning of the movement, of course, the workers cannot yet propose any directly communistic measures, and that it is not in the power of the workers to prevent the petty bourgeois democrats from barring their way initially to the fruits of victory. Thus the circular seemed to anticipate a process of mass organization that could scarcely take place in a moment, and indeed its penultimate paragraph declared that the German workers are not able to attain power and achieve their own class interests without completely going through a lengthy revolutionary development ohne eine langere revolutionäre Entwicklung ganz durchzumachen. 78. No genuinely Blanquist program would allow for initial petty bourgeois domination, for an open mass workers' party, for participation in early elections, or for the postponement of communistic measures until after a lengthy revolutionary development. Some 20 years after the March Circular, Engels had occasion to criticize a manifesto issued by 33 Blanquist exiles in London. Their program had proclaimed, "We are communists because we want to arrive at our goal without stopping at way stations and compromises that only postpone the victory and lengthen the slavery." To this Engels responded, "We German communists are communists because we see the final goal clearly beyond all the way stations and compromises created not by ourselves but by historical development. The 33 are communists because they imagine that as soon as they have simply the will to overleap the way stations and compromises, then the matter will be taken care of, and that when the day of action arrives and they take over the helm, then communism will be introduced the morning after." 79. In 1850, precisely the same division separated Marx and Engels from the backsliding artisans in Willich's faction. While the radicals, like their Blanquist cousins, would have preferred to bypass all way stations, they were willing to compromise with the Marx faction to the extent of allowing for a momentary petty bourgeois phase. But in the glaring contradiction between this momentary rule of the bourgeois democracy and the lengthy revolutionary development just 3 pages later, one may perceive the residual tension underneath the surface. In any event, the central task assigned by the circular, to make the revolution permanent, until all more or less possessing classes have been forced out of their position of dominance, until the proletariat has conquered state power, could be interpreted by the radicals as a job requiring a few weeks or months, and by the Marx group as the work of many years. The slogan "Revolution in Permanence," used again at the end of the document, had a militant ring, but it was vague enough to cover both conceptions. The phrase itself dates back, of course, to Marat and the Reign of Terror, but does not appear to have been current among 19th-century French Blanquists, Marx to the contrary, whose conception of revolution did not allow for progressive stages. 80. Neither had Marx and Engels ever employed the slogan, prior to 1850, to describe their own policies. It appears to have regained currency precisely among those German ultra-radicals like Gottschalk and Willich who were half influenced by Marx's idea of historical stages, without having the patience to endure any long delays in the realization of communism. The phrase turned up once more in 1850, in another committee pronouncement apparently drafted by Willich that will be introduced shortly. 81. Thereupon it disappeared from view again as quickly as it had emerged. After the September 1850 split, Willicke's faction repudiated all collaboration with the petty bourgeoisie and reverted to a simple one-step revolutionary strategy involving immediate seizure of power and minority dictatorship, hence they had no further need of the phrase. 82. Neither do the surviving records show that the Marx faction ever used it again. The slogan "permanent revolution" can therefore be attributed to classical Marxism only, with the most severe reservations. It was really a compromise slogan, an unfortunate Verschmelzung parallel to the manifestos immediately following proletarian revolution, a deliberate ambiguity designed to mask two drastically opposed conceptions of revolution. To complete the permanent revolution within a few weeks or months would plainly require minority action and dictatorship. To do so over a period of many years need not. The ambiguity, it cannot be emphasized too strongly, lay in the committee pronouncements, not in Marx and Engels' own thought or personal writings. After breaking with the radicals in September 1850, Marx would lament to Engels concerning the burdens of that ill-starred collaboration. The system of mutual concessions, the halfway positions tolerated for decency's sake, and the duty before the public to bear one's share of ridicule with all those jackasses in the party, all that is over now. 83. Thus the two men were perfectly aware of the mutual concessions and halfway positions contained in the joint pronouncements of 1850. If later authorities uncritically accepted those pronouncements as showing ambiguities in Marx and Engels' own thought, that is simply faulty scholarship. 84. The only other issue remaining for us to examine in the March Circular is its advocacy of terror. The relevant passage will sound familiar, for it has been quoted and requoted endlessly since it first appeared publicly as state's evidence in the 1852 conspiracy trial of the Communist League. Above all things, the workers must counteract, as much as is at all possible, during the conflict and immediately after the struggle, the bourgeois endeavors to allay the storm, and must compel the Democrats to carry out their present terrorist phrases. Their actions must be so aimed as to prevent the direct revolutionary excitement from being suppressed again immediately after the victory. On the contrary, they must keep it alive as long as possible. Far from opposing so-called excesses, instances of popular revenge against hated individuals or public buildings that are associated only with hateful recollections, such instances must not only be tolerated but the leadership of them taken in hand. 85. As it stands, the instruction flatly reverses Engels' 1845 counsel to hold down violence to the unavoidable minimum, and it is more specific, I see, than any of the terror passages in the Neue Rheinische. Like the latter, however, it calls for acts of terror in the future, not in the here and now. One may even sense certain elements of restraint in the specifications for revenge against public buildings, recalling the Bastille, and hated individuals, recalling the Austrian minister Latour, rather than against the old regime as a whole, or entire political parties, or entire classes. Even in this most bloodthirsty of all the documents associated with Marx and Engels, there is no advocacy of one-party rule or governmental suppression of the right of opposition. In any event, the instruction cannot be accepted as it stands. Even the awkward syntax of the passage suggests its having been reworked by several hands, and we cannot know how Marx and Engels would have expressed themselves without the pressure of the Willicke faction. It would certainly be safer to fall back upon their other writings from 1850 to determine their real views during this most radical period. Interestingly enough, none of these other writings, public or private, supported a policy of terror, or even mentioned the word at all. On the other hand, the subsequent pronouncements of the Willicke group went into considerable detail concerning the preparation of proscription lists, prevention of emigration, arrest and punishment of all enemies of the people, etc., all of which strongly points to Willicke as the real author, literally or in spirit, of the circular directive. 86. Never after 1850 did Marx or Engels write anything so strong on the subject of terrorism, and in fact there are a number of later statements against terrorism which suggest that the 1845 Council was still remembered after all, and that the Neue Rheinische utterances must indeed be understood as outbursts of rage rather than as a serious policy of deliberate terrorism. 87. There can be little question, then, but that the March circular seriously distorts Marx and Engels' views on both the timing of revolutionary development and the use of terror. It would be best to disregard the document altogether as a source for the political doctrines of classical Marxism. United front with the Blanquists. Marx and Engels' collaboration with the Willich faction of the revived League was not their only association with the proponents of minority revolution in 1850. They also established a formal United Front organization with exiled French Blanquists. If one recalls the circumstances of this period, it is not really difficult to understand the motives of the two men. Driven once again into exile by the superior forces of reaction, after the sublime hopes of 1848, they could not but wish for a second chance and conjure up the prospect of a fresh revolutionary wave. Conditions on the continent precluded the kind of open mass organization they would have preferred, leaving only the possibility of secret societies. But the secret societies then in existence were either dominated by Blanquists, in France, or powerfully influenced by their ideas, in Germany. If the two men expected to have any influence on radical working-class policies and actions in the anticipated new upheaval, they had little choice but to deal with the secret societies. The centrality of France to the revolutionary schema dictated in particular Marx and Engels' attempts to establish ties with the prospective leaders of the French Proletarian Party. Thus the two men socialized with Blanquist émigrés in a New Year's celebration sponsored by the Fraternal Democrats at the end of December 1849. Engels addressed a banquet in February 1850 organized by the same Blanquists in honor of the founding of the Second Republic, and finally in April, Marx, Engels, and Willich joined the exiled lieutenants of Blanqui, Jules Vidal and the artisan Adam, together with the English Chartist leader, Julian Harney, to create the short-lived Universal Society of Revolutionary Communists. Harney may actually have been the prime mover in bringing the group together. It was a secret society of higher degree which included only the 6 leaders of the respective national revolutionary organizations. 88 Its statutes survive in the handwriting of Willich and begin ominously. The aim of the association is the downfall of all the privileged classes, to subject these classes to the dictatorship of the proletarians by maintaining the revolution in permanence until the achievement of communism, which is to be the last form of the constitution of the human family. 89. Here is the last call for permanent revolution to be endorsed by Marx and Engels, and, together with the reference to proletarian dictatorship, to be discussed in Chapter 9, it must be regarded also as a compromise formulation. But Marx and Engels' cautiousness in this united front is probably reflected in the subsequent statutory requirement that all decisions be made by a 2/3 majority. With the support of the more level-headed Harney, they could block any reckless adventure. And the admission of any new member needed the unanimous approval of the original 6. 90 No record survives of any decisions being made by the Universal Society during the 6 months of its existence. In what must be a reference to the group, a June 1850 report of the Communist League's Central Committee asserted that the delegates of the Blanqui secret societies are in regular official communication with the League representatives whom they have entrusted with important tasks in preparation for the next French Revolution. The leaders of the Revolutionary Chartist Party are also in close contact. 91 The preparatory tasks alluded to are probably the same ones described by Emmanuel Barthélemy, another Blanquist leader in London, in a letter to his imprisoned chief. We have begun jointly with the German Communists the drafting of a revolutionary manual, containing point by point all the measures that the people must take immediately after the revolution to ensure its success and to avoid a repetition of what happened in February. Our intention is to reproduce the manual in a little booklet that we can distribute among the workers. We will also print the manual in the form of a proclamation to post in the streets of Paris. 92. Domangit suggests that this manual may have become the basis for Blanqui's later Manifesto of Dolens. Whether Marx and Engels themselves were among the German communists involved in these labors is unknown, but such endeavors would seem more appropriate to Willich's revolutionary tactics. What is known to belong to Marx's literary production during the period of the United Front is a most remarkable and neglected book. Review that may serve to erase any final lingering doubts concerning Marx's alleged Blanquism in 1850. Surveying two books just published by former Parisian police spies, Marx entered upon the most sustained and devastating critique of Blanquist conceptions ever to flow from his pen. He began with historical background. We know the inclination of the Latin peoples toward conspiracies, and the role that conspiracies have played in modern Spanish, Italian, and French history. It is known how until 1830 the liberal bourgeoisie stood at the head of conspiracies against the Restoration. After the July Revolution of 1830, the Republican bourgeoisie took its place, and the proletariat, already trained in conspiring under the Restoration, stepped into the foreground as the feudal street battles of the conspiracies eventually frightened off the Republican bourgeoisie. The Société de Saisons, with which Barbes and Blanqui carried out the émeute of 1839, was already exclusively proletarian. These conspiracies naturally never embraced the great mass of the Parisian proletariat. 93. Exempting Blanqui himself, Marx then turned his guns on conspirators by profession, who dedicate their entire activity to conspiracy and who live from it. These self-styled men of action lead utterly bohemian lives, whose only fixed stations are the bistros where the conspirators rendezvous, and whose unavoidable consumption by the leader is financed unwittingly by the workers' contributions. Their style of life and conceptions of revolution bear a marked resemblance to those of the police spies sent to infiltrate their ranks. A real revolution is just the opposite of the conceptions of police spies, who, like the men of action, see in every revolution the work of a small coterie. While all the movements provoked more or less arbitrarily by coteries remained nothing more than émeutes, the February Republic was brought about necessarily by the circumstances which drove into the streets the masses of the proletariat standing outside the coteries. 94. For Marx, then, a real revolution is brought about by circumstances, not by the plotting of some self-appointed vanguard. He continued. It goes without saying that these conspirators do not restrict themselves simply to organizing the revolutionary proletariat. Their business consists precisely in forestalling the process of revolutionary development, spurring it into artificial crises, making revolutions extempore without the conditions of revolution. For them the only condition required for revolution is the sufficient organization of their own conspiracy. They are the alchemists of revolution, and they share in every way the deranged notions and narrow-minded fixed ideas of the alchemists of old. They grasp eagerly at new contraptions to achieve the revolutionary miracle, incendiary bombs, explosive devices with magical powers, and rioting that is supposed to have effects all the more wondrous and astonishing the less it has any rational basis. Busy with such plotmongering, they have no further aim than the next assault on the existing regime and look with deepest disdain upon a more theoretical enlightenment of the workers as to their class interests. In the same degree that the Parisian proletariat stepped into the foreground as its own party selbst als Partei, these conspirators lost any decisive influence, were dispersed, and found a dangerous competition in secret proletarian societies whose goal was not immediate insurrection, but the organization and development of the proletariat. 95. It is hard to exaggerate the importance of this rarely quoted document. 96 Indisputably written by Marx, published in his own journal, appearing during the very weeks when the March Circular was issued and the Universal Society was being formed, it would appear to eliminate any question that Marx embraced Blanquism in 1850. He scorned the motives, ideas, methods, and effectiveness of such conspirators by profession, whom he regarded as utterly incapable of producing a real revolution. The ideal party emerges rather as the entire proletariat organized as such selbst als Partei and not any vanguard thereof. When governmental repression obliges the workers to join together in secret, such groups ought to have the same objectives as an open legal party, namely, the organization and development of the proletariat, theoretical enlightenment, something more than simply immediate insurrection. During the entire period prior to 1850, Marx and Engels in their writings ignored the Blanquists almost totally. During the 6 brief months of the United Front, the latter's conceptions drew the sustained and withering blast just cited. Surely this can be no accident. Far from being driven to accept Blanquist ideas in the despair of exile, Marx was trying here to straighten out his new allies, to convert them to Marxist ideas. 97 Just as he saved his choicest strictures for his Democrat. I see compatriots before 1849, so now he treated his new partners to that special frankness reserved for members of the family. One may add to Marx's devastating review some less direct but contemporaneous educational remarks published by Engels, concerning the tragedy of radical leaders like Thomas Munzer who take power before conditions are ripe, and concerning the surprisingly parallel reactionary mechanism of Thomas Carlyle. 98 In June 1850 Marx secured a desk in the reading room of the British Museum, an event sometimes taken as symbolic of the transition from the young to the mature Marx, from the revolutionary activist editor to the scientific determinist scholar. His eager study of current economic trends, combined with the failure of the anticipated August Depression to materialize, convinced him that in view of this general prosperity, in which the productive forces of bourgeois society are flourishing as exuberantly as they possibly can under bourgeois conditions, there can be no talk of a real revolution. Not that he abandoned the expectation altogether, a new revolution is only possible as the result of a new crisis. But it is just as inevitable as this crisis. 99. If there was no longer any prospect of immediate upheaval, however, there was no longer any need to continue the increasingly fractious collaboration with Willich, whose forces became even more imposing with the return of Karl Schapper to London in the summer of 1850. The famous schism took place at an extraordinary meeting of the League's Central Committee on September 15. Now that an accurate transcript of the complete proceedings has been discovered and published, in 1956, we can see that the internecine dispute involved not merely the famous contrast between real conditions versus naked will, but also a clear contrast between majority versus minority revolution. Attacking the putschist policy of Willich and Schapper, Marx declared, in place of the materialist standpoint of the manifesto, they substitute idealism. Instead of real conditions they make naked will the driving force of the revolution. What we say to the workers is, you must go through 15, 20, 50 years of civil war in order to change existing conditions, in order to make yourselves fit to exercise power, whereas they say, we must come to power at once or we may as well lay ourselves down to sleep. Just as the word people was abused by the Democrats, so now the word proletariat has been degraded to a mere phrase. To make this phrase effective, it would be necessary to declare all the petty bourgeois to be proletarians, and thus in practice represent the petty bourgeoisie instead of the proletariat. 100. Lucidly expressed here is Marx's idea that the proletarian masses must educate themselves for the exercise of power through their own political struggles, in a process that will take decades to complete. The reference to civil war, Bürgerkrieg, need not be understood as meaning 50 years of continuous violence. One may recall Engels' characterization of a long and vicissitudinous period of revolution in which nonviolent struggles and the gradual maturation of the proletariat would be punctuated from time to time by a series of revolutionary fournees. 101 Appearing before the tough men of action with a council of restraint, Marx would not have wanted to be taken for a sissy. Schapper counterattacked by suggesting that Marx's star was on the descendant and that the new revolution would call forth fresh leaders. But he also challenged Marx's view of the future with respect to precisely the issues we have been scrutinizing. I do not share the view that the petty bourgeoisie will come to power in Germany, and I am fanatical about this. He perceived the controversy thusly. The question at issue is whether we are to chop a few heads off right at the start or whether it is our heads that will fall. In France the workers will come to power, and when that happens, we will also come to power in Germany. Were this not the case, I would indeed lay myself down to sleep. When we are in power, we can take such measures as are necessary to secure the rule of the proletariat. I am fanatical about this point. Thereupon Marx rejoined, if the proletariat came to power now, it could not introduce directly proletarian measures but only petty bourgeois ones. Our party can only govern when conditions allow it to carry out its own program. Louis Blanc gives the best example of what is gained by coming to power too soon. Even in France, it is not the proletariat alone that will come to power but the peasants and petty bourgeois as well, and it is their measures that will have to be carried out, not the proletariat's. 102. Marx's chain of reasoning makes little sense except on the assumption of majority rule. And it stands in diametrical opposition to Schapper's fanatical insistence on immediate power, even if that would require minority rule and the guillotine. Particularly interesting in the debate was Marx's twice-repeated assertion that he was only reiterating the stand agreed upon and set forth in the March Circular. 103. This fortifies the view that he did not. And National Wars, Werke, 8:412, evidently believing that such a formulation would be softer and less shocking to the general public, Nikolaevsky, Tour de History, p. 243. It was the more familiar version until Nikolaevsky published the full transcript of the original speech. Radically change his strategy before or after March 1850, for him the permanent revolution was meant to signify a process of development that would stretch out into the future some 15, 20, or 50 years, and that the workers must first make themselves fit to exercise power. With respect to these projections, Roser's testimony adds some tantalizing details. Willich and Schapper wanted communism introduced at the present level of enlightenment, if need be by force of arms during the forthcoming revolution. Marx considered communism possible only as a result of education and gradual development. In one of his letters to us in 1850, he marked off 4 phases we had to pass through before its realization. He said the petty bourgeois and the proletariat will march together against the monarchy up to the next revolution. When the petty bourgeoisie takes the helm, the communists will first begin independent activity and opposition. The social republic will follow, then the social communist, which will finally give way to the purely communist. 104. Alas, there are no further specifications which might clarify especially the social communist stage. When this final schism was consummated, Marx carried virtually all the League intellectuals with him, but only a minority of the artisans. Especially among those artisans living a life of exile in London, there was a heavy majority for Willich and Schapper, which adds further weight to the general interpretation advanced here. 105. Schapper himself explained the split by saying the people who represent the party on the theoretical side have parted company from those who organize the proletariat, and that henceforth there would have to be 2 leagues, one for those who work with the pen, and one for those who work in other ways. 106. When the latter went on to create a group of their own, they ensured its class purity by excluding all merely literary elements on principle, a neat formulation this it kept out the likes of Marx and Engels while embracing the aristocrat and ex-officer Willich as a proletarian brother. 107. So it happened that after 3 years of shaky marriage, the radical artisans and the renegade intellectuals went their separate ways. There remained only to effect a parallel break with the French Blanquists, to liquidate the Universal Society of Revolutionary Communists. Responding to a written inquiry from Adam, Vidal, and Barthélemy in October, Marx and Engels, together with Harney, declared that they had long since regarded the association of which you speak as dissolved de facto, and sarcastically invited the 3 Frenchmen to Engels' residence to witness a ceremonial burning of the statutes. 10s. The ceremony, if it ever took place, was a fitting coda to the ultra-radical period of 1850. Let us sum up. Anyone who wants to ascribe a Blanquist strategy of minority revolution to Marx and Engels is obliged to ignore their entire life work before and after 1850 and to draw evidence from a period of 6 months when the 2 men presumably took leave of their senses and embraced the totalitarian democratic principles they otherwise repudiated. Further, one must avert one's eyes from a very impressive body of contrary evidence even during this period in order to focus on a handful of documents, the most damning of which, the March Circular and the Statutes of the Universal Society, were manifestly spawned by committees and involved compromise formulations on the key issues. Finally, one must tear these documents from their intricate historical context, place them in the most sinister possible light, and present them baldly as general principles of Marxist strategy applicable to any time, place, and circumstance. However often these tricks are still performed, they are none of them acceptable practices of serious scholarship. In actuality, Marx and Engels' strategy during the ultra-radical period was but a refinement of the one they had had in mind for France prior to February 1848 and for Germany after November 1848. It anticipated a popular revolution against authoritarian government, supported by workers, peasants, and urban petty bourgeois, and aimed at the creation of a democratic republic. Only after an extended period of time would the proletariat be developed enough to rule alone and implement full communism. The refinement involved three new points. 1. The workers should develop their own independent organizations within the broader alliance of majority classes, so as not to fall under the shadow of the Pale Democrats. 2. As between their two partners, the workers should count more on the peasants and expect quick betrayal from the petty bourgeoisie, and 3. In the absence of political freedoms and only for that reason it is necessary to work in and with secret societies and collaborate with their largely Blanquist leaders. Even during the ultra-radical period, however, Marx and Engels definitely did not accept the Blanquist prescription for a deliberate seizure of power by a conspiratorial elite, followed by the educational dictatorship of that elite and the immediate introduction of communism, with elections postponed until the classless society was a reality. The two men repudiated these ideas not merely at the time of the September split, but during the ultra-radical period itself, most sharply in the hitherto neglected April Book Review with which Marx balanced the March Circular. After 1850, for the rest of their lives, Marx and Engels would retain the two principal strategies analyzed in these last chapters. For more advanced countries with a working-class majority, like Britain, simple proletarian revolution. For less advanced but still essentially bourgeois countries, like France and Germany, the more complex process beginning with the alliance of the majority classes. In later years, after the appearance of stable democratic institutions in parts of Western Europe, Marx and Engels would even allow the possibility of a peaceful and legal assumption of power by the workers. On the other hand, for extremely backward countries with remnants of primitive communist institutions, most notably Russia, they would allow for the possibility of an immediate merging with the classless societies that would have developed in the West. Both these later strategy modifications, one partly anticipating social democratic ideas, the other partly anticipating Bolshevik ideas, will be taken up in Volume 2. Internal Party Democracy. We have already looked at the Communist League from the outside, as an alleged conspiracy or a vanguard party, asking questions about its assigned historical tasks and relationship to the masses. But there is another way of looking at such organizations, from the inside, as autonomous structures, miniature societies with their own arrangements for choosing and dismissing leaders, making laws, binding members to a certain discipline, and so forth. The character of these internal arrangements, whether they are more authoritarian or more democratic, undoubtedly tells us a good deal about the underlying political values and assumptions of the organization's founders, leaders, and perhaps members. If one inspects the values and assumptions of early socialist thinkers in such a light, the results are frequently devastating. Some socialists were frankly anti-democratic. Of course, Robert Owen never pretended to desire anything but authoritarian leadership for the model communities he established. The dictatorial aspirations of Babeuf, Buonarroti, and Blanqui were faithfully reflected in the dictatorial internal structure of the conspiratorial groups they founded. More complex are the cases of those socialists who opposed authoritarianism publicly, while endorsing it privately, as it were, for their own organizations. As a prime representative of this type, we may single out Pierre-Joseph Proudhon, especially because his libertarianism has been contrasted so often to the alleged authoritarian socialism of Marx. 1. As an anarchist, of course, Proudhon did not aim at creating a political party, but his notebooks from our period are filled with dreams and plans for establishing a working-class association, or cluster of progressive societies, as he alternately labeled his venture, which would be partly educational institutions and partly functional cells of the new mutualist order in which members would make and exchange goods outside the capitalist marketplace. Proudhon's notebooks, only recently published, have proven a major embarrassment, however, in that the father of anarchism there revealed through countless instructions to himself what it was he really wanted: have myself named director of all these societies. Once I have taken my place, no one can think of disputing it with me. The society must be like a single man, speaking through my mouth. Having proved myself on a number of occasions, I am beyond criticism. Take the initiative in everything, that is the only way to remain. The master despotism is nothing else. Determine my line of conduct and my plan in advance, utilizing men and sacrificing them as soon as they become obstacles and don't go along anymore, or as soon as they want to drag the society along a false path. No politics of liberalism. I worship humanity, he generalized a little later, but I spit on men too. Proudhon's reputation as an anti-authoritarian can scarcely survive these incredible self-exposures. What about Marx and Engels? Can private desires like these be found in their notebooks or in the letters they sent one another? Did they devise authoritarian statutes for the organizations they helped to mold? Did they seek dictatorial power for themselves within those organizations? These questions take on added significance when one reflects that Marx and Engels regarded workers' associations as embryos of the new society within the old, where the habits and attitudes of socialist man were being formed within the womb of capitalist society. If the two men expected to inaugurate socialism with totalitarian dictatorship, surely some sign of these plans or assumptions would turn up in the microcosm, in their prior organizational activity. Conversely, if such activity proved to be in substantial accord with liberal democratic principles, that would help to confirm Marx and Engels' democratic intentions for the macro-COSM. The Communist Correspondence Committee. The Communist Correspondence Committee of Brussels was the first of three organizations in which Marx and Engels played leading roles during the period of our concern. It was also the most amorphous, since its purpose was only to establish regular communication by letter among socialists in the various countries of Western Europe. So far as is known, the committee had no formal organization or even members. Its correspondents kept in touch intermittently with the Brussels Center, but they paid no dues and were not bound by any statutes or statement of principles. As the committee's circle expanded, it began to hold occasional meetings in Brussels, attended by local communists as well as those like Hess and Weitling who passed through the city on occasion. It is not known what formal structure, if any, these meetings had, but on at least one occasion a vote was taken. 8. This nebulous association has nonetheless been credited by Marx's hostile biographers as being a party which conducted at least two purges, one of W. Eitling, the other of the true socialist Hermann Krieg. For since the term purge in our time brings to mind forced confessions, show trials, and executions, it might be instructive to examine the fate of these earliest purge victims. The first incident, concerning Weitling, has already been recounted above and involved nothing more terrible than some sharp words between two opinionated men. Since the committee was not a membership organization, there could be no question of expelling Weitling, much less of further punishment. The former tailor continued to receive material help from the Brussels group and even attended another meeting a month later, where he freely voted against Marx on the principal item of business discussed. 5. Neither did Marx have any power to expel Weitling from the League of the Just, assuming he wanted to, since he did not yet belong himself. In fact, the artisan leaders of the League wrote to congratulate Marx when they heard of the dispute. W. Eitling cannot tolerate anyone except those who blindly obey his orders, who find no book interesting that he has not written. 6. There was nothing more to the first purge. If, on this occasion of their first meeting, Marx had not disagreed sharply with Weitling's putschist ideas, doubtless the hostile biographers would have found that even more sinister. The second incident involved a statement, Circular gegen Krieg, issued by the Brussels Committee in May 1846. Hermann Kriege was a young true socialist writer who in 1845 had emigrated to New York, where he began publishing the Volkstribune and propagating the doctrines of his school in a particularly effusive and sentimental manner. His specific misdeeds included a sycophantic open letter requesting financial help from American millionaire John Jacob Astor and a call for the free distribution of land to homesteaders on the basis of individual proprietorship. Marx and Engels saw in Kriege an irresistibly vulnerable target in the factional campaign they were then beginning to mount against true socialism. The circular, signed by the 7 participants of the Brussels Committee meeting who had voted for it, solemnly declared that the tendency represented by the editor, Hermann Kriege, in the Volkstribune is not communistic, and that it was compromising to the Communist Party. It went on to censure his specific errors, especially the petty bourgeois land scheme that would only encourage private property. Copies were dispatched to all the committee's correspondents, including one to Kriege himself, which he published along with his own rebutta J.7 that was the sum total of the Second Purge. The pronouncement took the form of a public censure but obviously could not expel Kriege from a communist party that was as yet no more than a confraternity of the mind. In the same letter congratulating Marx for humbling Weitling, the League artisans suggested that the circular was perhaps too hard on Kriege, who was young, after all, and can still learn it. Perhaps Marx and Engels may be accused of displaying that intellectual arrogance for which they would become famous in encounters with rival ideologues. But even this should not be exaggerated. A week before the Kriege statement, Marx wrote the cordial letter to Proudhon that was quoted earlier, inviting him to become a correspondent. And the Brussels Committee managed to remain on speaking terms with socialist spokesmen as diverse as Cabet and Harney, Hess and Flocon, Schapper and Blanc. Nor should it be assumed that the 2 victims of Marx and Engels' arrogance were necessarily more open-minded themselves. One of Kriege's articles espousing the socialist cause had asserted, "Whoever does not support such a party can rightly be treated as an enemy of mankind." The circular offered the following notable rejoinder. This intolerant sentence would appear to contradict Kriege's teaching of devotion to everyone, the religion of love toward all. But it is an entirely logical consequence of this new religion which, like every other religion, hates and persecutes all its enemies to death. The enemy of the party is predictably transformed into a heretic. Instead of an enemy of the real party, whom one combats Kampfet, he becomes a sinner against an imagined mankind, whom one must punish bestrafen. 9. Thus Marx and Engels regarded it as legitimate to combat ideological enemies, they had neither the inclination nor the power to punish a heretic. The Communist League. The Communist Correspondence Committee eventually merged with the League of the Just in 1847 to become the Communist League. As Marx and Engels drew closer to the League of the Just in the months preceding, they found an organizational structure that had already evolved a considerable distance from its conspiratorial beginnings. The original League of the Despised, founded in 1834, had been patterned as a faithful replica of its Bobovist and Carbonarist parent groups. The founders who wrote its statutes generously provided themselves with full legislative and executive power, Art 39, as well as the right to co-opt their own successors, Art 41. To them every 9. Werke, 4:13-14, letter to Proudhon cited above, Chapter 5, and 43. Member owed unconditional obedience, Art 40, and they had the right not only to expel but even to pronounce death sentences against traitors, Arts 13, 28, 34, 54. The group had 2 sets of statutes, one governing the outer organization, and another super-secret set governing the inner core. The various branches of the organization had no control over its leaders and were forbidden any contact with each other, Arts 13, 23, they merely received instructions handed down from above. 10 In 1836 part of the group split off, largely over the issue of its dictatorial structure, and formed the League of the Just. The new organization adopted a statute in 1838 that contained many democratic innovations. The Central Committee was now elected annually, not by the entire membership, to be sure, but by the leaders of the district in which its seat was located, Arts 24, 25, 36, leaders who themselves would have been elected by the membership of each local unit, Arts 15, 21. The Central Committee retained the right to co-opt one or two additional members to its own body, Art 27. Its basic function was confined to the execution of laws that now had to be passed by a majority of the full membership, Arts 30, 32, 33, although here too it retained the privilege of legislating according to its own conviction where circumstances made the normal procedure impossible, Art 34. Members now owed more limited obedience, Art 11, and their expulsion could be pronounced only by the local units, Art 10. However, new members still took a great oath of secrecy and were threatened with death or other punishments if they broke it, Art 7, 9. The need for secrecy likewise still prevented the local units from contacting one another, Art 18. This statute was further revised in 1843, but its essential features remained intact down to the reorganization inspired by Marx and Engels. 12. If the two men had nourished dictatorial ambitions or had authoritarian values, one would have expected them to encourage a backsliding toward the older conspiratorial principles of organization. But, on the contrary, they insisted on a fuller democratization of the existing statute. Marx recalled in 1877 that the first entrance of Engels and myself into the secret Communist League took place only on the condition that everything conducive to authoritarian superstitions be removed from the statutes 13. In June 1847, for the first time in its history, the League called a General Congress to which each local unit sent one representative. In addition to its work on the Confession of Faith scrutinized earlier, this Congress hammered out a draft of a new statute, which was next submitted to the local units for discussion and amendment, and then returned to the Second Congress, of November 1847, for final modification and adoption. Both Marx and Engels attended this Second Congress and seemed to have been satisfied with the product of its labors. 14. The new statute began with a declaration that the purpose of the Communist League was the overthrow of the bourgeoisie, the rule of the proletariat, the abolition of the old civil society founded on class antagonisms, and the establishment of a new society without classes or private property. 15. The organization retained the basic pyramidal structure of the parent league. The smallest units, called communities, Gemeinden, consisted of from 3 to 20 members each. These members were empowered to elect their own chairman and his assistant, and to admit new members, Art 6 to 8. The communities of a given city or region constituted a circle, Kreis, in which the assembled chairman and assistants sat as the circle committee and elected their own president, Arts 12 to 13. This committee had executive authority over the entire area and linked up the communities below with the leading circle above it, Arts 1:14. Leading circles were located in the principal city of that country or province over which they had jurisdiction, Art 16 to -18, but their governing committees were constituted from their own communities, as in the case of ordinary circles. The leading circles in turn linked the circles with the highest authorities, the Congress and the Central Committee, Arts 18, 20. The most significant single innovation in the new statute was the provision for annual congresses, Congress, to serve as the legislative power of the League, to keep tabs on the Central Committee to set dues, and to sit as a supreme judiciary in expulsion cases, Arts 21, 30, 33, 38 to 39, 43. Each circle elected a number of delegates to the Congress according to the size of its membership. Members of the Central Committee were also entitled, ex officio, to attend its annual deliberations, where they had voice but not vote, Arts 31 to -32, 35. Thus the awkward choice of legislative procedures available to the old League, cumbersome plebiscite or committee fiat, gave way to the system typical of representative democracies. The Central Committee, Zentralbehörde, of the new organization found itself more carefully supervised and its powers more exactly circumscribed. Its 5 members were still elected annually by the circle, or leading circle, committee of the city in which its seat was located, Art 22, apparently due to the desirability of having all its members living in one place, where they would be well known and where their activities could be checked continually. The committee lost the right to co-opt additional members and could be recalled itself at any time by its own electors, Art. 25. Also, the Congress now determined the seat of the Central Committee and could move it from year to year, Art. 34. The latter body was further obliged to submit an annual report on its activities and expenditures to the scrutiny and approval of the former, Arts 21, 48. If questions of general or immediate interest arose, the committee was required to initiate a discussion by the entire membership and if necessary call an extraordinary Congress, Arts 27, 33, but it could no longer legislate under any circumstances. Neither did it have any authority over expulsions. Among the 5 members of the ruling body, one was chosen president and another secretary, but committee decisions were reached by simple majority vote. Thus the new statute embodied the basic liberal democratic principles of elective leadership, with carefully limited powers and responsibility to a representative body. There is no hint of dictatorship here, or even the more subtle features of totalitarian democracy. To avoid police persecution of its continental branches, some limited elements of secrecy were retained, notably, party names and the rule of no contact between local communities, Arts 4, 9. But the mystique of secrecy was excised by the elimination of the Great Oath and the threatened punishments, Art 50, and also by the League's undertaking to print a public manifesto of its aims. The most important conditions of membership, as reviewed in Chapter 5, were professing of communism, revolutionary energy and zeal for propaganda, and submission to the resolutions of the League, and new members had to be accepted unanimously by their community, Art 2. If a member no longer met the specified conditions of membership, he might be suspended, entfernt, by his community or circle committee, but he could be permanently expelled, ausgestoßen, only by majority vote of the Congress itself, Arts 37-39. There was henceforth no punishment that went beyond expulsion. We know that Marx and Engels approved the new statute in general, but not since no minutes of the founding Congresses have ever turned up exactly which stipulations they may have proposed, supported, or opposed. Some new light has been shed on the subject, however, by the recent publication of a document containing 2 suggestions sent in to the Central Committee by the Brussels Group during the period of local discussion between the 2 Congresses. Neither proposal betrays any sinister intention. The draft statute of June had stipulated that no member could belong to any other political or national organization. The Brussels Group held such a restriction to be unpolitical, since it robs us of all possibility to influence these organizations. 16. It will be remembered that this was the period in which Marx and Engels were urging a united front with the Pale Democrats. The demand for exclusive loyalty was relaxed in the final version, which forbade membership only in anti-communist organizations, Art 2d. The original draft had also retained an element of the old legislative process by stipulating that all legislative decisions of the Congress be submitted to the communities for full membership approval. If times become revolutionary, the Brussels Group objected, this restriction would cripple all the energy of the Congress. We remember that in 1794 the aristocrats put the same demand before the convention in order to paralyze all action. 17. The argument must have been convincing, for the article in question was deleted from the final version. Note that Marx and Engels were asking for membership confidence in the Congress, not the Central Committee. The November Congress also commissioned Marx and Engels, as related earlier, to draw up the public statement of the League's aims, the document that became the Communist Manifesto. While this fact is repeated in all the standard histories, few writers have mentioned that Marx and Engels received no special powers or even high offices in the League as a price for their joining. The June Congress designated London as the seat of the Central Committee, to which only artisans were elected. Schapper as president, Moll as secretary, along with Bauer, Ecarius, and Karl Pfander. Marx became merely the chairman of the Brussels Circle and Engels, a member of his Circle Committee. 1. If, like Proudhon, the two men had desired dictatorial control of an organization. They certainly did not press for it in the League, nor did they take the other option of creating their own group from scratch. Because of its rapid organizational growth and intellectual preeminence, the Brussels Circle soon earned the high regard of the London artisan leaders. London and Brussels at the present moment form the pillars for the entire League, the Central Committee, wrote Marx in October 1847.19. This may help to explain why, with the outbreak of the 1848 revolution, the Londoners suddenly transferred the seat of the Central Committee to Brussels. While there was no statutory authority for such action, the League of the Just had undertaken a similar shift, establishing a precedent a few years earlier. The London leaders doubtless felt that a revolutionary organization should be directed from the scene of revolution, to which they were themselves about to repair. As we have seen, the Brussels comrades received this commission just as the police were closing in and hurriedly met on March 3 to transfer the seat once again to Paris, voting Marx' discretionary power discretionire Vollmacht for the temporary central direction of all League affairs, with responsibility to the new Central Committee to be constituted and to the next Congress 21. The new committee, subsequently elected by the enlarged Paris Circle, was composed of Marx as President, Schapper as secretary, together with Bauer, Moll, Engels, Wilhelm Wolff, and Karl Wallau. A near perfect balance between London and Brussels, between artisans and intellectuals. 22. The Central Committee moved its seat once more in April to Cologne, where it continued to function actively until the June dissolution. If Roser's testimony is correct, Marx can justly be accused of abusing his office grossly when he used his discretionary power to dissolve the League. It is not entirely clear whether he intended to liquidate the entire organization or just the Central Committee and the Cologne Circle upon which it was now based. He seems to have been concerned mainly to rid himself personally of the burden of the League. Some of its other branches in London, Paris, Berlin, and Switzerland appear to have continued some functions throughout 1848. 23. In any event, the statute did not provide authority for either action, and Marx's special powers, by any reasonable interpretation, had already lapsed with the creation of the new Central Committee in Paris. Only 4 members of that committee were present at the June meeting, according to Roser's recollection, while several non-members from the Cologne Circle also participated, making its statutory position even more dubious. 24. It must be emphasized, however, that Marx abused his discretionary authority not to gain dictatorial control over the Communist League but perversely to dissolve it. Whatever the exact formal status of the League during the summer of 1848, Joseph Moll was instrumental in reconstituting a Central Committee in London at the end of the year, with himself, Bauer, and Ecarius as members. When Marx declined to rejoin the organization early the next year, he argued among other things that the newly revised statute tended toward the conspiratorial. 25. And it is worth observing what changes the artisans made in the temporary absence of the intellectuals. The new statement of purpose declared simply in favor of the introduction of a unitary indivisible social democratic republic. Art. 1. Members were now forbidden to participate in any other political organization. Art. 2. A reversal of Marx's 1847 advice and probably a deliberate repudiation of his United Front policy. The most significant changes concerned expulsion. The painstaking two-stage process of local suspension and Congress expulsion was dropped in favor of immediate local expulsion, while the Central Committee was empowered to expel entire communities. Art. 34. Most ominously, the death penalty was revived for cases of betrayal. Art. 33. 26. There would appear to be some justice in Marx's complaint of conspiratorial backsliding, and his refusal to join speaks again in his Aveyr. It is not clear how Marx and Engels were readmitted to the League's Central Committee in the latter part of 1849. Apparently the members of all previous Central Committees, when they turned up in London, were welcomed into the ruling body by its surviving members, Bauer and Ecarius. This would explain the reappearance of Marx and Engels, Fander, and eventually Schapper. but the committee had 4 additional members by the time of the 1850 split: Willich and 2 London artisans who sided with him, Albert Lehmann and a certain Frankel, as well as the recent recruit to the Marx circle, Konrad Schramm. Marx himself claimed to have nominated Willich on Engels' recommendation, but we do not know whether the London circle made the decisions, or whether the Central Committee had resumed a policy of co-optation. 27 In the confusion of the time, no one seems to have observed the statute very strictly. In any event, Marx had the support of 6 of these 10 members as the final crisis approached. Perhaps having learned something from his high-handed Cologne dissolution, Marx took considerable pains to proceed against the Willich-Schapper faction in a reasonably statutory fashion. At the famous showdown in September, he introduced a 3-part motion proposing, I. That the Central Committee dissolve itself and transfer its seat to Cologne, where a new committee would be elected, since the open rebellion of the Willich-Schapper minority in London would otherwise make a schism inevitable. 2. That the new Central Committee draft new statutes, since the December 1848 revisions were not everywhere accepted, and 2 sets of statutes were producing complete anarchy, and 3. That the London membership of the League divide itself into 2 entirely separate circles, both acknowledging the new Cologne centre, since the 2 factions could no longer work together within a common framework. 28 In defending his proposals, Marx pointed out, perhaps with a touch of irony, that the Statute of December 1848, revised in his absence, gave the Central Committee majority the right to dissolve the London Circle, which supported Willich, and expel the entire minority. I do not make such a proposal because it would bring useless quarrels, and because these people are still communists according to their own conviction, even though the views they presently express are anti-communist. I believe I have found the way for us to separate from each other without destroying the party. 29. If Marx had had dictatorial ambitions, expulsion surely would have been the appropriate move, since it would have left him as president of a Central Committee composed entirely of his own supporters. Instead, he proposed to relinquish his own presidency and transfer control of the organization to Cologne, where he doubtless hoped his friends would prevail, although he could not be sure and certainly could not be present himself. Some weeks earlier, Schapper had made a similar proposal to move the seat of the League to Cologne, and Marx had opposed it. 30 These factors suggest that, contrary to general impressions, Marx's proposals may have been aimed at genuine compromise, not at a split. In any event, they came too late. Just before the vote accepting them, Willich and his coterie dramatically walked out. 31 The new Central Committee chosen by the Cologne Circle included Roser, Burgers, and Karl Otto, who agreed with Marx on the substantive issue but were independent enough to censure both sides on the procedural question involved. As for the question of formal legality, it was clear that both parties had abandoned the procedure laid down in the statutes, for according to these they should have appealed to the Congress. But further reflection convinced us that in a sense both parties had acted rightly, for even if a Congress had been physically feasible in London at the time, it would inevitably have brought about the complete disintegration of the League. 32. In the meantime, however, Willich and Schapper had formed their own Central Committee, based on the London Circle, and had expelled the entire Marx faction including the new Cologne Central Committee. The latter body returned the compliment, and thus 2 entirely separate leagues were created by the curious process of mutual expulsion. The Cologne Central Committee also accepted the responsibility of drawing up a new statute, and it is interesting to note that all of the conspiratorial innovations of the December 1848 version were now excised. Participation in other political organizations was once again permitted. Art. 2. Expulsion once again became more difficult, and the Central Committee could expel entire communities only upon the request of a circle. Art. 4. The death penalty likewise disappeared. New machinery was set up to resolve disputes within and between the various units of the organization, as well as between them and the Central Committee, with the Congress acting as the highest court of appeal. Art. 17. The statute did contain one significant sideswipe at Marx. It declared the League indissoluble, as long as the proletarian revolution has not reached its final goal. These new rules were formally endorsed by the London branch in January 1851, with Marx objecting only to the fuzziness of the initial statement of purpose. Even though his influence over the ideology and tactics of the Rump organization was now unchallenged, he sought no change in its basically democratic structure. 33 Scarcely had these arrangements been completed when the Prussian police began a series of arrests that wiped out the new Central Committee, left the entire Cologne branch decimated, and brought League operations all over Germany to a virtual standstill. After this paralyzing blow, nothing remained but for the handful of members exiled in the safety of London to pick up the pieces and resume the role of leadership. For the next year, the Marx Circle worked furiously on the legal defense and public vindication of their imprisoned comrades. 34 But a few days after their conviction in November 1852, Marx introduced a motion before a meeting of the London Circle to dissolve the League, declaring that the continuation of the League on the continent as well is no longer appropriate to the time. Doubtless this action contradicted the Statute of 1850, but as Marx explained in his letter to Engels, it merely gave sanction to a dissolution that had already been put into effect by the Prussian authorities. 35 Throughout the 5-year history of the Communist League, one can find no trace in any of Marx and Engels' private writings of the secret autocratic ambitions nourished by Proudhon. Neither do the two relevant statutes reveal anything but straightforward liberal democratic conceptions. In his actual behavior as League president, Marx's record was certainly blemished, particularly by the June 1848 dissolution, but not in such a way as to suggest personal dictatorial ambitions or totalitarian assumptions. The Cologne Workers' Society. During the period in 1848 to 1849 when political freedoms existed in Germany, we have seen how Marx abandoned the secret Communist League in order to devote his political energies to open legal activities: the Neue Reinigungszeitung, the Cologne Democratic Society, and the Cologne Workers' Society. Of these, the first two need not detain us long. The Neue Reinigungszeitung was not a political organization, of course, and could be passed over entirely, were it not for a half-serious remembrance by Engels in 1884 concerning the structure of its editorial staff. The editorial constitution was simply the dictatorship of Marx. This characterization turns up like a bad penny in every hostile treatment of Marx, adduced as final proof of his incurable authoritarianism. Engels' subsequent explanation is generally omitted. A big daily paper, which has to be ready at a definite hour, cannot observe a consistent policy with any other constitution. In this case, moreover, Marx's dictatorship stood to reason, was undisputed, willingly recognized by all of us. It was primarily his clear vision and sure policy that made this publication the most famous German newspaper of the revolutionary years. 36. At worst, Marx was guilty of organizing his editorial staff along the lines followed by virtually every other newspaper and business enterprise in the world. What Engels called dictatorship is elsewhere known as management prerogative. Engels probably chose the word dictatorship remembering a specific incident from the early days of the newspaper. One member of the editorial staff, Heinrich Burgers, had submitted his first article and was distressed when Marx as editor shortened and revised it. As Marx himself recalled, Burgers was so incensed that he appealed to universal suffrage. By way of exception, I gave in to this, declaring at the same time that in a newspaper office dictatorship, not universal suffrage, must rule. Universal suffrage then declared itself universally against him. 37. Finding himself thus isolated on the editorial staff, Burgers resigned in protest, though his zeal for democracy did not prevent him from becoming an enthusiastic supporter of Bismarck a few years later. This dictatorship over an editorial staff composed of a handful of personal friends, who willingly accepted his authority, can scarcely be taken very seriously if Marx was ready to accept the usual democratic rules in larger, more formally structured organizations. For almost a year Marx belonged to the Cologne Democratic Society, whose 3,000 members elected a committee of 25 persons to guide the organization under the presidency of the advocate Karl Schneider II. Marx belonged to this guiding committee and was also chosen by the membership along with Schneider to represent the society in the Rhenish District Committee of Democrats. Marx's evident ability to work with these pale Democrats in an organization he did not control has never attracted much scholarly attention. 38 secret societies and the clashes of great rival personalities are doubtless more exciting subjects of investigation than a day-by-day collaboration in a democratically structured legal organization. This may also explain the relative neglect, until recently, of Marx's participation in the Cologne Workers' Society, which merits more of our attention here because of Marx's brief role as its president and because of the changes he inspired in its organizational structure. It will be recalled that the Workers' Society was founded in April 1848 by the popular communist physician Andreas Gottschalk, who had himself elected president at the first meeting. The group functioned partly as an educational society, partly as a political club, and partly as a quasi-trade union for the workers and especially journeyman artisans of Cologne. Beginning with 300 members, it grew to a peak strength of 6,000 to 7,000 during the summer of 1848, making it by far the largest political organization in a city that had perhaps 21,000 eligible voters. Its members were originally organized by craft, with each trade choosing one representative for a guiding committee of 50 persons which shared executive power with the president. Gottschalk reserved the right to appoint 4 secretaries of his own choosing and to edit the society's newspaper. 39 While Marx initially remained aloof from his rivals' organization, Schapper and Moll made it their principal center of activity. Capitalizing on growing resentment against Gottschalk's benign authoritarianism and unpredictable political vacillations, the two men steadily gained influence within the society. When Gottschalk was imprisoned in July 1848, the membership elected Moll as his replacement, with Schapper as vice presidente. During the next 2 months, major steps were taken to politicize the organization and revamp its structure. The old craft divisions had already been discarded, and the group henceforth rested on 6 branch societies, filial Verein, geographically set in the working-class neighborhoods of the city. Each branch elected its own officers, who were then also called together as a committee of 25 to oversee the affairs of the whole society. The president lost his special power to appoint secretaries and edit the newspaper. Citywide general membership meetings, hitherto a rarity, were now held once a month to make important decisions and to hear lectures on political topics. A system of regular dues was also instituted. Thus the victory of Marx's supporters in the Workers' Society did not produce dictatorship but rather increased democracy and membership participation, combined with greater efforts at political education. 41 The society again became leaderless as a consequence of the September crisis, when Moll was obliged to flee the country and Schapper was temporarily jailed. The guiding committee then invited Marx to become president, and their choice was confirmed by the general membership meeting of October 26, which also named Roser as vice president pending Schapper's release. With mock deference to his rival, Marx agreed to accept the position only provisionally until the release of Dr. Gottschalk, pointing to the excessive burdens of his editorial post. 42 The Neue Rheinische Zeitung defended Gottschalk during his trial, but Marx did not resign when the old president was set free in late December. Gottschalk made some efforts, perhaps shady ones, to recover his former position, but when he sensed that Marx now enjoyed majority support within the organization, he suddenly panicked and left the country. 43 If Marx was unwilling to turn the society back over to his rival, still he must have been serious about the primacy of his editorial obligations. After attending the committee meeting of October 16 to accept the presidential invitation, and the general membership meeting 10 days later to be confirmed, he managed to attend only 2 further meetings during his 4 months in office, otherwise leaving the affairs of the society in the hands of its vice president. 44 Such behavior provides scant evidence of dictatorial ambitions. Marx's term as president did witness increased emphasis on political education, including an extended point-by-point membership discussion of the 17 demands. he encouraged society efforts to agitate among the rural population and establish new branches in the countryside around Cologne. But internal factional strife came to a head in a controversy with Gottschalk's remaining followers over control of the society's newspaper. After Gottschalk's arrest, the editorship of the newspaper passed from hand to hand until one of his oldest lieutenants, Wilhelm Prinz, assumed the position in October. Prinz remained loyal to his old chief and assisted in the latter's increasingly bitter verbal assault, from his self-imposed exile, on Marx's leadership and policies. In January he went so far as to attack in an editorial the two candidates officially endorsed by the Workers' Society for the Prussian Assembly elections. Marx and the society leadership reacted by creating a three-man editorial committee to read and approve all newspaper copy before it was published, to guarantee that this organ really represents the interests of the society. 46. When Prinz defied this editorial committee and published a second attack on the two candidates, the leadership took the final step. They did not attempt to oust Prinz or seize the newspaper, they simply declared that it no longer spoke for the society and proceeded to create a separate organ of their own. Although not formally expelled, Prinz now withdrew from the organization, along with some of Gottschalk's other followers, and began to construct a new splinter group. The schism grew out of the central political issue that had always divided Marx from Gottschalk: participation in elections in a united front with the Democrats, and does not appear to have involved any abuse of official power by Marx and his followers. On the contrary, Prinz would appear to have misused his position as editor of the society's official newspaper. 47. The culmination of Marx's presidency came with the adoption of a new organizational statute at a general membership meeting in February 1849. Marx did not himself serve on the commission that drafted the new rules, but he evidently influenced those who did and approved the fruit of their deliberations. 48. Moreover, the statute acquired a much wider significance because of the preparations then in motion to link up workers' societies all across the country. Not only was it published in the local society's own newspaper, but as far away as Berlin in Stefan Born's Verbreiterung, with the recommendation that other societies look upon the statute as a model. Some 4,000 copies of the document were printed separately and distributed far beyond Cologne. 49. Marx, like Born, obviously hoped the statute would serve as a model for an open and legal workers' political organization. The new statute began from the same structural building blocks that had sustained the old organization. The society was composed of 9 branch clubs, filial clubs, based on geographical sections of the city and composed of several hundred members each, Art 2. Each branch met weekly and elected its own officers. The branches all met together on Mondays in a general membership meeting, Arts 3 to 4. The business of the society was administered by a committee composed of the 9 branch presidents, together with the newspaper editor and 5 additional persons elected directly by the membership at large, Art 7 to 8. From among its own number this committee then elected a president, vice president, secretary, and treasurer, Art 9. All officers were chosen for a term of merely 3 months and could be recalled at any time by their electors, Art 10. New members were accepted by acclamation at branch meetings unless there was some objection, in which case the committee decided after hearing all sides, Arts 5 to 6. Upon a branch's written request, the committee could join with the branch secretaries to constitute a court of arbitration to judge complaints raised by one member against another, Arts 17 to 18. There was no provision for expulsion at all, much less for more serious punishments. There were no sworn oaths or ceremonial rituals as in the older conspiratorial tradition. Neither were there any expectations of full-time revolutionary activity, technical competence, or quasi-military discipline, as in the later Leninist tradition. 5 degrees far from entrenching his position with special prerogatives, Marx took the occasion to resign as president of the Workers' Society, so as to devote his full energies to the Neue Reinigungszeitung. If he had desired dictatorial control or an influential position in the anticipated National Workers' Party, surely he would have clung to his office as a power base and used it as a springboard to national leadership. But he really did conceive his own role to be that of editor, of philosophical critic, and no amount of historical twisting can turn him into a would-be Red Napoleon. So much ink has been lavished on the Communist League that it is worth re-emphasizing that Marx abandoned that organization entirely when legal conditions permitted and helped to develop this open mass organization instead. In this sense, the restructured Cologne Workers' Society rather than the League should count as the real culmination of Marx's organizational work in the Revolution of 1848, the model proposed for nationwide imitation under conditions of legality, the kind of party that would have come to power in Germany if things had gone as Marx expected. The Cologne model encompassed the bulk of the local working class in a loosely disciplined mass organization, run by the workers themselves without any necessary help from outside intellectuals or vanguards. Here was the proletariat selbst als Partei. The model provided for a maximum of membership participation, the ordinary rank and filer would attend 2 meetings a week, and a maximum of control over all leaders, very short terms and instant recallability. Here was Athenian democracy in miniature, the new society developing within the womb of the old. Retrospect on the party. The Cologne Workers' Society soon fell victim to the counter-revolution, forcing Marx and Engels organizationally back into the secret Communist League. After it likewise fell victim to the counter-revolution in 1852, the two men retreated from that kind of political activity and never again belonged to a secret society. In fact, the only organization in which they subsequently played active roles was the International Working Men's Association, an unusually heterogeneous federation of national proletarian organizations that no one could mistake for either a subterranean conspiracy or a closely knit vanguard party. To deal with the international lies beyond the scope of the present volume, but in the decade following the Revolution of 1848, Marx and Engels did make occasional retrospective comments about the League and about their conception of the party. These statements add corroborative weight to the interpretations advanced here and may serve as a coda to the themes of this chapter. Since most of the League members in London sided with Willich, 280 Marxism and Totalitarian Democracy, 1818–1850 and Schapper in the September 1850 schism, Marx and Engels were left relatively isolated in the English capital. Feelings of isolation were doubtless increased when Engels was obliged to move to Manchester in November, to work once more in his father's firm. Marx buried himself increasingly in the British Museum, and the two men seemed to lose all interest in their own faction of the League, at least until the wave of arrests in the spring of 1851 temporarily revived their concern. It was in February of that year that Marx and Engels exchanged a pair of letters releasing their pent-up hostilities and revealing some embarrassingly un-Leninist attitudes on the subject of the party. Marx began the exchange, in a letter quoted earlier in part. "I am greatly pleased by the public, authentic isolation in which we two, you and I, now find ourselves. It corresponds completely with our position and our principles. The system of mutual concessions, the halfway positions tolerated for decency's sake, and the duty before the public to bear one's share of ridicule with all those jackasses in the party, all that is over now." 5.1. These sentiments obviously struck a deep chord in Engels, for he responded immediately, emotionally, and at considerable length. "At last we have once again for the first time in a long while an opportunity to show that we do not need any popularity, any support from any party of any country whatever, and that our position is totally independent of such tribes. From now on we are responsible only for ourselves. How do people like us, who be official posts as from the plague, fit into a party? We who spit on popularity, who mistrust ourselves when we begin to get popular, what does a party mean to us, i.e., a band of jackasses who swear by us because they think we are the likes of them? In truth, it is no loss if we no longer serve as the correct and adequate expression of those narrow-minded dogs with whom the last few years have thrown us together. A revolution is a pure phenomenon of nature that is governed more by physical laws than by the rules which determine the development of society in ordinary times. Or rather, these rules take on a more physical character in a revolution, the material force of necessity comes more powerfully into the foreground. And, as soon as one appears as the representative of a party, one is drawn into this unremitting natural compulsion. Only by keeping oneself independent, while remaining in essence more revolutionary than the others, can one for a time at least maintain one's independence as against the whirlpool, though in the end of course one is drawn in. This position we can and must take in the next such event. Not only no official government position, but also as long as possible no party position, no committee membership by proxy, no responsibility for jackasses, merciless criticism for everyone, and thus the serenity that all those muttonheads' conspiracies will not carry us along. 5.2. Amidst all the invective against the Willich-Schapper faction, one can also perceive Marx and Engels' genuine lack of interest in the sort of power that might come with high party or government positions. Their temperamental preference for the role of independent critics had displayed itself throughout the previous revolutionary period. Whatever their changing party commitments, they carefully kept the Neue Rheinische and the subsequent review free from any organizational control whatsoever. And so in the future they wanted to be free to dispense merciless criticism for everyone, presumably even the leaders of the eventual proletarian revolution. What also shines through these letters is Marx and Engels' utter disregard, however highly they prized the organization of the proletariat in general, for the indispensability of any particular organization. A revolution is a pure phenomenon of nature, driven on by the material force of necessity, and not by some indispensable vanguard party. During the following decade, Marx and Engels' correspondence contained occasional references to our party, as if they still belonged to some organized group. Inspection of the context in each case reveals one of two special senses of the term party. In some cases the word is employed informally and narrowly to refer to the small group of renegade intellectuals who clustered around Marx in the 1848 period. The Marx Party, as Engels labeled it on one occasion. 53. This was the circle drawn together by the Communist Correspondence Committee, which entered the League in the summer of 1847, became the party of the Neue Rheinische during 1848 and 1849, sided with Marx in the Willich-Schapper schism, and however scattered thereafter remained tied together by bonds of personal friendship. It was never a formally organized party, of course, at most a faction within the League, more exactly a circle of political friends that perhaps Engels best described on one occasion as our clique 54. Only in a flight of unbounded fancy could this circle be identified as the vanguard party of Lenin's conception. The other sense of the word party in the correspondence of the 1850s goes to the opposite extreme and broadly embraces the entire potential proletarian movement, even though it was not actually organized in a formal party at the time. This was the sense Marx used in an 1859 letter to Engels, recounting an incident in which some of Willich's old followers evidently challenged Marx's political credentials. I told them straight out, we had received our appointment as representatives of the proletarian party from nobody but ourselves. It was, however, endorsed by the exclusive and universal hatred consecrated to us by all the parties and fractions of the Old World 55. The most illuminating reference to party in this broader sense, however, came in an 1860 exchange of letters between Marx and one of the earliest members of his circle, the poet Ferdinand Freiligrath. Marx had first written to enlist the poet's help on a particular matter, appealing to him as an old party friend and an old personal friend 56. Freiligrath took this as a reference to his active role in the Communist League and replied apart from the substantive matter at hand that he was rather relieved to be done with the party. My nature, he wrote, and that of every poet, needs freedom. The party is a cage, too, and one sings, even for the party itself, better outside of it than within. 57. Somewhat stung by the poet he had always respected, Marx hastened to make his own position clear, saying in essence that by party, he did not mean that party. First of all, I want to observe that, since the League was dissolved on my motion in November 1852, I have never again belonged nor do I belong now to either a secret or a public association, that therefore the party in this entirely ephemeral sense has ceased to exist for me for the past 8 years. He went on to relate how on 2 occasions during those 8 years, he had been asked to help in efforts to revive the League. I replied that I have not been connected with any combination since 1852 and am deeply convinced that my theoretical labors serve the working class more than participation in combinations, the time for which has passed. He continued. And so of the party in the sense of your letter I have known nothing since 1852. If you are a poet, so I am a critic. I had my fill with the experiences of 1849 to 52. The League, like the Société des Saisons in Paris, like hundreds of other organizations, was only an episode in the history of the party, which everywhere grows up naturally and spontaneously naturwüchsig from the soil of modern society. By party, Marx concluded, I meant the party in that great historical sense as. Thus a critic needs his independence no less than a poet. Even though dedicated to the party in the great historical sense, he may also get his fill if encaged in a real-life party. Marx obviously still felt no burning personal ambition, here in 1860, to lead a party of his own vanguard or otherwise, or even to belong to a formally organized group at all. On the contrary, he and Engels abandoned their independence as critics only with the greatest reluctance and for relatively short periods of their lives. Like the exchange of 1851, this rarely cited letter to Freiligrath shows how utterly expendable Marx regarded any particular organization. For him the Communist League was but an episode, one ephemeral contribution to the many-sided efforts of the proletariat to organize itself, efforts which require no outside push, because they grow naturally and spontaneously out of the soil of modern society. Dictatorship of the proletariat, the career of a slogan. We have now dealt with three of the four complications: the vanguard party, the permanent revolution, the call for red terror, that have given rise to the view that Marx and Engels were totalitarian democrats at least in the earlier part of their lives. And we have also gained a vantage point from which to examine the fourth and perhaps most important topic, the concept that lies at the very heart of the controversy about their political philosophy: the dictatorship of the proletariat. No term in the Marxist vocabulary has become so famous, so provocative, so rich in mutually incompatible interpretations. The diversity of interpretations no doubt stems in part from the fact that Marx and Engels used the term so infrequently and were so miserly in descriptive detail. In the later classic debate on the subject, Lenin was able to regard the concept as the very essence of Marx's teaching, while Karl Koski could dismiss it as a little expression, word chen, that Marx had dropped once in a letter. One, vulgar anti-Marxists have always imagined that Marx had in mind his own personal dictatorship. 2. Since the establishment of the Soviet Union, however, most people have supposed the characteristics of that regime to reflect Marx's concept most faithfully, and both sides in the Cold War have had a vested interest in maintaining that identification, whether accurate or not. If Marx and Engels really stood for a democratically organized party and a democratic majority revolution, as the last chapters have argued, why did they want to follow it all up by dictatorship? What sort of dictatorship did they have in mind? Are their references to the post-revolutionary state really so vague as to allow any interpretation from Edward Bernstein to Joseph Stalin? Toward the resolution of these questions, the largest step yet taken is to be found in the groundbreaking monograph of Hal Draper. Putting all previous authorities to shame, Draper undertook the obvious task of culling from the whole body of Marx and Engels' writings all uses of the terms dictatorship of the proletariat, proletarian dictatorship, or any other combination of the two component ideas. In the 40-odd volumes of material, he found that the term was used in only 11 places, a moral victory, at least, for Koski's viewpoint. But more significantly, by arranging the 11 loci in chronological order, he perceived a startling correlation, never noticed before, that unravels most of the mystery surrounding the real meaning of the expression. In seeking to answer the questions posed above, the following chapter builds from the foundation of Draper's brilliant core insight. To examine all 11 loci as a fund of evidence, it will be necessary in this chapter to go beyond 1850 and look at specific incidents in Marx and Engels' later lives. The concept of dictatorship. The word dictatorship has undergone a radical shift in meaning since World War I, and to understand Marx's usage of it, one must divest the term of its present-day identification with totalitarianism, and return to the original Roman institution of dictatura. For in Republican Rome, dictatorship was a largely benign form of temporary crisis government, most purely exemplified in the familiar story of Cincinnatus, who, when a Roman army had been trapped by the Equians, left off plowing to accept his appointment as dictator. He raised an army, defeated the foe, gave up his office, and returned to his plow all in 16 days. Perhaps because the Romans had such a deep suspicion of executive authority and had divided and restricted it in so many ways, they found it necessary to revert temporarily to one-man rule in periods of foreign invasion or grave civil strife. The Roman institution of dictatorship possessed three crucial features not found in the present-day concept. First, it was provided for in the Republican Constitution itself and expressly designed to preserve that Constitution in moments of grave crisis. Only the Senate could decide when such a moment had arrived, then the consuls chose a dictator from outside the ranks of public officialdom. Second, it was a temporary charge, lasting only until the crisis had been met, or in any case no longer than 6 months. For 300 years, this iron rule was never violated, although the dictatura was invoked on approximately 90 occasions. The normal officials of government remained at their posts and resumed their authority when the dictator stepped down. Only with the decay of republican institutions could Sulla and then Julius Caesar have themselves appointed dictator for life. They created dictatorship in the modern sense by destroying it in the traditional republican sense. Third, the classic dictator held extended but not unlimited powers to cope with an emergency but not to be left entirely unchecked. He could suspend laws and issue temporary decrees, but he could neither enact nor repeal permanent legislation. His judicial authority was confined to criminal cases affecting the safety of the state. Within the executive realm, his powers were understandably widest. He had unrestricted military authority to command the armies and to maintain order at home, but he could not declare war himself or spend state funds without the express consent of the Senate. And since it was his sacred trust to preserve the constitutional order, he could be legally prosecuted if he attempted to abuse his office or extend its tenure beyond the emergency. Far from being an antithesis to the republican rule of law, the Romans conceived dictatorship to be its ultimate defense. 5. It is evident that this classical institution has come down to us in two quite different ways. On the one hand, the idea of emergency, or crisis, government survives today in the form of martial law, or its continental European equivalent, the state of siege. All democratic constitutions provide for such crisis government in one way or another, and it retains most of the Roman attributes, designed to shield the state in times of invasion or civil unrest. Its essential function is preservative. It involves only a temporary suspension of normal governmental procedures and civil liberties, and it provides for extended but by no means unlimited executive power. Modern democracies do not choose a private citizen to wield this emergency power, however, but normally bestow it upon the incumbent chief of state and/or his regular military commanders. 6. While we no longer use the Roman name for such crisis government, it follows the spirit of the classical institution most closely. Dictatorship to protect an established, legally constituted government will be called preservative dictatorship in the following discussion. From the Latin word dictatura, on the other hand, and doubtless from the degeneration of the institution under Sulla and Caesar, we have derived our general term for a government by one person possessed of extraordinary powers. Unlike the model of Cincinnatus, however, modern dictators characteristically destroy pre-existing governmental forms along with traditional rights and liberties. They exercise arbitrary and unchecked power, and most importantly, they do so on a continuing or permanent basis. To the extent that such dictatorships also exhibit the kinds of characteristics enumerated by Carl J. Friedrich and summarized in Chapter I, they are often called totalitarian. 7. While Hitler and Stalin are most frequently cited as models, The concept of totalitarian dictatorship can be extended to include equivalent rule by a small committee or a single elite party. Thus the contemporary notion of dictatorship, despite the name, is far removed from its Roman origins and, for purposes of distinction here, will be called continuing dictatorship. It is this second notion that is most commonly read back into the ideas of Marx and Engels. Actually, as we will see, they anticipated neither a preservative nor a continuing dictatorship, but something that belongs to a distinct third category. In order to appreciate this tripartite distinction, we must return to the historical evolution of the word. Between the collapse of the Roman world and the time of the French Revolution, the term seemed to fall into disuse and, when employed at all, referred only to the historical institution. Thus the strong men of Renaissance Italy were called podesta, even though their functions paralleled the Roman model in some respects. Machiavelli did not counsel his prince to take the name dictator, but he obviously remembered the Roman institution when he wrote in the Discourses that republics which, when in imminent danger, have recourse neither to a dictatorship, nor to some form of authority analogous to it, will always be ruined when grave misfortune befalls them. 8. In the 17th century, Oliver Cromwell established a protectorate, not a dictatorship. As late as the mid-18th century, Rousseau would still develop his chapter on dictatorship by reviewing the features of the Roman practice, emphasizing its limits and its preservative function, that the state should not perish. 9. Not until the French Revolution did the Latin word become infused with new meaning. Because the leaders of that revolution took the Roman Republic as their model, it was perhaps inevitable that the expression dictatorship would regain some currency. Even though none of the revolutionary constitutions institutionalized the practice, Girondin and Jacobin leaders revived the word when they began to accuse each other of aspiring to a dictatorship. Robespierre and the Committee of Public Safety did not wield powers expressly called dictatorial, and Robespierre himself, with a level of self-deception accorded only the sincerest fanatics, repeatedly denounced dictatorship out of pure democratic zeal, even as he was being sent off to the guillotine. 10. But two prominent Jacobins did expressly call for dictatorship as a positive good, Saint Just, who said all revolutions require a dictator to save the state by force, and Marat, who urged the need of a dictator to save liberty by violence. 11. This advocacy of dictatorship, not to preserve long-established institutions, but to save, or more exactly, to consolidate a new revolutionary government and the achievements of the revolution, marks a clear, new direction in meaning for the old Roman term. The new direction found its full expression, of course, in the ideas of the ultra-Jacobin, Gracchus Babeuf, whose call for a dictatorship of the insurrection we reviewed in Chapter 1. Babeuf, it will be remembered, drew a grim lesson from the 9th Thermidor, that the masses were still too backward to liberate and govern themselves. It would therefore be necessary for the enlightened few to act in their name, establishing a temporary dictatorship by committee with a threefold mission: to eradicate old institutions and the leaders associated with them, to lay down the foundations including common ownership of the new egalitarian order, and to control the education of the masses in the new ways of virtue. 1. This conception of dictatorship shares with the Roman archetype the elements of extraordinary power allotted to one man, or in this case, a small committee to deal with a temporary emergency. Its overriding purpose is not to preserve, however, but rather to constitute, and hence it may be labeled constituent dictatorship. Further, since the tasks of Babeuf's provisional regime were to be entrusted to an enlightened few and would crucially involve the tutelage of the masses, our labeling may be refined into a specific subspecies: constituent educational dictatorship. No great imagination is required nowadays to see the degenerative potential of such a dictatorship. It cannot possibly have the built-in safeguards of the Roman practice, since there would be no normal government to resume authority and check abuses. No matter how sincere the democratic intentions of its leaders, the destructive tasks of the dictatorship would all too likely grow into a blind repression of any and all independent institutions, its program of common ownership, into a system ensuring the leaders' control over the economy, and its educational endeavors, into organized brainwashing. With such a degeneration, any temporal limit would surely recede indefinitely into the future, and constituent dictatorship would be transformed into continuing dictatorship. This is, of course, exactly the danger of genuinely totalitarian democratic ideas. In fairness to Babeuf and his conspirators, it might be allowed that the degenerative potential had not been so frequently demonstrated in their time as it has in our own. In any event, by Marx and Engels' time, the word dictatorship might refer to the classical Roman institution of preservative crisis government or to the more recent Babeuvist conception of constituent dictatorship espoused also by Blanqui. But the word had not yet been used to describe permanent one-man rule, or continuing dictatorship in the modern sense. Marx and Engels' understanding of dictatorship. It has already been stressed in previous chapters that Marx and Engels did not apply the word dictatorship to the rule of the proletariat until March 1850. Prior to that time, they never discussed, or even mentioned in any surviving writing, the Babeuvist Blanquist conception of educational dictatorship, although they must have been familiar with it. Their own vision of communist revolution did not rest on the fundamental postulate of mass immaturity, but rather presupposed the masses' prior self-education. Consequently, they did not require any period of educational rule by an enlightened minority, or any postponement of democratic elections. We have reviewed above their consistent advocacy of immediate democracy, from the beginning of their political careers down to 1850, as well as their conviction that a necessary consequence of democracy in all civilized countries is the political rule Herrschaft of the proletariat. Quite plausibly then, in the writings of this early period, they employed the term Herrschaft rather than dictator to refer to the dominion of the proletariat after the revolution. 13 Ironically, the word dictatorship was pushed into Marx and Engels' active vocabulary, not by Blanqui, but by the general who became Blanqui's arch-antagonist in 1848, Louis Eugene Cavaignac. As the June violence in Paris became threatening, the French National Assembly declared a state of siege and invested Cavaignac formally with a commissioned dictatorship to restore law and order in the capital city. This was apparently the first actual revival of the practice, by name, since Roman times. Suddenly the term dictatorship, which Marx and Engels had used on only 3 occasions in all their previous writings, 14 began to punctuate their columns in the Neue Rheinische Zeitung. During the following months, it appeared 21 times, of which 9 referred specifically to the military dictatorship of Cavaignac, and 6 referred to other, parallel counter-revolutionary leaders, or to their actions. Thus Cavaignac's literal dictatorship sparked Marx and Engels' frequent use of the word as an abusive epithet, but it also must have set them thinking about its wider implications. In the remaining 6 occurrences, the term dictatorship was employed for the first time without a pejorative connotation. These are much more interesting for our purposes. They are all to be found in polemics Marx and Engels carried on concerning the exact legal status and powers of the Prussian Assembly then meeting in Berlin. It will be recalled that the two men constantly prodded the various constituent assemblies that had been convened in Germany, urging them to assert popular sovereignty as against the prince's claims of divine right and to assume the powers of government themselves. Above all, they called upon the Frankfurt National Assembly to set up a central government for all of Germany. But, in the meantime, they were perspicacious enough to understand that real power still resided in Berlin, Vienna, and the lesser state capitals. Thus, as citizens of Prussia, they quite naturally focused most of their attention on the Prussian Assembly, which had been called in the wake of the March Revolution to draw up a constitution for that state. Until the new constitution would be in effect, there existed some crucial questions of legal competence and political power. Did pre-revolutionary laws still have force? Did sovereignty reside in the more or less democratically elected assembly or still with the king? Did the king, or the assembly, have the power to appoint and control cabinet ministers? While articulating their position on these questions, it was Engels who first used the word dictatorship to describe government during such an interregnum, during what he called a revolutionary provisional condition, Revolutionäres Provisorium. Point 16 The specific issue concerned the Prussian Interior Minister, Friedrich Kielwetter, who had asserted that a commission from the Assembly had no right to question him about his official actions, since that would constitute an interference with the executive branch of government, a violation of the separation of powers. Engels replied testily that the old governmental arrangements, which placed all power in the hands of the king, did not recognize the principle anyway. And a new constitution had not yet been created. The revolutionary provisorium consists precisely in the temporary suspension of the division of powers. Either the legislative authority momentarily seizes executive power for itself, or vice versa. It makes no difference whether this revolutionary dictatorship, and it is a dictatorship no matter how sluggishly it may be exercised, lies in the hands of the Crown or the Assembly, or both together. Herr Kielwetter may find several examples of all three possibilities in the history of France since 1789. The provisorium gives, the Assembly other attributes far beyond the mere right of investigation. It even gives it the right, if need be, to transform itself into a court of law and to make convictions in the absence of laws. p. 7. In a later article, Engels went on to generalize that as a consequence of this provisorium, everything that serves to secure the achievements of the March Revolution falls within the competence of the Assembly. 18. Thus Engels declared dictatorship to be the necessary consequence of the interregnum situation created by any revolution. With the old legal order overthrown and the new one not yet created, there are no commonly acknowledged rules under which to govern, and yet political decisions must nonetheless be made and acted upon. Each side necessarily behaves dictatorially, that is, outside any framework of commonly acknowledged rules. Notice that such a dictatorship may be exercised by a democratically elected assembly, may be sluggish rather than ruthless, and involves only the unavoidable fact of extralegally. Marx took up the same theme during the Prussian ministerial crisis in September 1848. As explained earlier, the cabinet had resigned after receiving a brusque instruction from the assembly to curb the regular army's frequent assaults on militiamen. 19. The ministers protested against this legislative incursion into the realm of executive prerogative, this violation of the constitutional principle of separation of powers. Marx believed that the showdown between Crown and Assembly was at hand. Constitutional principle. The very gentlemen who are out to save the constitutional principle at any price should realize first of all that, during a provisional condition, it can only be saved at all by energetic action. Constitutional principle. But the vote of the Berlin Assembly, the clashes between Potsdam and Frankfurt, the disturbances, the reactionary ventures, the provocations of the Soldatesca have not these things at last shown that, despite all phrase-mongering, we are still on revolutionary ground, and the pretense that we have already reached the stage of a constituted, an established constitutional monarchy only leads to collisions, which have already brought the constitutional principle to the brink of the abyss. Every provisional condition of state provisorisk Staatszustand following a revolution requires a dictatorship, and an energetic dictatorship at that. From the beginning we reproached Prime Minister Camphausen for not acting dictatorially, for not immediately shattering and eliminating the remnants of old institutions. While thus Herr Camphausen indulged in constitutional fancies, the defeated party strengthened its positions within the bureaucracy and in the army, and occasionally even risked an open fight. The Assembly was convened for the purpose of agreeing on the terms of the Constitution. It existed as an equal party alongside the Crown. Two equal powers in one provisorium. It was this very division of powers in a provisorium that was bound to lead to conflicts. In any unconstituted state of affairs, what matters is only the salut public, the public welfare, and not this or that principle. The ministry could avoid the collision of the Assembly and the Crown only by recognizing itself the principle of public welfare, even at the risk of coming itself into collision with the Crown. It never hesitated to employ measures of public welfare, mesures de salut public, dictatorial measures, against the Democrats. Or what else was the application of old laws to political crimes even when Herr Marker the Justice Minister had already acknowledged that these articles of the Prussian Code had to be repealed? What else were the wholesale arrests in all parts of the kingdom? but the ministry carefully refrained from intervening against the counter-revolution in the name of public welfare. It was this half-heartedness of the ministry in face of the ever more threatening counter-revolution that compelled the Assembly itself to dictate measures of public welfare. The resolution of August 9 flouted the constitutional principle. It is an encroachment made by the legislative power on the executive power. It turns the Assembly of Conciliation into a national convention. 2. Here in September, Marx echoed what Engels had said in July, that every provisional condition of state requires a dictatorship, that is, a government standing outside any established legal framework. Since unavoidable extra-legally is the only criterion, Marx argued like Engels before him that even a democratically elected assembly may, indeed must, exercise such a dictatorship. The very terminology of this passage betrays the paradigm Marx had before his eyes. He was, of course, a close student of the Great French Revolution and at one time had planned to write a history of the original National Convention. 21 Now he was imploring the Prussian Assembly to imitate its famous predecessor in certain respects, by asserting its own right to speak for the nation, as against royal claims, and by acting boldly to secure the democratic achievements of the revolution. It should justify its actions, given the temporary absence of any established framework of constitutional law, by appealing directly to the public welfare. Doubtless it would be held responsible by the public. These mesures de salut public, unavoidably extra-legal but representing the will of the majority through its elected legislators, would be dictatorial and democratic at the same time. Marx emphasized that this democratic dictatorship ought to be an energetic one and pointed out its obvious tasks: shattering and eliminating the remnants of old institutions, especially the bureaucracy and the army. Engels' earlier piece had suggested the same field of action, and with more elaboration. After a revolution, the first necessity is a renewal of the entire civil and military bureaucracy, as well as a part of the judiciary, especially the public prosecutors. Otherwise the best measures of the central power will run aground on the refractoriness of subalterns. The weakness of the French provisional government and the weakness of the Camphausen ministry have borne bitter fruit in this regard. In Prussia especially, where a bureaucratic hierarchy in the military and the administration has been perfectly organized for 40 years and has ruled with absolute power, in Prussia, where precisely this bureaucracy was the main enemy defeated on March 19, here a complete renewal of the civil and military officials was infinitely more urgent. But the ministry did nothing, and thus allowed its old enemies, the bureaucrats, to retain the real power in their own hands. 23. Thus Marx and Engels equated dictatorial energy with the large-scale replacement of officials necessary in any meaningful democratic revolution that overthrows an old, established authoritarian regime. Nowhere did they call for the physical liquidation of such officials, foreheads falling like hail. 24. Indeed, the two measures of the Prussian Assembly which they expressly identified as dictatorial were not even actions to dismiss, but only to control, royally appointed officials, that is, cabinet ministers. To be sure, Marx and Engels encouraged the arming of the general population and the development of a broadly based popular militia as the ultimate means by which the masses could intimidate or, if need be, defeat the defenders of the old regime. But as a matter of actual record, Marx only called for the use of those weapons on one specific occasion, defensively, in an effort to ward off the November counter-revolution. 25. Neither do the two men appear to have equated dictatorship with the denial of political rights to the opponents of the revolution. At least they never urged such a denial in any surviving writing, public or private, during the 1848 period. They vigilantly defended free speech, free association, and the right to vote, the principal immediate achievements of the March Revolution, without ever attempting to justify any exceptions. 26. In short, what they chose to call dictatorship in 1848 had the same features we would nowadays associate with a provisionally established democracy. It goes without saying that we would not call such a government dictatorial but would use a term like provisional or perhaps pre-legitimate. 27. Thus the general revolutionary dictatorship advocated by Marx and Engels in the Neue Reinigungszeitung had almost nothing in common with the present-day conception of permanent one-man rule. It will be remembered that Marx specifically denounced Weitling on this point in August 1848, the desire to put the system of a single brain into execution by means of dictatorship deserves to be called nonsense. 28. Marx and Engels' idea had more in common with the old Roman practice, a temporary exercise of extraordinary power during an emergency, but lacked the central preservative function of the classical institution. It was to be a constituent dictatorship, like that of Babeuf and Blanqui, but a constituent dictatorship of a crucially different subspecies. It would not be educational. Marx and Engels' conception did not rest on the postulate of mass immaturity. It did not require rule by a self-appointed committee but assumed the authority of a democratically elected constituent assembly. It did not require massive terror and liquidations, since opposition would be less worrisome to a majority government, and for all these reasons it would not require any vanguard control over the press and educational system. Its dictatorial, that is, extra-legal, character would cease by definition with the creation of new permanent institutions of government, of a new legality. This was the conception of dictatorship, it will be argued, that Marx and Engels applied 2 years later, and thereafter, to the proletarian revolution per se. The marriage of dictatorship and proletarian rule. The special definition of dictatorship elaborated in the Neue Reinigungszeitung was not expressly applied at the time to the future rule of the workers. Only in March 1850 did the phrase dictatorship of the proletariat for the first time replace the habitual rule of the proletariat. Even assuming the special meaning of dictatorship just described, the shift in terminology obviously requires some explanation, and it is Draper's contribution to have done this in a manner that clears away most of the confusion surrounding the famous slogan. In briefest outline, his thesis is that Marx and Engels agreed to accept the word dictatorship favored by the Blanquists in a united front program drawn up with them in 1850, but that the two men themselves still understood the word to mean the sort of pre-legitimate democratic government we have just encountered and not the kind of educational dictatorship by a small committee that the Blanquists wanted. In the entire body of Marx and Engels' writing, encompassing perhaps 6 or 7 million words, the term dictatorship, in any grammatical form, is linked to the working class a total of 16 times, in 11 separate writings. 29 there are in addition 2 reports of Marx and Engels having uttered the slogan in spoken remarks. These 18 uses are neatly clustered, as Draper revealed and as we ourselves will see, in 3 distinct chronological periods: 1850-1852, 1871-1875, and 1890-1893, with roughly a score of years separating each period. During the first 2 periods, and at no other time, Marx and Engels worked in united fronts with the Blanquists. This double coincidence in time can scarcely be accidental, and we will see how the final uses of the 90s fall into line 2, as a sort of echo of 1875-30. Let us begin with the second of the 11 writings, which is actually the first occasion on which Marx and Engels associated their own names with the call for proletarian dictatorship, and which is simultaneously the clearest expression of the United Front compromise. The reasons that impelled Marx and Engels into this short-lived collaboration have been discussed earlier. The perceived imminence of renewed upheaval, the centrality of France to the revolutionary schema, the impossibility of legal organization, and the established leadership of Blanquist elements among the French secret societies, all convinced the two men to participate in the Universal Society of Revolutionary Communists, organized in mid-April 1850. Its statutes, as reviewed earlier, included a statement of purpose that was evidently drafted by Willich but signed by all 6 founding members. It read: Locus 2. The aim of the association is the downfall of all the privileged classes, to subject these classes to the dictatorship of the proletarians, dictature de prolétaires, by maintaining the revolution in permanence until the achievement of communism, which is to be the last form of the constitution of the human family. 31. In our earlier discussion of Marxist strategy, we saw how the slogan revolution in permanence was employed here and in the March Circular as a compromise formulation, a deliberate ambiguity that could be interpreted in one way by the advocates of minority revolution, and in a quite different way by Marx and Engels. 32. In exactly the same fashion, the phrase dictatorship of the proletarians must be understood as a compromise and a deliberate ambiguity. The Blanquists had called often enough for dictatorship, but of course they meant dictatorship by a small committee, and contrary to widespread impressions they had never before used the expression dictatorship of the proletariat. 33. Marx and Engels had long urged the rule of the proletariat, but never before had they called it dictatorship. The obvious compromise was to put the two ideas together. Doubtless this terminological marriage was made easier for Marx and Engels by the general concept of dictatorship they had elaborated in the Neue Reinigungszeitung. If every government during a revolutionary provisorium is dictatorial by virtue of its unavoidable extra-legally, then the anticipated proletarian government must be also. If the bourgeois Prussian Assembly exercised a dictatorship in 1848, then a parallel assembly elected by universal suffrage after a proletarian revolution would also be a dictatorship of the proletariat. That Marx and Engels were quite conscious of the difference between the Blanquist conception of dictatorship and their own is most precisely disclosed in an 187-4 article by Engels that will be examined below as Locus 7, but which may be previewed here. From Blanqui's conception that every revolution is a surprise attack by a small revolutionary minority, there follows of itself the necessity for a dictatorship after the success of the venture. This would be, to be sure, a dictatorship not of the entire revolutionary class, the proletariat, but of the small number who have made the surprise attack, and who are themselves previously organized under the dictatorship of one or several individuals. 34. One could not ask for a more exact distinction. In the 1850 compromise, Marx and Engels conceded USC of the term dictatorship, which cost them little because of their own special definition, while the Blanquists conceded, at least for the record, that the dictatorship would be exercised by the proletarians, that is, the entire revolutionary class, and not by one or several individuals. Among Marx and Engels' own writings of 1850, we have reviewed already the evidence that they did not embrace a Blanquist conception of minority revolution and minority dictatorship. Most weighty was the trenchant critique of conspiratorial revolutionaries that Marx published in April, at the very time the Universal Society was being founded. 3g. If Locus 2 expresses the United Front terminological compromise of April 1850, then Locus 1, published 3 or 4 weeks earlier, represents a preliminary effort by Marx to suggest the phrase to the French Blanquists, indeed, to put the words right into their mouths. In this work, Class Struggles in France, Marx built up to the idea with a veritable deluge of dictatorships. Hitherto, he had been quite sparing in the use of the word, but it appears 17 times in the course of Class Struggles alone. And it appears in a variety of political settings, proceeding from right to left. There are 4 references to Cavenac's dictatorship, 9 references to bourgeois dictatorship under the state of siege, which declared the workers or la loi, and 2 references to the awaited popular dictatorship of workers, peasants, and petty bourgeois. 3.6. The 2 last named uses deserve special inspection. While explaining the growth of popular opposition to the bourgeois dictatorship in 1849, Marx spoke of a January reconciliation between the socialists and the Montaigne, with the result that the Social and the Democratic Party, the party of the workers and that of the petty bourgeois, united to form the Social Democratic Party, that is, the Red Party. 37. The third element in the prospective coalition, the peasants, would soon join, for only the fall of capital can raise the peasant, only an anti-capitalist, a proletarian government can break his economic misery, his social degradation. The constitutional republic is the dictatorship of his united exploiters, the social democratic, the Red Republic, is the dictatorship of his allies. 38. Here the term is obviously employed to refer not to the ultimate, purely proletarian government, but to the more imminent government of the allied majority classes. The second passage actually prior seems to refer to the same regime, The proletariat, forced by the terrible material defeat of June to raise itself up again through intellectual victories and not yet enabled through the development of the remaining classes to seize the revolutionary dictatorship, had to throw itself into the arms of the doctrinaires of its emancipation, the founders of socialist sects, such as Louis Blanc. 39 Here the proletariat could not seize the revolutionary dictatorship without the support of the remaining classes, the peasants and petty bourgeois. There is a disturbing implication in the second passage that, whatever support might come from these latter classes, the proletariat alone would seize and exercise the revolutionary dictatorship. And yet there is no positive evidence that Marx meant anything more than that the proletariat, as the most resolute and politically experienced element in the coalition, would naturally attract the support of the other classes. Among the common characteristics he ascribed to the party of the Red Republic were adherence to democratic republican institutions and the demands for freedom of the press and the right of association. In the passage concerning the peasants just cited in the last paragraph, Marx went on to add, and the scale rises or falls, according to the votes that the peasant casts into the ballot box. He himself has to decide his fate. 40. One may recall Marx's thought expressed in the Neue Rheinische that universal suffrage is precisely the compass needle which, perhaps after various deviations, finally points to the class that is called to rule. 41. We may now proceed to the last two uses of the word dictatorship to be found in class struggles, the ones that refer unambiguously to the rule of the proletariat per se. The first occurs in the section on the June days, which according to Marx taught the proletariat the futility of its earlier optimistic reformism. Locus law only its defeat convinced it of the truth that the slightest improvement in its position remains a utopia within the bourgeois republic, a utopia that becomes a crime as soon as it wants to become a reality. In place of its demands, exuberant in form, but petty and even bourgeois still in content, the concession of which it wanted to wring from the February Republic, there appeared the bold slogan of revolutionary struggle, overthrow of the bourgeoisie. Dictatorship of the working class. Diktator der Arbeiterklasse. 42. There is no record whatsoever that such a bold slogan appeared anywhere in Paris following the June defeat. A far greater likelihood is that Marx, with an eye toward the Blanquist partiality for the word dictatorship, was launching the slogan himself, as Draper puts it, in the hope of getting the Blanquists to think in terms of class rule rather than rule by a clique. 43 The second use fortifies this impression, as Marx described the leftward movement of the workers away from the doctrinaire socialism of Louis Blanc. Locus 1b The proletariat rallies more and more round revolutionary socialism, round communism, for which the bourgeoisie has itself invented the name of blanking. This socialism is the declaration of the permanence of the revolution, the class dictatorship of the proletariat class and dictator de proletariats as the necessary transit point to the abolition of class distinctions generally, to the abolition of all the relations of production on which they rest, to the abolition of all the social relations that correspond to these relations of production, to the revolutionizing of all the ideas that result from these social relations. 44. Again, there is no record that Blanqui or his followers ever used the slogan dictatorship of the proletariat, nor does Marx quite make such a claim. Neither had they used the slogan of permanent revolution. Neither is there anything remotely Blanquist about ideas resulting from social relations that correspond to relations of production, all of which is pure unadulterated Marx, of course. Clearly, what Marx was doing was putting words into the mouths of the Blanquists, invigorating his own bland rule of the proletariat with the fearsome-sounding dictatorship, but italicizing and this time doubly emphasizing its class nature, with class and dictator of the proletariat. The proposition must have been clear, if only the Blanquists would accept the notion of class dictatorship instead of clique dictatorship, the road to a united front would be open. The success of this preliminary effort by Marx can be witnessed in the Universal Society's statement of purpose, cited above as locus 2. The two remaining loci of the 1850 to 1852 period are nothing more than echoes of locus 1. One of the few left-wing newspapers in Germany to survive the counter-revolution for a time was the Neue Deutsche Zeitung, published in Frankfurt by Otto Luning with the aid of his brother-in-law, Joseph Wedemeyer. Wedemeyer, of course, was a key member of Marx's inner circle, and it was probably his influence that induced the true socialist Luning to publish, in June 1850, a long summary and review of class struggles in France that helped bring Marx's views before the German public. In the course of these articles, Luning allowed that the aim and final end of all revolutionary movements of the present day is the revolutionary rule, the dictatorship of the working class. He found no fault with the word dictatorship, obviously drawn from locus 1, and held that the rule of the workers would be 100 times more moral and rational than the rule of the Junkers and capitalists. But, he continued, class rule is always an immoral and irrational state of affairs, and the aim of the revolutionary movement should be not the transference of rule from one class to the other but the abolition of class differences. 4. Marx was obviously irritated by Luning's holier-than-thou true socialism and fired back a letter to the editor that was published on July 4. Locus 3. To the editor of the Neue Deutsche Zeitung. In the feuilleton of your paper for June 22 of this year, you reproached me with advocating the rule and the dictatorship of the working class, die Herrschaft und die Diktatur der Arbeiterklasse, while as against me you urge the abolition of class differences altogether. I do not understand this rectification. You knew very well that the Communist Manifesto, published before the February Revolution of 1848, p. 16, says, if the proletariat during its contest with the bourgeoisie is compelled, by the force of circumstances, to organize itself as a class, if, by means of a revolution, it makes itself the ruling class, and, as such, sweeps away by force the old conditions of production, then it will, along with these conditions, have swept away the conditions for the existence of class antagonisms and of classes generally, and will thereby have abolished its own supremacy Herrschaft as a class. 46. Although just an echo of Locus 1, Marx's letter is significant for its unhesitating equation of the slogans of the manifesto with the seemingly more stringent formulations of 1850. For the proletariat to make itself the ruling class, or to win the battle of democracy as the manifesto declared elsewhere, is here equated with the rule and dictatorship of the working class. Marx seemed to feel no special explanation was necessary for the term dictatorship, nor did Luning. Both men clearly understood dictatorship to mean the rule of an entire class. Indeed, it was precisely class rule per se that made Luning uncomfortable. This obscure letter adds further confirmation that Marx had not altered his views of the character of the post-revolutionary government since the time of the manifesto. Herrschaft and Diktator had become interchangeable. Locus 4 is a fainter recho of Locus 3, as the slogan bounced back and forth across the Atlantic Ocean in 1852. With the ultimate demise of the Neue Deutsche Zeitung, Wedemeyer emigrated to New York where he began writing for German-language periodicals. His first article in America was published in the New York THIRD-Zeitung on January 1, 1852, and bore the title, The Dictatorship of the Proletariat. It was little more than a condensation of the manifesto and used the key phrase only once, in the final paragraph. 47. Wedemeyer regularly sent Marx and Engels copies of his publications, and it is almost certain Marx received this article, along with at least one other, toward the end of February. 48. This would explain why the famous slogan that Marx had not used in almost 2 years popped up extraneously in his return letter to Wedemeyer on March 5. The letter contained various materials and suggestions for future articles, such as Marx regularly sent Wedemeyer, including some general observations on the class struggle in modern society. Marx then added, Locus 4a and b. And now as to myself, no credit is due to me for discovering the existence of classes in modern society nor yet the struggle between them. Long before me bourgeois historians had described the historical development of this class struggle and bourgeois economists. The economic anatomy of the classes. What I did that was new was to prove, 1. That the existence of classes is only bound up with particular, historic phases in the development of production, 2. that the class struggle necessarily leads to the dictatorship of the proletariat dictator de proletariats. 3. That this dictatorship itself only constitutes the transition to the abolition of all classes and to a classless society. 49. Toward the end of his letter Marx wrote, "From the above notes take anything you think suitable." Though one of the most widely quoted loci, this use is one of the least illuminating. Marx only repeated the phrase he saw in Weidmeyer's article, itself an echo of previous uses, and added nothing new to its definition. He might just as likely have used the more habitual rule of the proletariat, had not Weidmeyer's article called his attention to the alternative term. Thus, born of a desire to create a united front with the Blanquists, the phrase dictatorship of the proletariat was used twice in preparatory overtures, once in the compromise itself, once in an echo, and twice in a recho 2 years later. Interestingly, the French Blanquists, who had never used the slogan before, did not use it again until the Second United Front with the Marxists in 1872. Similarly, the Willich Schapper faction of the Communist League abandoned the slogan after the September 1850 schism. Their subsequent pronouncements called for a revolutionary dictatorship by a central committee that would be chosen by those members of the armed Fourth Estate who had fought the revolution through. General elections were to be put off until the full attainment of communism. 50. The Compromise of 1850 manifestly failed to alter the views of either side. Marx and Engels continued to believe in majority rule by the proletariat, which might be called dictatorship since revolution necessitated temporary extra-legally. The Blanquists and their German imitators continued to believe in an educational dictatorship by a small minority. The ambiguous and unfortunate compromise slogan, dictatorship of the proletariat, might have died a natural death at that point, like the other compromise slogan, permanent revolution, had not the two groupings renewed contact in the aftermath of the Paris Commune. The Second Blanquist Alliance. During the 2 full decades between the Universal Society and the Paris Commune, Marxists and Blanquists had little if anything to do with one another, and during that entire period neither side used the phrase dictatorship of the proletariat. It is precisely this striking temporal coincidence that makes Draper's thesis so convincing. In the 1860s, Marx and Engels collaborated with the Proudhonist trade unionists who figured so prominently in the French section of the International Working Men's Association, but this separated them even more from the Blanquists, who were bitter enemies of Proudhonism. Thus Ellenfirm had 2 of his followers expelled for attending the 1868 Congress of the IWA, 11 personally. Marx and Blanqui managed to admire each other at a respectful distance. On the occasion of Blanqui's return to prison in 1861, Marx wrote in sympathy to Louis Watteau that he had always regarded Watteau's chief as the head and heart of the proletarian party in France. 52. Marx's son-in-law, Paul Lafargue, was a Blanquist by origin and tried to bring the two men together. In 1869 he wrote Marx, "Blanqui has the greatest esteem for you," and in 1879 he would balance this with a letter to Blanqui, shortly before the latter's death, saying, "Marx, who has followed your political career with great interest, would be very happy to make your acquaintance." 53. Nonetheless, the two men never actually met, although there were at least 3 occasions when it would have been quite possible. 54. Both men may have sensed that their mutual respect would be best preserved at a certain distance. It was the Paris Commune of 1871, or rather the suppression of the Paris Commune, that brought Marxists and Blanquists back into closer contact. Marx's enthusiasm for this abortive municipal revolution, the rebellion of France's radical center against the conservative countryside, found its immortal expression in his contemporary addresses to the IWA, published as The Civil War in France. Here he celebrated in glowing phrases the ultra-democratic features of the revolutionary government in Paris that the Blanquist faction among the communards had deplored and opposed. 55. As soon as the communal government had been established, the Blanquists tried to introduce a resolution suspending all democratic forms, appointing a dictatorial committee of public safety, and militarizing public life until the national government in Versailles would be overthrown. They gave up the plan only when it became apparent that the other political factions within the Commune would not accept it. 56 Obviously, the decades between 1850 and 1871 had not softened the contrast between the Marxist and the Blanquist conceptions of revolutionary government. Following the particularly bloody suppression of the Commune, however, the situation changed in a number of ways. Marx and Engels felt an instinctive sympathy for the heroic communards, quite independent of faction, which found expression in their untiring relief work on behalf of the refugees who streamed into London. Among these refugees were a number of Blanquist militants whom Marx and Engels sensed might now be won over. A few had attained greater clarity on the essential principles, Engels remembered in 1891, through Edouard Vaillant, who was familiar with German scientific socialism. 57. In particular, the two men were looking for allies in the great factional struggle then mounting to its climax within the International. However much Blanquists and Marxists might be at odds on other issues, they could stand shoulder to shoulder against the anarchist faction of the IWA, against the unpolitical socialism of Proudhon and especially Bakunin. Circumstances had conspired to aid this rapprochement when in April the main Proudhonist leader of the French section and founding member of the International, Henry Tolaine, chose to support the Versailles government against the Commune. Indignantly, the Paris Federal Council expelled Tolaine from the IWA, a step happily confirmed by Marx's General Council in London. 58 This move against Elanqui's old rival must have made the International more attractive to the Blanquist communards, as did Marx's relief efforts and courageous public defense of their unpopular cause. Bewildered by defeat and exile, politically adrift in a strange country, these militants now found themselves courted, feted, and welcomed into the IWA. Very likely Paul Lafargue played a key role as intermediary in establishing the Second United Front, which was cemented in August when Vaillant and other Blanquist leaders were elected on Marx's nomination to the General Council. 59 The fading continued in September, when the General Council invited a host of communard refugees to celebrate the 7th anniversary of the IWA at a grand banquet. The number of Blanquists present can be judged from a report in the New York World that the very mention of Ellenfirm's name set the whole assembly in motion like an electric shock. It was on this gala occasion that Marx, in his keynote address, revived the slogan that had lain dormant for 20 years. According to the same World account, Marx retraced the step-by-step growth of workers' movements, with a predictable culmination. The last movement was the Commune, the greatest that had yet been made, and there could not be two opinions about it. The Commune was the conquest of the political power of the working classes. There was much misunderstanding about the Commune. The Commune could not found a new form of class government. In destroying the existing conditions of oppression by transferring all the means of labor to the productive laborer, and thereby compelling every able-bodied individual to work for a living, the only base for class rule and oppression would be removed. But before such a change could be effected, a proletarian dictature would become necessary, and the first condition of that was a proletarian army. The working classes would have to conquer the right to emancipate themselves on the battlefield. The task of the International was to organize and combine the forces of labor for the coming struggle. 60. Here Marx all but called the Paris Commune a dictatorship of the proletariat, which it certainly was according to his own understanding of the term. 61 But which must also have sounded an agreeable chord with the Blanquists in the audience. If the English language report is precise, Marx even used the French form of the word dictature in what was a virtual replay of Locus 1, namely a suggestion to the Blanquists of a slogan that could unite the two schools. This time a special twist can be discerned in the veiled allusion to the misunderstanding of the anarchists who supposed that the state could be disbanded forthwith. Counterposed in particular to this prime error of their common anarchist foes, proletarian dictature was an ideal slogan for the United Front. The Blanquists obviously caught the hint, for when the IWA factional conflict reached its boiling point at the Hague Congress of September 1872, Vaillant introduced an anti-anarchist political action resolution to the effect that abstention from political action is the negation of the first duty of the working class, the conquest of political power having as its goal making a clean sweep of the old society and creating the elements of the new by the dictatorship of the proletariat. 62. While defending this resolution on the floor, Valiant employed the slogan again, turning it adroitly against both the Bakuninist and Proudhonist varieties of anarchism, which he labeled respectively abstentionists out of ignorance and abstentionists for political reasons. Thus did he take up the old 1850 slogan to assert the position of his camp against the indifference of the anarchists to the conquest of state power, in this neatly paired antagonism between political and unpolitical socialists, between Marxists and Blanquists on the one side and Proudhonists and Bakuninists on the other. But the common front was destined to last only as long as the common threat. After voting jointly to expel the Bakuninists on a reformulated political action resolution, the United Front was suddenly ruptured when the Blanquists walked out in genuine indignation as a response to Marx's unexpected proposal to transfer the IWA headquarters to New York, in other words, to oblivion. 63. The second collaboration thus endured scarcely longer than the first. In the period following the rupture, the Blanquist refugees issued two pronouncements that provoked Engels, for the first time in his own name, to write the phrase dictatorship of the proletariat in loci 5 and 7. Locus 7 was a response to the Blanquist program, Auxiliary Communes, issued in 187-4. This program included the slogan dictatorship of the proletariat along with other evidences of recent Marxist influence, but retained the central Blanquist postulate of mass immaturity. Thus it declaimed against the fraud of universal suffrage and asserted that by no means must the revolutionary minority abdicate before the average, distorted opinion of majorities that have been subjected to all of the influences of ignorance and privilege. 64. Obviously, their exposure to Marxism had affected the Blanquists' terminology more than their underlying ideas. Engels reacted to the pronouncement in an extended and much neglected critique, Programm der Blanquistischen Kommunefleischtlage, published in June 1874. Here we may appreciate in its larger context the razor-sharp counterposition previewed earlier of the Marxist and Blanquist conceptions of dictatorship. Locus 7. These Blanquists are so called not because they form a group founded by Blanqui. Only a few of the 33 signers of this program have ever spoken personally to Blanqui, but rather because they want to be active in his spirit and according to his tradition. Blanqui is essentially a political revolutionist. He is a socialist only through his sympathy with the sufferings of the people, but he has neither a socialist theory nor any concrete practical proposals for social redress. In his political activity, he was mainly a man of action, who believed that a small and well-organized minority, by attempting a revolutionary surprise attack at the right moment, could raise forth the masses of the people with a few initial successes and thus make a successful revolution. Such a group could be organized, of course, only as a secret society under Louis Philippe, and so there occurred what usually occurs with conspiracies. The members grew weary of constantly holding back, with empty promises that action would soon begin, and finally lost all patience, becoming rebellious and leaving only the alternatives, either to let the conspiracy fall apart or to let fly without any external justification or signs. So they let fly, on May 12, 1839, and were squashed in a twinkling. This happened even though the police for once were entirely unaware of the Blanquist conspiracy. It descended on them from the clear blue sky. From Blanqui's conception that every revolution is a surprise attack by a small revolutionary minority, there follows of itself the necessity for a dictatorship after the success of the venture. This would be, to be sure, a dictatorship not of the entire revolutionary class, the proletariat der Diktator, Allverstanden, nicht der ganzen revolutionären Klasse, de proletariats, but of the small number who have made the surprise attack, and who are themselves previously organized under the dictatorship of one or several individuals. We see, then, that Blanqui is a revolutionary of the preceding generation. 66. In criticizing his ex-partners, Engels here proceeded by bold and unambiguous strokes to the heart of what separated them: conspiratorial revolution and minority dictatorship versus spontaneous mass revolution and majority dictatorship. He referred to the crucial slogan only to counterpose as sharply as he could the dictatorship of the entire revolutionary class to the dictatorship of a small revolutionary minority or of one or several individuals. He thereby excluded from the Marxist conception of the workers' dictatorship any notion of rule by an elite, a vanguard party, a central committee, or a single strong man. Such ideas, he declared in a tragic lapse of his gift for prophecy, belonged to the preceding generation. Engels went on in this remarkable document to criticize the Blanquist refugees for wanting now to let fly once again without considering that the French workers needed a long period of rest to recover from 1871. He chastised them as well for preparing proscription lists to eliminate their rivals from any new commune, for wanting to suppress religion by decree, for imagining that they could overleap the way stations and compromises on the road to communism, and for defending blindly all the shootings, burnings, and other stupidities perpetrated by the commune during the torment of its final days. 66. Not wanting to be entirely negative, Engels also made the customary deference to the revolutionary instinct and lightning resolution of Blanqui, and commended the program on what had been borrowed from the manifesto, although its translation into Blanquist French leaves a good deal to be desired. This program shows some progress, he concluded, the undeniable service of Vaillant. It is a good sign when French workers adopt correct theoretical principles even though they come out of Germany. 67. In later years, Vaillant did indeed go on to fulfill Engels' desires by leading some of his followers into the French Socialist Party and the Second International. It is fitting that Locus 7, the last one relating to the Blanquists specifically, should have been another educational effort to redirect the latter's thinking away from instant revolution, clique dictatorship, and terrorism. We may now move back chronologically to Locus 5, Engels' 1872 tract on the housing question, in which he criticized a just published statement on the issue by a German Prudenist, Arthur Mühlberger. In the course of this polemic against anarchism, Engels made a side reference to the first of the two Blanquist pronouncements, Internationale et Revolution, 1872. Specifically, he wanted to counter Mühlberger's claim that the principles of Proudhon generally inspired the French working class. Such a claim obviously overlooked the movement inspired by Blanqui. Locus 5a. When the so-called Blanquists made an attempt to transform themselves from mere political revolutionists into a socialist workers' faction with a definite program as was done by the Blanquist fugitives in London in their manifesto, Internationale et Revolution, they did not proclaim the principles of the Proudhonist plan for the salvation of society, but adopted, and almost literally at that, the views of German scientific socialism on the necessity of political action by the proletariat and of its dictatorship seiner dictator as the transition to the abolition of classes, and with them of the state views such as had already been expressed in the Communist Manifesto and since then, on innumerable occasions. 68. While making the polemical point that the Blanquists borrowed their ideas from Marx rather than Proudhon, Engels singled out the 2 points: the need for political action and for a post-revolutionary dictatorship that were bound to nettle the anarchists most. He used the word dictatorship for exactly the same purpose as had Marx and Vaillant the year before, to emphasize what united the political socialists against the political socialists. As in Locus 3, Engels also equated the word with the demands of the manifesto and the views expressed since then on innumerable occasions, suggesting that like Marx perceived no dramatic change in his own views on revolutionary government since 1847. Mühlberger had gone on to stress that the housing shortage transcended class lines, affecting all strata of the population. He emphasized this point, he said, because we have been so frequently and largely exposed to the absurd charge of pursuing a class policy, of striving for class domination, Klassenherrschaft. Here was another bêtise too tempting for Engels to pass by. He rejoined. Locus 5b. Friend Mühlberger thus makes the following points here. 1. We do not pursue any class policy and do not strive for class domination. But the German Social Democratic Workers' Party, just because it is a workers' party, necessarily pursues a class policy, the policy of the working class. Since each political party sets out to establish its rule Herrschaft in the state, so the German Social Democratic Workers' Party is necessarily striving to establish its Herrschaft, the Herrschaft of the working class, hence Klassenherrschaft. Moreover, every real proletarian party, from the English Chartists onward, has put forward a class policy. The organization of the proletariat as an independent political party is the first condition of its struggle, and the dictatorship of the proletariat dictator de proletariats is its immediate aim. By declaring this to be absurd, Mtilbacher puts himself outside the proletarian movement and inside the camp of petty bourgeois socialism. 69. With the fiery slogan fresh in his mind, from Locus 5a, and having repeated Herrschaft 5 times in the same paragraph, Engels seems here to have shifted to dictator simply for relief, as a synonym. Though quite casually inserted, the term is particularly noteworthy in this passage because of Engels' incidental remark so jarring to 20th-century conceptions that even the Chartists had been striving for a dictatorship of the proletariat. The 6 purely democratic demands of the People's Charter were equated in his mind with the revolutionary rule of the working-class majority in England, hence with proletarian dictatorship. No locus yet cited reveals so clearly that Marx and Engels used dictator as a synonym for Herrschaft and assumed, under either label, a democratic governmental structure. Marx chose the phrase more deliberately in his own contemporaneous polemic against Prudhonism, Indifference to Politics, which he wrote in Italian. He began the essay with a 2-page caricature of the Frenchman's teachings, done with heavy-handed sarcasm. Locus 6. The working class should not form a political party, and should not, under any circumstances, undertake political action, since to combat the state is to recognize the state, which is contrary to the eternal principles. If in the political struggle against the bourgeois state the workers only manage to wrest concessions, they are making compromises, which is contrary to the eternal principles. One must therefore scorn any peaceful movement, as the English and American workers have the bad habit of doing. If the political struggle of the working class assumes violent forms, if the workers substitute their revolutionary dictatorship la loro dittatura rivoluzione for the dictatorship of the bourgeois class, they are committing the terrible crime of laissez principle, for to satisfy their own base everyday needs and crush the resistance of the bourgeoisie, instead of laying down arms and abolishing the state they are giving it a revolutionary and transient form. 70. Within the framework of his caricature, Marx smuggled in his standard argument against the anarchist desire to abolish the state immediately. The workers must first seize the state, give it a revolutionary and transient form, and use it to crush, schiacciare, bourgeois resistance, before they eventually lay down their arms. This is the only locus in which either Marx or Engels pointed to a specifically repressive mission for the dictatorship of the proletariat. Small wonder Lenin chose the passage for special emphasis in his State and Revolution. 71. One may recall, however, Marx's 1848 assertion that every revolution requires a dictatorship, and an energetic dictatorship at that, charged with the task of immediately shattering and eliminating the remnants of old institutions. 72. Here in Locus 6, Marx seemed to be applying this general notion expressly to the rule of the workers. Engels amplified this theme in a parallel contribution to the Italian socialist press, On Authority, as he chastised the anarchists for demanding that the first act of the social revolution should be the abolition of authority. Have these gentlemen ever seen a revolution? A revolution is certainly the most authoritarian thing there is. It is the act whereby one part of the population imposes its will upon the other part by means of rifles, bayonets and cannon. Authoritarian means, if such there be at all, and if the victorious party does not want to have fought in vain, it must maintain this rule by means of the terror which its arms inspire in the reactionaries. Would the Paris Commune have lasted a single day if it had not made use of this authority of the armed people against the bourgeois? Should we not, on the contrary, reproach it for not having used it freely enough? 73. This passage includes virtually the only approving reference to revolutionary terror to be found in Marx and Engels' writings after 1850. Engels seemed to be drawing out the implication that the revolutionary rule of the workers would at first necessarily rest not on law but directly on force, on the terror that the weapons of the armed people would inspire among the reactionaries. All sorts of questions come to mind, of course, concerning the exact nature of this terror, by whom it might be applied, against whom, whether there would be any limits or restraints in its application, and so forth, but these queries must be postponed for systematic examination in Volume 2. Suffice it to say for the moment that neither here nor anywhere else did Marx or Engels call for the wholesale physical extermination of the enemies of the revolution. Their prognostications always assumed the exertion of force by a ruling majority over a rebellious minority. With respect to the Paris Commune, the only specific measure of terror they ever proposed was the seizure of the assets of the Bank of France. 7. For it must also be noted that Locus 6, the only one alluding to the functions of the dictatorship, spoke of the workers' need to satisfy their own base everyday needs and crush the resistance of the bourgeoisie, but not of any educational tasks whatsoever. Because Marx and Engels stressed the necessity of retaining the state after the revolution, because they even called it a dictatorship on occasion, they left themselves open to the anarchist countercharge that they were simply preparing a new despotism to replace the old. Bakunin exploited this opening to the fullest in his Statism and Anarchy, 1873, as we will see in the next section. Thus Marx and Engels had to be careful to emphasize the transitory nature of proletarian rule and avoid giving any impression of reverence for the state as such. Here one finds the motive behind Locus 8, one of the most quoted but least understood uses, in Marx's 1875 critique of the Gotha program. In 1875 the two existing factions of the German socialist movement merged. The more or less Marxist followers of August Bebel combined with the followers of Ferdinand Lassalle in a congress at Gotha and drew up a draft program for the United Party. Marx and Engels favored the merger but were distressed that so many Lassallean ideas had found their way into the new draft program, including his central demand for state-aided producers' cooperatives and the call for a free state with an odd assortment of democratic reforms, universal suffrage, referendum, trial by jury, elimination of lingering restrictions on freedom of the press and association, that remained deferentially silent on the crucial executive powers reserved in the Bismarckian Constitution for the monarch and his chosen ministers. In his critique, originally a private letter to the leaders of the Bebel faction, Marx sharply condemned this kind of democratism which keeps within the limits of what is permitted by the police and not permitted by logic. The whole program, he complained, for all its democratic clang, is tainted through and through by the Lassallean sex-servile belief in the state. 75. If issued without change, this draft program would be a disastrous liability, for, as Engels later recalled, we were at the time, engaged in the most violent struggle against Bakunin and his anarchists, who made us responsible for everything that happened in the labor movement in Germany, hence we had to expect that we would also be saddled with the secret paternity of this program. 76. Hence Marx's effort, seconded by Engels in a separate letter to Bebel, to have the draft program revised. Both men began the political section of their criticism with a dissection of the unfortunate expression free state. Actually the term free people's state, Freier Volksstaat, had hitherto been used by both factions as a euphemism for the forbidden word republic, but for some reason it was abbreviated in the draft to Freistaat. Engels commented, "The free people's state has been turned into the free state. A free state, from a grammatical point of view, is a state which is free in relation to its own citizens, i.e. a state with a despotic government. All the talk about the state should be dropped, particularly since we have now had the experience of the Paris Commune, which was not really a state in the accepted sense of the word. The anarchists have thrown the term people's state into our faces until we are sick of it. Yet Marx's pamphlet against Proudhon and then the Communist Manifesto both clearly stated that a state automatically dissolves itself and vanishes when a socialist society is established." 77. One can thus understand Marx's animus as he approached the term free state. What is this? It is by no means the aim of the workers, who have got rid of the narrow mentality of humble subjects, to set the state free. In the German Empire the state is almost as free as in Russia. Freedom consists of converting the state from an organ superimposed upon society into one completely subordinate to it, and today, too, the forms of state are more free or less free to the extent that they restrict the freedom of the state. 78. Marx then proceeded to dissect another ambiguous term, present-day state, and concluded. Locus 8. It is possible to speak of the present-day state, in contrast with the future, in which its present root, bourgeois society, will have died off. The question then arises, what transformation will the Politestaatswesen undergo in communist society? In other words, what social functions will remain in existence there that are analogous to present functions of the state? This question can only be answered scientifically, and one does not get a flea-hop nearer to the problem by a thousand-fold combination of the word people with the word state. Between capitalist and communist society lies the period of the revolutionary transformation of the one into the other. There corresponds to this also a political transition period in which the state can be nothing but the revolutionary dictatorship of the proletariat dictator de proletariats. 79. Caught uncomfortably between Bakunin's charges of statism and the real statism of the Lassalleans, Marx was here concerned to deny that the workers strive for a free state or any continuing state at all. They would require a state only for the political transition period, not forever. Marx's recent use of the slogan dictatorship of the proletariat in his polemic against anarchism, Locus 6, doubtless recalled it here, where he had Bakunin so much on his mind. He may incidentally have drawn a certain satisfaction from counterposing his own fiery word, dictator, to the entirely vacuous Lassallean Freistaat. But it is worth remarking that he did not attach enough importance to the word to urge that it be written into the program. Indeed, his only lament in this connection was that legal restrictions made it unwise to call openly for a democratic republic. 80. Evidently, Marx saw no logical conflict between this preferred demand for a democratic republic and his position that the transitional state can be nothing other than a dictatorship, which reinforces the interpretation that he conceived the dictatorship as nothing more than an extra-legal provisional government by a democratically elected assembly. This was the last time Marx ever used the controversial slogan. In the 6 uses of 1871 to 1875, Marx and Engels counterposed their idea of temporary class dictatorship by a majority, first to the Blanquist notion of educational dictatorship by a minority, and then to the anarchist desire for an immediate abolition of the state, with a sidelong swipe at the Lassallean partiality for a continuing free state. It is significant that the term appeared only in minor polemical writings, for the purpose of making these distinctions, and not in any of Marx and Engels' more formal and serious publications. After having served such purposes, the slogan would again disappear for a period of 15 years, to be revived again briefly by Engels in 1890 to 1893. Marx's notes on Bakunin. Before moving on to the 1890 to 1893 period, it will be appropriate to devote special attention to what is patently Marx's most significant abstinence from the phrase dictatorship of the proletariat. This occurred when Bakunin expressly accused him of advocating an educational dictatorship, and Marx responded so as to indicate he wanted nothing to do with dictatorship in that sense. This remarkable and little-known exchange came about in the following way. In 1873 Bakunin published a major polemical work, Statism and Anarchy, which included a long attack on Marxism as a form of statist socialism. Marx read the book sometime during 1874 and early 1875 and, as was his lifelong habit when reading, copied out long excerpts from the tome in one of his notebooks, interspersing his own thoughts and comments along the way. This notebook material, published for the first time in its original language in 1964, provides an invaluable new source of information on Marx's political ideas, all the more so because of its private character. The notes were intended for no other eyes than Marx's own, which ought to remove any suspicion about concealed intentions or concern for a public image. They deserve extensive quotation. 81 Bakunin started off with an assault on the phrase Volksstaat that makes it clear why Marx and Engels were sensitive to such terminological questions in their criticism of the Gotha program. Bakunin, we already have expressed our abhorrence for the theories of Lassalle and Marx, theories which counseled the workers if not as their ultimate ideal, at least as their next chief aim to form a people's state, which, according to their interpretation, will only be the proletariat raised to the position of a ruling class. One may ask then, if the proletariat is to be the ruling class, over whom will it rule? The answer is that there will remain another proletariat which will be subjected to this new domination, this new state. Marx, it means that as long as other classes, and the capitalist class in particular, still exist, and as long as the proletariat fights against them, for its enemies and the old organization of society do not vanish as a result of its coming to power, it must employ coercive measures, that is, governmental measures, so long it is still a class itself, and the economic conditions which give rise to the class struggle and the existence of classes have not yet disappeared and must be forcibly removed, or transformed in a process accelerated by force. Beginning from the premise that every rule must have an object, every state its victims, Bakunin inquired what would be the object of proletarian nihil. Marx responded predictably enough that it would be the bourgeoisie, whose restorative efforts would have to be constrained in the period immediately following the revolution. Coercive power would be required temporarily because the class enemy of the proletariat would not vanish overnight as the anarchists seemed to expect. Since Bakunin never understood this elementary Marxist position, or at least pretended not to understand it, he did not address the issue of bourgeois resistance at all but went on to postulate four other distinct and not entirely compatible answers to his own question, beginning with the idea of proletarian rule over the peasantry. Bakunin, it may be, for example, the peasant rabble, which, as we know, does not stand in great favor with the Marxists, and who, finding themselves on a lower level of culture, probably will be ruled by the city and factory proletariat. Marx, that is to say, wherever large numbers of peasants exist as private proprietors, and where they even constitute a more or less considerable majority, as in all countries of the West European continent, where they have not disappeared and been supplanted by agricultural day laborers as in England, the following alternatives exist: either the peasants prevent and doom to failure every workers' revolution, as they have done in France up to now, or the proletariat, for the peasant proprietor does not belong to the proletariat, even where he does belong to it by reason of his position, he does not consider himself as belonging to it. Functioning as the government must take steps that will immediately improve his position and thus win him over to the revolution. These steps moreover further the transition from private to communal ownership of land in such a way, that the peasant comes to it of his own accord on economic grounds. But one must not affront the peasant, for instance by proclaiming the abolition of the right of inheritance or the abolition of his property. Still less should one strengthen small ownership by enlarging the plots, by simply transferring the larger estates to the peasants, as Bakunin advocated in his revolutionary campaign. Comment on these most interesting assertions will be postponed until after we have heard Marx's further remarks on the same issues, as he responded to Bakunin's second postulated answer, the rule of the German workers over the backward Slavic peoples. Bakunin, or considered from the national point of view, the Slavs, for instance, will assume, for precisely the same reason, the same position of slavish subjection to the victorious German proletariat which the latter now holds with respect to its own bourgeoisie. Marx, schoolboy nonsense. A radical social revolution depends on particular historical conditions of economic development, they are its prerequisites. Thus a revolution is possible only where, together with capitalist production, the industrial proletariat occupies at least an important place within the population. And to have any chance of success it must mutatis mutandis be able immediately to do at least as much for the peasants as the French bourgeoisie during its revolution did for the French peasants of the time. A fine idea to assume that the rule of labor will include the subjugation of agricultural labor. This is where the innermost thoughts of Herr Bakunin are revealed. Willpower, not economic conditions, is the basis of his social revolution. Here in private notes, a quarter century after the main period of our concern, but only 3 years after the Paris Commune, we find strong additional confirmation of the interpretations advanced in chapters 6 and 7, namely, that in countries like France and Germany Marx saw no point in an unassisted uprising by the proletariat. Only with peasant support could the workers expect to be successful, only by positive help and persuasion rather than by coercion could they hope to win over that support. The rule of labor would not involve the subjugation of agricultural labor, for no real revolution can be made simply by the willpower of a determined minority. 82 AF. Bakunin worked up to his third answer. He offered some preliminary reflections on the nature of government in general, which elicited further commentary from his reader. Bakunin: if there is a state, there must necessarily be domination, and therefore slavery. A state without slavery, overt or concealed, is unthinkable, and that is why we are enemies of the state. What does it mean, the proletariat raised into a ruling class? Marx: it means that the proletariat, instead of fighting individually against the economically privileged classes, has gained sufficient strength and is sufficiently well organized to employ general means of compulsion in its struggle against these classes. It can, however, use only economic means designed to abolish its own distinctive trait as a wage earner, and hence to abolish itself as a class. With its complete victory, therefore, its rule also comes to an end, since its class character disappears. Bakunin: will the proletariat as a whole be at the head of the government? Marx: in a trade union, for instance, does the whole union constitute the executive committee? Will all division of labor in a factory disappear and also the various functions arising from it? And in Bakunin's construction FRQM, the bottom up, will everybody be up at the top? Then there would be no bottom. Will all the members of the community administer the common affairs of the area at the same time? Bakunin: there are about 40 million Germans. Will all 40 million be members of the government? Marx: certainly, for the thing begins with the self-government of the communities. Bakunin: the whole people will govern and there will be no one to be governed. Marx: when a man rules himself, then, according to this principle, he does not rule himself, for he is only himself and nobody else. Bakunin: it means that there will be no government, no state, but if there is a state in existence there will be people who are governed, and there will be slaves. Marx: that is simply to say, when class rule has disappeared, a state in the now accepted political sense of the word no longer exists. If at first the workers would rule over the economically privileged classes, this domination would come to an end as soon as the workers abolished themselves as workers, that is, abolished wage labor. Notice that even in these private thoughts there is no mention of abolishing the bourgeoisie in a direct physical sense. Thereafter, however, the people would still have to rule themselves just as a man rules himself in a presumably non-coercive administrative structure resting on a foundation of self-governing local communities. Thus did Marx in his own thinking resolve Bakunin's concern about the ultimate object of the workers' rule in the reflexive form. The verb heisken requires no other object. Bakunin then addressed the point he had been building up to, his third postulated answer, namely, that corrupted ex-workers would rule over the toiling people. Bakunin: this dilemma is solved very simply in the Marxist theory. By a people's government they Marx, i.e., Bakunin and Bakunin, mean the governing of people by means of a small number of representatives elected by the people. Marx: this democratic drivel, political claptrap is asinine. Elections are a political form which exists in the smallest Russian commune and artel. The nature of the elections is determined not by the name, but by the economic basis, the economic interrelations of the voters, and from the moment when the functions have ceased to be political ones, 1. Governmental functions no longer exist, 2. The distribution of general functions becomes a routine matter and does not entail any domination, 3. Elections completely lose their present political character. Bakunin: Universal suffrage, the right of the whole people. Marx, such a thiog as the whole people in the present sense of the word is a phantasm. Bakunin, to elect its so-called representatives and rulers of the state. This is the last word of the Marxists as well as of the democratic school. And this is a falsehood behind which lurks the despotism of a governing minority, a falsehood which is all the more dangerous in that it appears as the ostensible expression of a people's will. Thus, from whatever angle we approach the problem, we arrive at the same sorry result, the rule of great masses of people by a small privileged minority. But this minority, say the Marxists, Marx, where Bakunin, will consist of workers. Yes, indeed, of ex-workers, who, once they become rulers or representatives of the people, cease to be workers. Marx, no more than does a manufacturer today cease to be a capitalist on becoming a city councilman. Bakunin, and begin to look down upon the toiling people. From that time on they represent not the people but themselves and their own claims to govern the people. Those who doubt this know precious little about human nature. Marx, if Herr Bakunin understood at least the position of a manager in a workers' cooperative factory, all his illusions about domination would go to the devil. He ought to have asked himself what form the functions of administration could assume in such a workers' state, if he chooses to call it thus. Here Bakunin denied, as anarchists characteristically do, any possibility of genuine representation. If all ex-workers cease to represent their constituents and acquire selfish interests as rulers, then no authentic self-government is possible except at the level of a small community where continual decision-making by the whole collectivity might be possible. No doubt that is exactly what Bakunin had in mind. But it is highly significant that he unhesitatingly placed Marx alongside the democratic school as a believer in representative democracy. And Marx did not dispute this placement at all. He had no qualms about representation in principle, but conceived elections to have a necessary role even in non-coercive institutions. As examples he pointed to the executive committee of a trade union and the elected manager of a cooperative factory. Even in the smallest Russian village and artel such delegation of authority forms part of a natural and scarcely avoidable division of labor and need not involve any domination. With respect to Bakunin's legitimate anxiety concerning the corruptibility of such elected leaders, Marx was perhaps too cavalier in dismissing the question with his comment about the capitalist city councilman, and yet the example of a part-time elective official is a revealing one. In his own mind Marx had resolved the problem of corruption by his expectation that leadership positions in the good society would be held only on a part-time or short-term basis. There would simply not be any career politicians to become corrupted. 83. In his fourth and last answer, the most important for our purposes, Bakunin postulated a rule by men of learning over the ignorant masses. Note his employment here for the first time of the word dictatorship, and Marx's crucial abstention in his response. Bakunin, but these elected representatives will be convinced socialists, and learned socialists at that. The words learned socialist Marx never used. Bakunin, and scientific socialism Marx, used only in contradistinction to utopian socialism, which seeks to foist new fantasies upon the people instead of confining its science to the comprehension of the social movement created by the people itself. See my book Against Proudhon. Bakunin, which are met with constantly in the works and speeches of the Lassalleans and Marxists, prove only that this would-be people's state will be nothing else but despotic rule over the toiling masses by a new, numerically small aristocracy of genuine or sham men of learning. 84. The people lack learning, and so they will be freed from the cares of government, will be / wholly regimented into one common herd of governed people. Emancipation indeed. The Marxists are aware of this contradiction, and, realizing that government by men of learning Marx, quelle reverie. Bakunin, the most distressing, offensive, and despicable type of government in the world, will be, notwithstanding its democratic form, a veritable dictatorship. Console themselves with the thought that this dictatorship will be only temporary and of brief duration. Marx, non, Shall we say that the class rule Klassenherrschaft of the workers over the resisting strata of the old world can only continue until the economic basis that makes the existence of classes possible has been destroyed. Bakunin, they say that the only care and aim of this government will be to educate and uplift the people. Marx, barroom politician. Bakunin, economically and politically to such an extent that no government will be necessary, and that the state, having lost its political character, that is, its character of rule and domination, will turn all by itself into an altogether free organization of economic interests and communes. Marx, leaving aside the harping on Lenin's Volksstaat, which is nonsense and contrary to the Communist Manifesto, etc., this means simply that since the proletariat, during the period of struggle to overthrow the old society, still acts on the basis of the old society and consequently within political forms which more or less belong to that society, it has, during this period of struggle, not yet attained its ultimate constitution, and to achieve its liberation it employs means which will be discarded after the liberation. From this Herbe concludes that the proletariat should rather do nothing at all and wait for the day of universal liquidation, the last judgment. Marx must have been nettled not only by Bakunin's harping on the term Volksstaat, but also by his reference to dictatorship, a term Marx had himself employed in his recent polemic against anarchism, Locus 6. Bakunin obviously understood dictatorship in the Blanquist sense of the word, as an educational rule by the enlightened few whose mission was to uplift the ignorant masses. Q. Reverie was Marx's instantaneous reaction to such a notion, one he deemed worthy only of a barroom politician. For him the task of intellectuals was rather to study the movement created by the people itself. He conceived this movement to involve the self-education of the masses, consequently the revolution would require no educational dictatorship but only the class rule of the workers over the resisting strata of the old world. In the context provided by Bakunin, Marx refused to use the word dictatorship at all, but reverted to the more familiar Klassenherrschaft and even underlined it for emphasis. Surely, in these unguarded personal notes, this constitutes Marx's most significant abstinence from the phrase dictatorship of the proletariat. The echoes of the 90s. The remaining three loci are to be found in the writings of the 70-year-old Engels in 1890 and 1891, almost a decade after Marx died. But they all constitute echoes of Locus 8, Marx's reference to proletarian dictatorship in the Critique of the Gotha program. To these last written uses, we may append as a kind of postscript a final hearsay use of the expression in 1893, reported in the memoirs of the Russian Marxist Alexei Vodin. In 1890, when the German Social Democratic Party emerged from 12 years of persecution following the lapse of Bismarck's anti-socialist law, it seemed appropriate to draw up a new party program to replace the dated Gotha pronouncement of 1875. Hearing of these plans, Engels perceived a golden opportunity to influence the new program in the right direction by bringing to light Marx's never-published critique of the earlier pronouncement. Such a coup de main would strike not only at the remnants of Lassalleanism, but also at a newer brand of reformism already visible in the party's Reichstag fraction. 85 The idea of publishing the critique evidently struck Engels immediately, and he must have reread the 15-year-old manuscript in anticipation. At least there is no other way to explain the sudden reappearance of the phrase dictatorship of the proletariat, after 15 years of hibernation. In a letter Engels sent to Konrad Schmidt on October 27, 1890, scarcely a week after the decision had been taken to draft a new program. The phrase falls quite casually from Engels' pen in this long letter to the young social democratic economist concerning Marx's views on the relationship of political power to economic development. Political acts, he was concerned to say, are not always mere passive byproducts of economic change, but can themselves affect the economy, contrary to a caricature of Marxist doctrines that had recently been published by Paul Barth. Locus 9 If therefore Barth supposes that we deny any and every reaction of the political, etc., reflexes of the economic movement upon the movement itself, he is simply tilting at windmills. He has only got to look at Marx's 18th Brumaire, which deals almost exclusively with the particular part played by political struggles and events, of course, within their general dependence upon economic conditions. Or Capital, the section on the working day, for instance, where legislation, which is surely a political act, has such a trenchant effect. Or the section on the history of the bourgeoisie. Chapter XXIV. Or why do we fight for the political dictatorship of the proletariat? Die politische Diktatur des Proletariats if political power is economically impotent. Force, that is state power, is also an economic power. 86. Here, as in Locus 5b, the phrase seems nothing more than an incidental synonym for rule of the proletariat, almost certainly reactivated in Engels' vocabulary by seeing the old slogan in Marx's critique. Following up his scheme to publish the Gotha critique, Engels wrote his old friend, Karl Kosky, editor of Neue Zeit, and received his support to print the document in the party's leading theoretical journal. In their exchanges on the practical details of publication, both men were concerned about the wounded sensibilities of old Lassalleans in the party and agreed to delete a few personal references, but they decided to leave the basic content intact. Neither man expressed any concern whatever about the old slogan. 87. Keeping the project as secret as possible, even from the other party leaders, Kosky then suddenly published the document in February 1891. The bombshell did indeed cause great consternation among old Lassalleans, new reformists, and even among the top party leaders who disliked Engels' boat-rocking fait accompli. The shock waves extended even beyond party circles into the Reichstag itself. The National Liberal spokesman, Rudolf von Bennigsen, rose on February 28 to proclaim that the Social Democrats, far from appreciating their newly restored legal rights, were now publicizing Marx's call for bloody revolution and a dictatorship of the proletariat. Stung by this accusation, one of the reformist-minded Social Democratic deputies, Karl Grillenberger, rose in response. Herr Dr. von Bennigsen has forgotten to add that the Social Democratic Party rejected this proposal Marx had made for its program. Marx was in fact annoyed that the German Social Democratic Party had worked out its program as it saw fit in view of conditions in Germany, and that therefore in our view there was never any question of a revolutionary dictatorship of the proletariat. 88. Kosky reported this incident to Engels, adding that a lot of nonsense has been written about the dictatorship of the proletariat. If only these people would read before they complain. Instead of dictatorship, what now figures everywhere is Lenach's idea of growing into Heineanixen socialism. 89. Kosky's letter arrived just as Engels was beginning an introduction for the 20th anniversary re-edition of Marx's Civil War in France, and his obvious annoyance with the likes of Grillenberger found expression there in a new and provocative use of the phrase dictatorship of the proletariat. In the course of his introduction Engels pointed out that the Commune was led primarily by Proudhonists and Blanquists, yet in both cases the irony of history willed, as is usual when doctrinaires come to the helm, that both did the opposite of what the doctrines of their school prescribed. Thus the Blanquists started out from the viewpoint that a relatively small number of resolute, well-organized men would be able, at a given favorable moment, to seize the helm of state. This involved, above all, the strictest, dictatorial centralization of all power in the hands of the new revolutionary government. Despite these preconceptions, the Blanquists found themselves obliged by mass pressure and force of circumstances to take part in the shattering of the former state power and its replacement by a new and truly democratic one, a new government that renounced centralism and invited the provinces to form a free federation of all French communes. 90. With glowing praise for the correctness of these historic steps, Engels went on to describe how the communards had moved beyond the mere establishment of a democratic republic and actually begun the task of dismantling the state itself. It was necessary to emphasize this point, he added, because in Germany particularly the superstitious belief in the state has been carried over from philosophy into the general consciousness of the bourgeoisie and even of many workers. He concluded, Locus loa, B and C, and people think they have taken quite an extraordinarily bold step forward when they have rid themselves of belief in hereditary monarchy and swear by the democratic republic. In reality, however, the state is nothing but a machine for the oppression of one class by another, and indeed in the democratic republic no less than in the monarchy, and at best an evil inherited by the proletariat after its victorious struggle for class supremacy, whose worst sides the victorious proletariat, just like the commune, cannot avoid having to lop off at once as much as possible until such time as a generation reared in new, free social conditions is able to throw the entire lumber of the state on the scrap heap. Of late, the social democratic Philistine Grillenbergerl has once more been filled with wholesome terror at the words, dictatorship of the proletariat, dictator de proletariats. Well and good, gentlemen, do you want to know what this dictatorship looks like? Look at the Paris Commune. That was the dictatorship of the proletariat. 91. Thus did the irritated patriarch of European socialism retroactively bestow dictatorial status on the Paris Commune in order to strike a wholesome terror into the hearts of Grillenberger and his ilk. For our purposes, however, it may be more important to notice that Engels labeled the Commune a dictatorship not because it involved the strictest, dictatorial centralization of all power in the hands of the new revolutionary government, the Blanquist formula, but because it was a provisional government of the victorious proletariat, and indeed a truly democratic one, which had already begun to lop off the worst features of the state itself, to do away with all the old repressive machinery. 92. Thus we see once more that, in Engels' conception of dictatorship, power would be exercised by a proletarian majority acting through provisionally established democratic institutions, rather than by a self-appointed vanguard committee. His specific comments on the Commune make it clear that, while power would have to be in the hands of the workers generally, it need not be in the hands of convinced Marxists or of any single party at all. Moreover, the assigned task of his dictatorship was in the first instance to destroy institutions rather than people, and particularly the repressive institutions, the standing army, the prison system, etc. of the old regime, harking back to Marx's original 1848 assertion that every revolution required an energetic dictatorship for the purpose of shattering and eliminating the remnants of old institutions. 93. No educational tasks of any kind were mentioned by Engels. The final echo of Gotha followed 3 months later. When the party executive had worked out a first draft for the new program, they sent a copy to Engels, among other authorities, for his comments and suggestions. 94. Here was an even better opportunity to influence this important pronouncement, and Engels interrupted his vacation to write out an extended and thoughtful commentary that was later published as Zuerkritik des Sozialdemokratischen Programmentwurfs 1891, his critique of the Erfurt program, which is every bit as essential for an understanding of the political ideas of classical Marxism as its more famous predecessor. Engels' main object, as he confided to Koski, was to let fly at the conciliatory opportunism of V or we Erz and at the frisk from frolic freie Heineanexen of the filthy old mess into socialist society. 96. Engels launched the political section of his critique with an immediate assault on the idea of Heineanexen, the belief that the old society might grow gradually, imperceptibly, and peacefully into the new one. Such a process, he wrote, is conceivable in democratic countries like America, France, and Britain, where you can do whatever you want constitutionally as soon as you have a majority of the people behind you. But in Germany, where the government is practically all-powerful and the Reichstag, without real power, it is sheer illusion. And the 10 political demands included in the new draft program still deferentially avoided any clear call to democratize that crucial executive power. If all these 10 demands were granted, we would have various new means for carrying through our principal demand, but not the principal demand itself. That principal political demand was for a democratic republic. Locus 11. If one thing is certain, it is that our party and the working class can only come to power under the form of a democratic republic. That is, indeed, the specific form of the dictatorship of the proletariat, dictator de proletariats, as the Great French Revolution has already shown. It is unthinkable that our best people should become ministers under an emperor, like Johannes Miguel. Now, it does not appear legally possible to place the demand for a republic directly in the program. which incidentally shows how colossal the illusion is that a republic could be established there in a comfortable, peaceful manner, and not only a republic but even the communist society. Nevertheless, one can if need be squeeze by the demand for a republic. What can and should be made, in my view, is the demand for the concentration of all political power in the hands of the popular representative body. 96. Here at the end of his years, Engels reaffirmed his lifelong position as a principled democratic revolutionary, while some countries had opened a path by which a majority might peacefully and legally achieve communism. Such a majority in semi-absolutist Germany would still find it necessary to employ force. 97. Even more, Engels now removed all doubt that his definition of dictatorship was unique to himself and Marx, by stating expressly that a democratic republic would be the specific form of the dictatorship of the proletariat. According to 20th century criteria, such an assertion would be a patent self-contradiction. According to Marx and Engels' definition, however, any government during a revolutionary provisorium is necessarily dictatorial by virtue of its extra-legally. As his example, Engels must have been referring to the Great French Revolution of 1871, since neither he nor Marx ever regarded the Jacobin Republic as a proletarian government. The Paris Commune had been established through city-wide elections held during the provisorium that followed th violent rupture with Versailles on March 18. Functioning thus outside the framework of any established constitutional law, the Commune was both democratic and dictatorial at the same time. It was a short-lived miniature prototype of the ultimate dictatorship of the proletariat. By tracing the history of the slogan dictatorship of the proletariat through these 11 successive writings, we may understand the controversial idea in its proper historical setting. If not just a little expression, as Koski would have it, neither was it the very essence of Marx's teaching, i.e. Lenin. The phrase was never used in any of the master's more substantial publications but was employed only to express factional compromises or distinctions in their dealings with other currents of the socialist movement, first as a compromise slogan with the Blanquists in 1850, and then as a counterposed idea of dictatorship to be distinguished from the Blanquist notion, next as an emphatic means of rebutting the anarchist call for an immediate dissolution of the state, and finally as a provocative way of striking a wholesome terror into the faint hearts of Lassalleans and reformist social democrats. The rule of the proletariat was surely the very essence of Marx's teaching, but to label it dictatorship was in truth little more than factional politics. As a kind of postscript to this chapter, we may inspect the last known reference to the dictatorship of the proletariat, a most remarkable one, in a conversation Engels had with Alexei Vodin, as reported in the latter's memoirs. A young Russian student and protege of Georgy Plekhanov, the father of Russian Marxism, Vodin was just in the process of outgrowing his master's tutelage when he visited Engels in London on several occasions during the spring of 1893. They conversed about philosophy and Marx's early writings, but also inevitably about the Russian revolutionary movement. The increasingly bitter rivalry between Marxist social democrats and the populists, Narodniki, was a development Engels deplored, for he found much to admire in the populists' revolutionary zeal, and he feared Plekhanov was too doctrinaire in his dealings with them. He urged upon Vodin the importance of avoiding a confrontation, and the young man felt obliged, as he remembered, to make it clear that such an admonition might have a dour effect on Plekhanov. Vodin continued. Engels asked how Plekhanov personally stood on the question of the dictatorship of the proletariat. I had to concede that, as opposed to myself, Plekhanov had frequently asserted that when we would be in power we naturally would grant freedoms to no one but ourselves. To my question, who would logically be included among these monopolists of freedom, Plekhanov had answered, the working class, under the leadership of those comrades who have correctly understood the teaching of Marx and who have drawn the correct conclusions from this teaching. To my question, is there an objective criterion for the correct understanding of Marx's teaching and for drawing the correct conclusions therefrom, Plekhanov limited himself to the suggestion that all this was set forth with sufficient clarity in his, Plekhanov's, works. After Engels had inquired whether I personally could put up with an objective criterion of that sort, he made the conjecture that the application of such criteria would either transform Russian social democracy into a sect with unavoidable and most undesirable practical consequences or might produce a series of splits. 98. Engels went on to compare Plekhanov to H. M. Hyndman, the English Marxist who had a similar penchant for converting Marx's theories into a new orthodoxy. 9. Under parallel circumstances, in reference to his French followers, Marx himself had once jibed, "All I know is that I am not a Marxist." 100. Paradoxically, it was Marx and Engels' very scientism, their cavalier presumption that they were dealing in science while other socialist thinkers were dealing in dogma, that saved them from the worst excesses of the latter's characteristic intolerance. Precisely because their theories were deemed science rather than a teaching, belief in them was conceived not as a matter of faith but as the consequence of convincing empirical evidence. Marx and Engels held their own theories, like all other scientific findings, to be provisional and subject to revision in the light of new evidence. The pursuit of new evidence, and scientific investigation generally, could take place only in an atmosphere of intellectual freedom, not in the stifling dogmatism of any orthodoxy, even a Marxist orthodoxy. It is justly fitting that Engels' last reference to proletarian dictatorship, in the ironic and barbed question posed above, should have repudiated the intolerant dogmatism he saw burning among the Russian Marxists. Conclusion. Marxism and totalitarian democracy. It is time to draw some overall conclusions about the relationship of Marx and Engels to the political tradition for which J. L. Tolman has devised the label totalitarian democracy. With a bit of pushing and wedging, it is not too difficult to fit the two men within the broadest definition of what is supposed to distinguish totalitarian from liberal democracy. One may take their scientism and their oft-expressed intolerance of differing views as revealing an assumption of a sole and exclusive truth in politics. In some sense, they undoubtedly regarded the classless society as a preordained, harmonious and perfect scheme of things, although they were always reluctant to specify details. And at least down through the year 1850 they certainly treated this vision as a matter of immediate urgency, a challenge for direct action, an imminent event. 1. The difficulty is that such a sweeping definition, if seriously applied, would include many thinkers no one would really want to label totalitarian. Thus, for example, the belief that reason and/or the divine will prescribe a single correct way to organize human society has probably been held by most of the great political thinkers in the West-Em tradition. Not very many of them have been notable, either, for their tolerance of differing, erroneous conceptions. Even among the tolerant minority the assumption of certainty has generally lingered until quite recent times. Such a model liberal Democrat as Thomas Jefferson, for instance, gave voice to the common assumption in the very vocabulary of his classic utterance, "Error of opinion may be tolerated where reason is left free to combat it." This distinguished sentiment still presupposed one correct answer, given by reason, from which all deviations were error, and further that it was the duty of reason to combat such error. Of course, to combat is not to suppress, and Jefferson remained willing to allow error to be tolerated in this sense. But then, would Marx and Engels have taken a different stand? Although Marx especially was not by temperament inclined toward easygoing tolerance, there is little reason to suppose that either man would have repudiated Jefferson's famous maxim, particularly if the word science were substituted for reason. In 1846, it will be remembered, Marx and Engels formally censured the true socialist Hermann Krieg for treating his ideological enemies as heretics who needed to be punished, instead of simply as opponents whom one combats, mit dem Mankampf. It is interesting that they even employed the same verb as Jefferson. 3. Had the two men been really thoroughgoing fanatics, they would have created for their followers the sort of organization that Proudhon secretly imagined, instead of the impressively open and democratic structures we have encountered. In some respects, their scientism itself encouraged tolerance rather than the opposite, as revealed in the conversation between Engels and Voden cited at the end of chapter 9. A half-century after the censure of Krieg, Engels still objected to treating political and social ideas as if they were religious dogmas. Thus, an assumption of certainty may be combined with a willingness to tolerate differences, perhaps condescendingly as error, even by personalities not temperamentally disposed toward tolerance. In a similar vein, no one could doubt the existence of a chiastic element in Marx and Engels' thought, although its passionate immediacy clearly declined after 1850. Even at its peak during that year, however, neither man imagined the New Jerusalem could be built in a day, and they poured water into the wine of those among their compatriots who did. They never claimed any special personal right to punish the sinful of the old world or lead the righteous into the new one. As has been argued before, chiastic expectation, whether secular or religious, need not inevitably lead to totalitarian conclusions, else one would have to cast an entire pantheon of Jewish prophets and Christian saints into the hellfire of political perdition. If the word totalitarian is to be more than just a synonym for fanatic, if totalitarian democracy is to be a useful concept rather than merely an abusive epithet, then the label ought to be reserved for those particular chiasts who also endorse some or all of the characteristic features of 20th century totalitarianism: the elite party, the minority seizure of power, the subsequent one-party dictatorship, the systematic use of political terror, the centrally controlled re-education of the masses. What Tolman has called crystallized totalitarian democracy is recognizably totalitarian according to the usual understanding of the word. It is the program created by Babeuf, and passed down to Buonarroti and Blanqui. The central argument of the preceding chapters has been that classical Marxism really had little connection to this specific tradition of totalitarian democracy. Contrary to widespread impressions, there is no evidence that Babeuf or Blanqui played any role whatever among the many influences on Marx and Engels' early political and intellectual development. And although our purview has not extended beyond the year 1850, except in Chapter 9, we may nonetheless draw fairly definitive conclusions respecting the four particular points that constitute the distinguishing essence of the totalitarian democratic program. 1. Since Marx and Engels never associated themselves after 1850 with any organization that looked remotely like a vanguard party of the enlightened few, the case against them must rest entirely on the Communist League, which bore some elitist trappings, to be sure, and had its historical roots squarely in the Blanquist tradition. Before jumping to conclusions, however, one must take account of a formidable battery of confuting evidence: Marx and Engels' unvarying repudiation of conspiracies and of any responsibility for the seizure of power itself, with or without mass support, the painstakingly democratic internal structure of the League, its open-ended recruitment policies and the moderate demands made on members, and most of all, the ease with which Marx and Engels abandoned the organization in 1848, in 1850, and in 1852, showing that they did not conceive it to be indispensable at all. Rather, they saw it simply as one ephemeral contribution to the many-sided efforts of the working class to organize itself into a decisive political force. Where legal conditions permitted, the two men made it clear they preferred an open mass party such as the Chartist movement in Britain or the nationwide Workers' Party they tried to create in Germany in 1849. 2. The evidence that Marx and Engels supported minority revolution must also be sought almost entirely in the early period that climaxed in 1850, rather than afterwards. Of the two strategies for attaining power advanced during these early years, only the second is problematic, since strategy 1, appropriate for Great Britain, involved the overthrow of a propertied oligarchy by the proletarian majority of the nation. Strategy 2 may justifiably raise skeptical eyebrows when it is understood as a permanent revolution initiated, to be sure, by an alliance of the majority classes in countries like France and Germany, but carried to its ultimate conclusion by the proletariat alone. The time contemplated as necessary to complete such a permanent revolution, as we have seen, then becomes the critical issue. While Willich and the exiled Blanquists projected a span of weeks or months, and frankly endorsed minority rule, the evidence makes it clear that Marx and Engels envisaged a process extending through a couple of decades at least, during which time the proletariat was expected as a consequence of economic modernization to develop into the majority class. The phrase permanent revolution itself appeared only in the compromise formulations of 1850 and disappeared thereafter, to be recalled only once, retrospectively, in Engels' final years. 3. Marx and Engels' most bloodthirsty pronouncements on the subject of revolutionary terror similarly belong to the period 1848 to -1850, after which they condemned terror far more often and more sharply than they ever praised it. The oft-quoted terror passages of the Neue Rheinische, once set in their proper historical context, appear to be helpless cries of outrage against the physical brutality of the counter-revolution, rather than a serious program of action. In their day-to-day behavior as practicing revolutionaries, the two men showed distinct cautiousness and restraint. The final and renowned invocation of terror in the March Circular was in all likelihood the inspiration of Willich, since no similar recommendations can be found in any of Marx and Engels' other 1850 writings. While they certainly envisaged the use of force during and immediately after the revolution to crush the resistance of the bourgeoisie, a systematic policy of terror was not integral to their vision of revolution, since they did not imagine a minority would be imposing its will on the reluctant majority, but quite the contrary. Only a minority of dispossessed bourgeois and their hangers-on would pose any threat to the democratic revolution. 4. Among the four specific problems, only the idea of proletarian dictatorship has a significant history after the period of our concern, but by tracing the career of the slogan to 1893 we can conclude that it has little in common with the totalitarian democratic notion of educational dictatorship by an enlightened elite. Insofar as the phrase had an exact meaning, it referred to the unavoidably extra-legal character of an otherwise democratic government by the proletarian majority during the provisorium that must immediately follow any revolution. The phrase figured more prominently, however, first as a tactical compromise slogan with the Blanquists, and then as a polemical device to use against anarchists and assorted reformists. While certain general repressive functions were assigned to this constituent dictatorship, the crucial educational mission of the Bobovist Blanquist model is entirely missing from the classical Marxist conception. This last observation brings us back to the basic underlying assumption of any totalitarian democratic ideology that the masses are, alas, too ignorant or indolent to emancipate themselves. Hence the integral need for the vanguard and the other grim features of the program. Perhaps the key distinguishing feature of Marx and Engels' thinking, among the diverse currents of early socialism, was precisely their conviction, their ultimate democratic faith, that the masses could and would educate themselves, organize themselves, liberate themselves, and rule themselves. No external agent, no deus ex machina in the form of an enlightened elite, was required in their vision, although of course they never denied the incidental helpfulness of intellectuals like themselves. If Marx and Blanqui both proposed a constituent dictatorship, only the latter conceived it to have any educational function. It is necessary to stress this point because so many of these totalitarian democratic ideas have found their way into the Marxist tradition in the 20th century. One need only examine one of Lenin's classic passages on proletarian dictatorship to see how strongly educational themes are sounded. The proletariat needs state power, the centralized organization of force, the organization of violence, both for the purpose of crushing the resistance of the exploiters and for the purpose of guiding the great mass of the population, the peasantry, the petty bourgeoisie, the semi-proletarians in the work of organizing socialist economy. By educating a workers' party, Marxism educates the vanguard of the proletariat, capable of assuming power and of leading the whole people to socialism, of directing and organizing the new order, of being the teacher, guide, and leader of all the toiling and exploited in the task of building up their social life without the bourgeoisie and against the bourgeoisie. 4. Here, in a whole series of tutorial relationships, the great mass of the population would be guided by Russia's small proletariat, which in turn would be led by a still smaller vanguard of the proletariat, and this vanguard in turn would be educated by Marxism, that is, the doctrines disseminated by party intellectuals like Lenin himself. To Lenin's persistent stress on tutorial relationships, perhaps the classic response, in the spirit of Marx and Engels' original values, came from his most sympathetic but also most devastating critic, Rosa Luxemburg. The working class demands the right to make its mistakes and learn in the dialectic of history. Let us speak plainly. Historically, the errors committed by a truly revolutionary movement are infinitely more fruitful than the infallibility of the cleverest Central Committee. 5. Insofar as Marxism has become, in the 20th century, a doctrine exploited by the alienated intelligentsia of underdeveloped countries to win support for, and justify, their own modernizing dictatorships, the idea of the vanguard and of educational rule necessarily came to play a role which had no foundation in original Marxism and which harked back to the earlier tradition of Babeuf and Blanqui. Marx and Engels must thus be distinguished not only from this earlier tradition but from most of their 20th century followers, as holding to the ultimate democratic conviction that the emancipation of the masses intrinsically must be the work of the masses themselves.